Chapter 1412. Last year, when Li Zixuan was making telegraphs and voltaic batteries in the workshop, he had used a charcoal bamboo wire to conduct an experiment. The moment the wire was energized, it would emit a bright light. However, it was only for a moment. After that moment of light, the bamboo wire would burn into ashes due to heat. Although the experiment failed, it at least proved that the charcoal bamboo wire could be used as a lamp wire. As long as it was not exposed to oxygen, it could be used to ensure its lifespan. Today, Li Zixuan used candles to consume oxygen to ensure that there was no oxygen in the light bulb. In this way, the light bulb made from charcoal bamboo wire could be used for a very long time. In 1854, a German clockmaker, Henry Gerber, who had immigrated to America, used a piece of charcoal bamboo wire placed in a vacuum glass bottle to make the first practical electric light bulb. It lasted for 400 hours, but he did not apply for a patent in time. In 1874, two electrical engineers in Canada applied for a patent for an electric light bulb. Nitrogen gas was placed under a glass bulb, and the carbon rod was energized to emit light. However, they did not have enough money to continue perfecting this invention, so they sold the patent to Edison in 1875. After Edison bought the patent, he tried to improve the lamp wire. Finally, in 1880, he made a charcoal bamboo wire lamp that could last for 1,200 hours. This was already quite impressive. One must know that the lifespan of a tungsten lamp was only around 1,500 hours. Before discovering and mining tungsten ores, using charcoal bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Xiao Xian, I brought the batteries. Is 5 enough? According to Li Zixuan's instructions, Yan Xiaoning carried 5 voltaic batteries and walked into the laboratory. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be enough, but let's try it out first." The voltaic batteries made by the workshop to energize telegraphs had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. 5 of them in series only had a voltage of about 5 volts. However, the light bulb in his hand was not small. The charcoal bamboo wire inside was wound into a spiral shape, so the length was longer and the resistance was higher. 5 volts and 500 milliamperes of current were probably not enough to light it up. After saying that, Li Zixuan connected the 5 batteries in series. Then, from the top of the light bulb, he pulled out 2 copper wires. One end was connected to the positive electrode, the other end was connected to the negative electrode. Suddenly, the charcoal bamboo wire in the light bulb lit up faintly. This light was not as fleeting as the previous experiment. Instead, it lasted for a long time. Seeing this, Li Zixuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's lit. It's lit. Yamacho, the light bulb is really lit. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei saw the faint light from the electric lamp and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yup, it just feels like the brightness is not enough. Yan Xiaoning looked up and down for a while and said regretfully, "That's because the voltage is too low. If we increase the voltage, it will definitely be brighter. At least, it will be brighter than a candle." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Yup, then can't we just ask Xiaoningzi to bring a few more batteries? Xiaoningzi, go quickly." Mo Lingwei pouted and ordered Yan Xiaoning. Okay. Then I'll go get 5 more batteries." In the face of the goddess's will, how could Yan Xiaoning dare to disobey? He quickly stood up and was about to walk out of the house. Speaking of which, the voltaic batteries made of salt water had a very low efficiency. Therefore, every voltaic battery was integrated with many small compartments to ensure that the voltage of each battery could be used. In this way, the weight of each battery was not light. The 5 batteries added together weighed about 10 kilograms. Speaking of which, it was quite difficult for Yan Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly said, "Forget it. There's no need. Since the light bulb can keep on, it means that our idea of making the light bulb is correct. It won't be too late to do the experiment when the dam is opened and the generator is officially generating electricity the day after tomorrow. Taking advantage of this time, we need to make a few sets of light bulbs with different voltages and leave them for the experiment with the generator and transformer the day after tomorrow. After all, no one knows what the voltage of the generator is. What's the voltage after the transformer conversion? Speaking of which, what did the Academy lack the most? That would be all kinds of instruments and measuring tools. First of all, due to the limitations of the technological conditions, the various measuring tools in ancient times were actually not accurate. Although the precision of things like rulers, scales, and measuring buckets could meet the daily needs, if used for precision manufacturing, it was far from enough. Now, because of the Ba hydropower station, Lantian County would be able to use electricity very soon. When it came to electricity, it would require measuring instruments such as voltmeters, ammeters, and ohmmeters. These things were not easy to manufacture. Furthermore, the unit standards for these new physical quantities had to be carefully considered and approved by the majority. Li Zixuan planned to gather the elites of the academy and establish the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to unify the old units of measurement and set up a new standard for the new physical quantities. In addition, the measuring tools and measuring instruments used in engineering in the future would require the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to make a standard instrument. All the related instruments would have to be calibrated according to this standard instrument to ensure that the error was within an acceptable range. After the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution was established, Li Zixuan could continue to use the modern units of measurement such as meter, kilometer, gram, kilogram, volt, ampere, watt, kilowatt, and so on. Furthermore, to engage in precision manufacturing in the Tang Dynasty, the first step was not to build machines, but to unify the measurement standards and create more precise measuring tools. Only then could they create more precise machine tools and more precise parts. There was a saying that went, "A little mistake can lead to a great error." This saying was most suitable in the field of precision manufacturing. Oh, that's fine too. But Yamacho, how can we make the voltage of the lamp filament different? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully, then asked doubtfully. Yan Xiaoning also looked at Li Zixuan. Mo Lingwei didn't understand the electricity part of the textbook. If Mo Lingwei didn't understand it, he naturally wouldn't understand it either. Li Zixuan thought for a while and explained, under the same voltage, the lower the resistance of the filament, the higher the current passing through it. For example, if we connect a wire directly to the positive and negative ends of a battery, although the voltage of the battery is small, the resistance of the wire is close to zero. The current passing through it will be infinite, and the temperature of the wire and the battery will increase rapidly. Therefore, the higher the resistance, the higher the voltage it can withstand. The reason why I made the filament into a spiral shape is to increase the length of the filament. The longer the filament, the higher the resistance. On the other hand, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is equivalent to an inductor. In a DC stabilized circuit, the inductor is equivalent to a short circuit, and the resistance is negligible. But in a sinusoidal alternating current, the inductor will form a certain resistance to the current. There will be voltage on both sides, and there will also be current passing through. The lower the frequency of the sinusoidal alternating current, the lower the resistance of the inductor, which is equivalent to a low-pass filter. Therefore, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is more beneficial to increase the voltage of the bulb. Mo Lingwei listened and digested it seriously for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, Yamacho, I understand. Then let me make the electric lamps with different voltage values." She saw the whole process of Li Zixuan making the electric lamps. Overall, it wasn't difficult, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zixuan nodded and stood up. "That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Ink Girl." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Xiaoning and walked out of the door. "Hee. Wei Er, I'll help you." "Humph. Who needs your help?" "No. You see, we can't let a girl like you do this kind of rough work, right?" That makes sense." Outside the house, Li Zixuan heard the conversation between the two and could not help but shake his head. He sighed as he walked. "Sigh. What a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Open the gate. Let the water flow." 2 days later, all the construction of the canals and the installation of the water wheel in Lantian County had been completed. In Lantian County, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land that had been dry for more than half a month could finally be nourished again. Next to the Ba River Dam, under Li Zixuan's command, a gate of the dam was opened. The surging river water in the dam rolled down, and the water flowed directly into the canals through the water wheel. Then it flowed along the canals happily and surged forward. "There's water. There's water. There's finally water flowing into the fields. That's great. That's great. Marquis is merciful. Otherwise, with this year's drought, our crops might not be harvested at all. Yes. I heard that Marquis spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash to build this dam. And this canals, I heard that the cement used in it was all provided by Marquis himself. This stuff can't even be bought outside, but Marquis used it to build our canals. We must remember Marquis's kindness for the rest of our lives. That's a must. To have such a good Marquis, our ancestors must have burned incense to thank them. Whoever doesn't remember Marquis's kindness is an ingrate and should be poked in the back. Looking at the large amount of water flowing into the newly built cement canals, the onlookers on the banks of the Ba River burst into cheers. County magistrate, he immediately send people to each village to see if there's any problem with the water. If there's any problem, report to me immediately. On the bank, Li Zishuan ordered with his hands behind his back. It was said that Lantian County was the first county around Chang'an City to divert water into the fields. The main reason was that the canals were built early, and the canals were completed early. And because of the dam, Lantian County had an abundant water source, which provided a huge convenience. So while other counties were busy building canals and loading water trucks, Lantian County had already diverted the water from the Ba River Dam into the fields. County Magistrate He's face was glowing. Lantian County was the first county to divert water into the fields. As a county magistrate, he was also proud. In the end, it was not in vain that he had led all the officials in the county yamen to work hard for the past few days. Hearing Li Zishuan's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to be stationed at each village. They will be here soon to report the situation to me." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. Then report to me later." Yamacho, a generator has started operating. The relays and transformers have been installed. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei walked over from the embankment of the dam and said to Li Zishuan, "Try." "Of course I have to try." Li Zishuan was shocked. Opening the dam to release water and irrigate the fields was important, but whether the generator could generate electricity was even more important. This was related to whether Lantian County could be directly brought from the age of agriculture to the age of electricity. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Mr. Mo, in a while, use the relay switch to cut off the generator's output power. Then, connect the lights in parallel and turn on the relay switch to see if the lights can be turned on properly. The generator outputs high voltage alternating current. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. You must be careful when using electricity. It's best to wear insulated rubber gloves." Mo Huai nodded solemnly and said, "Yamacho, I understand." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the dam's control room. After a while, under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, someone began to set up electric wires by the riverbank. There were more than 10 fist-sized glass balls on the wires. The crowd couldn't help but discuss. "What is Marquis doing? These wires don't look like hemp rope." "Of course they're not hemp rope. The wires are wrapped in rubber. As for what's inside, that's unknown." "Rubber? This thing was very precious. I wonder what's inside. Marquis is willing to spend so much. I want to know what those glass balls are for. I feel like Marquis is going to do something new again." The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Yanhuang College teachers who came to watch the ceremony were all clenching their fists tightly. They prayed in their hearts that the first generator experiment would succeed. The construction of the generator and the power station could not be done without the silent efforts of the teachers of the college. The dam could be built by the people as long as the drawings were drawn. However, the hydropower station was different. It required the guidance of someone who was proficient in this field. As the first trump card project of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college, especially the teachers of the physics department, had contributed a lot of energy to the construction of the hydropower station over the past few months. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the experiment today. "Yamacho, everything is ready. Do you want to turn on the switch and turn on the lights?" An hour later, Mo Huai walked over and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan as he asked, "Turn on the lights. Be careful." Li Zishuan secretly clenched his hands and nodded. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Chapter 14:13. Master, let me do it. Lantian County, in front of the Ba River Dam. Li Zishuan ordered and was about to turn on the relay switch for the generator's output power when Mo Chue stepped forward and cupped his fists at Mo Huai. The ancients were particular about respecting their teachers. Li Zishuan said that the generator produced high-voltage electricity, and any carelessness could cost one's life. That was why Mo Chue volunteered. Mo Huai smiled and immediately refused. No need. This electromagnetic relay uses a weak current to control a strong current. It won't be dangerous. Besides, if something happens, my reaction speed is much faster than yours. Li Zishuan nodded when he heard that. The electromagnetic relay was indeed an automatic switch that used a smaller current and a lower voltage to control a larger current and a higher voltage. There was no danger in itself. This kind of switch was often used in strong current working environments. That was why Li Zishuan had asked Mo Huai and the others to make this thing in advance more than half a month ago. After Mo Huai finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the dam. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the electric lights on the riverbank suddenly lit up, but soon there was the sound of explosions. 4 light bulbs exploded. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was prepared and did not let anyone stand near the light bulbs. Otherwise, the glass shards that shot out in all directions would have pierced their flesh, and would have either died or been injured. However, the other 6 light bulbs lit up normally. Other than the difference in brightness, there was nothing unusual about them. The light bulbs are on. Our generator is a success. Mo Huai looked at the 6 light bulbs and said excitedly, "Oh, it's a success. We've succeeded." The teachers of the Yanhuang Academy burst into loud cheers at this moment. They had succeeded. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, they had successfully created electricity. This achievement was enough to go down in history. When the onlookers on the shore saw the transparent glass ball suddenly emit a strong light, they could not help but exclaim, "Quick! Look, that glass ball is glowing." Oh my God! Marquis made a glowing glass ball. This is amazing. No, it seemed that Marquis wasn't the only one who did it. All the teachers from Yanhuang College seemed to have participated as well. Yanhuang College is indeed a place of immortals. The people who come from there are indeed different. They all have immortal means. Isn't it? Other people could turn stone into gold. But the teachers from Yanhuang College were able to turn a non-luminous glazed ball into a luminous pearl. It's truly the work of a god. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cheers of the academy and the exclamations of the surrounding people. He said to Mo Huai and the others, although only a few light bulbs have been lit, this shows that our thinking and methods are correct. We have already taken a small step towards success. Next, with everyone's joint efforts, we will definitely be able to make the electricity generated by the Ba hydropower station supply the entire Lantian. Today's era of electricity will be started by us. Good. Yamacho said it well. Our Yanhuang College will be the first to create electricity and let all the people use it. Haha. With this electric light, you won't find the light dim when you read at night. That's right. With the electric light, the academy can let the students attend classes at night in the future. The teachers from the academy cheered loudly. What did culture people like to do the most? Needless to say, it was definitely reading. At this moment, most of the teachers saw the electric light and couldn't help but think of reading. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the students because the evening self-study era of Yanhuang College was about to begin. It might be difficult for the power of this hydropower station to supply the entire Lantian County, but it was not a problem to supply Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain. At that time, the students would definitely have to start the evening self-study at night. Thinking back to when Li Zishuan was in school, the evening self-study was his most painful memory. Obviously, he was tired from the day and wanted to rest, but the teacher didn't let him. Instead, he had to suffer in the several hours of evening self-study. Just thinking about it made him suffer. Now, he could finally pass this sin on to his students. This feeling of gloating. Humph! You brat! Fortunately, I usually treat you generously, but now that you have something good here, you forget about me. Just when everyone was feeling very proud, Li Erlong walked with 2 guards behind him. Unknowingly, he walked behind Li Zishuan and then said in a bad mood, Li Zishuan was shocked. He secretly wondered how old Li could appear and disappear so mysteriously. This person was scaring people to death. This subject greets your majesty. Li Zishuan quickly came back to his senses and bowed. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. The shore of Ba River, which was noisy just now, immediately quieted down. The teachers from Yanhuang College and the onlookers all bowed to Li Erlong. Li Erlong waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Today, I came only to see the electricity produced by Yanhuang College." He had also received news yesterday that the Ba River Dam would be open today, and Li Zishuan would use this opportunity to test the power generation function of the generator. As for the new electric light bulb, it was an unexpected surprise to him. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Why did your majesty say that?" This subject originally wanted to wait for the generator power to be stable, and then connect the wires to the palace. At that time, the palace can also use electric lights. The relevant technology is not mature yet, and the palace is an important place in the empire. This subject does not dare to take the risk. These words were obviously nonsense that he had spouted on the spot. But to be honest, Li Erping had always treated him well. His stubborn temper had caused him quite a bit of trouble, but Li Erping had always forgiven him. Not only that, he had become a marquis at such a young age. In addition to his official position, he had also received many other rewards, such as mineral resources. Even if Li Erping didn't mention these things, Li Zishuan would still be grateful. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless, but Li Erlong was impeccable to his subject. Most of the time, Li Zishuan was more like an elder in his heart, not the ruler of a country. Therefore, when the power generation technology of the hydropower station matured, it would definitely be connected to the palace. Hearing this, Li Erlong nodded in satisfaction and said, It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but with your words Zhang's heart feels a little better. This electric light can really be called a divine object. This thing is brighter than candles and oil lamps. With it, the night can be as bright as day. Oil lamps burn oil and candles burn wax. Could it be that this electric light burns electricity? Li Zishuan nodded and replied, "Replying to your majesty. This electric light consumes electricity, and does not burn electricity. This subject has said before that in the universe, energy is conserved. The reason why this electric light can emit light is nothing more than the conversion of electricity into light energy." Electricity? Light energy? Li Erlong muttered and then asked doubtfully, "Could it be that this light has energy?" This was the first time he heard the term light energy. In his opinion, sunlight could be seen every day, so how could there be energy? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this light is originally a type of energy. According to this subject's knowledge, the reason why this plant can grow is because it relies on the energy brought by sunlight. It combines a component in the air with water to form organic matter that is beneficial for plant growth. Therefore, plant growth generally cannot be separated from water and sunlight." Li Erlong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he heard that plants relied on the absorption of light energy to grow. Although he was somewhat skeptical, he did not delve deeper into this issue. He turned to look at the electric light that was hung up. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He could not help but say, "Good stuff. Good stuff. Quickly set up all your power stations. We look forward to the citizens of Tang Empire being able to use electricity and electric lights. At that time, you will become a subject that brings light to the citizens of this world, and we will become an emperor that brings light to the citizens of this world." Haha. Li Zishuan bowed and said, "This subject obeys your majesty. Bringing light to the people of this world, what a heavy and great ideal." At this time, Li Erlong looked at the surging river water in the ditch and said with emotion, "Back then you spent a huge amount of money to build this dam. Who knows how many people talked about you being a wastrel behind your back. Today, no one would have thought that because of this dam, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land and tens of thousands of citizens of Lantian County were saved. Today, Lantian County has become the first county in the entire Guangzhou region to successfully divert water from a ditch. Marquis Yong'an, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty's words are too serious. The reason why Lantian County was able to successfully divert water so quickly was definitely not because of this subject's efforts alone. The officials of Lantian County, and the tens of thousands of citizens of the 50 over villages of Lantian County all contributed greatly. Without their hard work and rushing work day and night, even if this subject had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be impossible for this subject to clear the ditch and successfully divert water in such a short time. When County Magistrate He and the rest heard Li Zishuan mention themselves in front of Li Erlong, all of them stood up straight. Their hearts were also in their throats and they were extremely excited. When Li Erlong heard this, he looked indifferently at County Magistrate He and the rest of the people standing by the side. He nodded lightly and said, "Who has contributed and who has not contributed, we know in our hearts. However, this cement ditch of yours does indeed look much better than normal ditches. If it wasn't for the limited amount of cement produced by your workshop, we would have planned to promote this cement ditch in other places." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. In less than 2 years, the cement produced by Lantian County will definitely be able to satisfy the needs of the entire Tang Empire." Here he played a little trick. He said Lantian County and not the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. The deeper meaning in his words could only be understood by those who were as meticulous as hair. "Good. Then we shall wait for your good news. Hee. Xiaoning, did you quarrel with Ink Girl again recently?" After Li Erlong left, the riverbank of Ba River also began to clean up the area. The light bulbs and wires were all removed. Otherwise, if some naughty child accidentally touched the wires, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan walked to Yin Xiaoning's side and asked with a smile, No, we are all fine." Yin Xiaoning was startled and quickly replied. Li Zishuan obviously did not believe him and said, Xiaoning, why aren't you telling me the truth? Both of you are straightforward people. How can I not tell if you are quarreling or not? Tell me. Maybe I can help you and give you some advice. Otherwise, if that girl goes crazy, you won't be able to afford it. Don't blame me for not reminding you when that time comes. Sigh. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yin Xiaoning paused and couldn't help but sigh and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Maybe I said something wrong earlier and made her angry? She should be fine in 2 days. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Said something wrong? What did you say? Yin Xiaoning thought for a while as if he was recalling something. After a while he said, That day, Wei Er suddenly told me that she had a dream the night before. She dreamed that there was a pair of intertwined branches growing in her courtyard. Intertwined branches? Could it be that the Mo family's girl wanted to get married? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be surprised. Intertwined branches referred to a kind of plant where the branches of 2 trees grew together. It was also known as the acacia tree, the husband and wife tree, and the life and death tree. It was a metaphor for the love between husband and wife. In the natural world, this kind of tree was quite rare. Then what did you say to her at that time? Li Zishuan asked. Yin Xiaoning scratched his head awkwardly and said, At that time, I just remembered that I had a strange dream the night before, so she asked me to tell her about it. I clearly remember that before I told her about it, her face was full of happiness. But after I finished, she immediately turned hostile and wanted to kill me in the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan became more and more curious. Wasn't it just telling each other about the dream? Why did they quarrel with each other? So he quickly asked again, Xiaoning, what dream did you have that night? Yin Xiaoning said weakly, I dreamed that Wei Er was eating shit. I couldn't stop her. Xiaoxian, don't you think it's strange? When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I know that Yin Xiaoning is a straight man, I didn't expect you to be this straight. You really dare to say anything. After you said this sentence, Ink Girl didn't kill you. You're really lucky. After a long silence, Li Zishuan sighed faintly and said, No, Xiaoxian. I was just telling the truth. I didn't deliberately distort the truth. Why are you blaming me? Yin Xiaoning said anxiously. Li Zishuan said angrily, If I were Ink Girl, even if I didn't beat the shit out of you, I would have said, Sorry, I stole your food. What do you mean? F***ck Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Yin Xiaoning was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and immediately jumped up. Li Zixuan sighed helplessly. No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his brother. If he needed to help him, he had to help him. Thus, he said with a serious expression, "Xiaoning, before the two of you fell out, did you and Miss Mo experience anything out of the ordinary?" "No. We usually only wander around the Cloud Mountain. What's different about it?" Yan Xiaoning shook his head without thinking. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, "Think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you encountered anything unusual." Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly said loudly, "Oh, I remember now. The day before, I went to the Han family manor with Wei and happened to bump into Xiao Xian's guard, Pang Feiji, and his fiancée. At that time, they were busy preparing for the wedding. He even invited us to attend the wedding banquet together on the day of the wedding. But Wei seemed a little unhappy at that time." "That's right." Li Zixuan clapped his hands and then said something earth-shattering. "Xiaoning, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Miss Mo and you are congenial. The two of you have been together for so long. So you know each other's backgrounds and understand each other's intentions. Now that she saw someone else getting married, Ink Girl definitely wants to get married too. I didn't expect you to be so unromantic. No wonder she was so angry." Chapter 14:14. Get married? After hearing Li Zixuan say that Mo Lingwei wanted to get married, Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and fell silent. Humans weren't plants and couldn't be emotionless. No matter how low his EQ was, he could still feel Mo Lingwei's feelings for him. However, even though they usually got along well, it was hard for Yan Xiaoning to accept it when it came to marriage. Or rather, his brain couldn't wrap itself around it, and he wasn't mentally prepared. Seeing this, Li Zixuan frowned slightly and said, "Xiaoning, do you want to let Ink Girl down? Even though Ink Girl usually orders you around, she never allows anyone to speak ill of you behind your back. Everyone can see her feelings for you. If you let her down, I'll be the first to look down on you as a brother." Yan Xiaoning quickly waved his hand and said, "No, how would I dare to let her down? I'm just worried that if I marry her with her personality, I'll be bullied by her every day in the future. Moreover, her father's martial arts are so high, even on par with yours. If I fight back when she bullies me, won't her father tear me apart when he finds out?" Li Zixuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What kind of twisted logic was this? Did the fact that your father-in-law was too powerful become the reason why you don't dare to get married? If Mo Huai finds out, he'll definitely come over and kill you right now. Then Xiaoning, do you dare to fight back when Ink Girl bullies you? After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan asked. Yan Xiaoning was startled and immediately answered, A good man doesn't fight with women. I Yan Xiaoning am a man. Why would I stoop to the level of a woman?" Li Zixuan smiled and asked again, "If another woman bullies you like Ink Girl, would you be willing?" Yan Xiaoning glared and said, "Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? I don't even know other women. Why would they bully me for no reason? Besides, I'm not a masochist. After hearing what you said, I'll have to endure anyone's anger, right? Let me tell you, that's not it. Can. At this moment, Li Zixuan clapped his hands and laughed. "Haha, to sum up what you said just now, you're willing to be bullied by Miss Mo, but you're unwilling to be bullied by other girls. Since that's the case, why are you still hesitating, Xiaoning? Hurry up and marry Ink Girl. Otherwise, if your father takes a fancy to another noble young lady and proposes marriage to her, then wouldn't you be unwilling for the rest of your life?" Yan Xiaoning was stunned. Although he felt that there might be something wrong with Li Zixuan's words, he couldn't find anything to refute at the moment. Instead, he faintly felt that Li Zixuan's words made sense. Seeing Li Zixuan's burning gaze on him, Yan Xiaoning was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "That's reasonable. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my father. I'll ask him to propose marriage to Mr. Mo. Haha, that's right. Xiaoning, I'll definitely give you a big gift on your wedding day." Li Zixuan laughed heartily when he heard this. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, he was happy to see Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei get together. Moreover, these two people were the bystanders. Although they were in love with each other, if others didn't speak up, they wouldn't know when they would get together. Although Mo Lingwei's personality was a little domineering, This was a case of one willing to be beaten and the other willing to be beaten. Yin Xiaoning's eyes were a little blank as he stood there in a daze. Li Zixuan patted his shoulder and walked forward with a smile. Hey, that's not right. Xiao Xian, why do I have to be bullied? Haha, Wang Er is here. Everyone splash him. Yes, yes, yes. Splash him. Who asked him to be the last? Ah, no. My mother didn't let me play in the water. I waited for a long time before sneaking out. Haha, I don't care. Everyone, let's splash him together. In the evening, Li Zixuan accompanied Han Yuxi for a walk in the fields. As the sun was setting, the cement ditches in Lantian County were all filled with water. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of his previous life when he was young. Every summer, the farmland in the village needed to be irrigated by water from the river. The village's canal just happened to pass by his house, and he would often play with his friends in the canal for the whole afternoon. Of course, playing with water was fun for a while, but after playing he would definitely get beaten up when he returned home. Haha, wife, do you think these children will be beaten when they come home drenched? Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile, and then he said to Han Yuxi, who was beside him. In his words there was more of a gloating element. As someone who slept beside him, how could Han Yuxi not hear the gloating in Li Zixuan's tone? She rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, Husband, why do I feel that you'll still be happy when these children get beaten up when they return home? Heh, my wife is indeed smart. Li Zixuan squeezed Han Yuxi's little hand and said with a smile, Heaven has always been fair. Some people work hard when they're young, but they won't suffer in their old age. Some people only know how to eat, drink, and play when they're young, but they can only suffer in their old age. By the same logic, these naughty children are playing in the canal now. When they return, they'll naturally be punished to kneel and be beaten up. Han Yuxi couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She said, Husband, you're full of twisted logic. How can playing in the water have anything to do with heaven's unfairness? Li Zixuan smiled and then said seriously, Of course heaven is fair. It's precisely because I've been single for more than 10 years that I got such a beautiful wife. Han Yuxi's cheeks were slightly red, and she couldn't help but say, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Let's go back quickly. Don't let mother and father wait too long. They had already moved back to the Marquis residence in the county seat of Lantian County from the Cloud Mountain Villa. They would only stay here occasionally when there was something going on in the Cloud Mountain Villa. Usually, they would stay in the county seat. Okay, let's go back. There was water, electricity, and electric lights. Next, they would start using electric lights on a small scale in Yanhuang College. Previously, when they were doing experiments on the banks of the Ba River, 4 of the 10 light bulbs had exploded. The impedance of the 4 light bulbs was too small, and a large amount of heat had accumulated inside the light bulbs in a very short period of time. Naturally, they would explode. Li Zixuan later asked someone to record the technical parameters of the light bulbs with stable brightness. He also asked the workshop to produce a batch of light bulbs of this standard with all their efforts. In recent days, the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College had also begun to teach the students about the safety of electricity use from time to time. The purpose was to ensure that when electric lights were introduced to the college, the students' lives wouldn't be in danger because of improper electricity use. At the same time, on the side of the road from the Ba River to Yanhuang College, electric poles made of cement and steel were erected. After the poles were erected, they began to set up the electric wires. Speaking of electric wires, it was really a troublesome matter. Although Yunshan was less than 3 miles away from the Ba River hydropower station, in this less than 3 miles distance, the copper core in the photoelectric wires weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Because it involved long-distance transmission of electricity, it definitely couldn't use very thin copper wires. It had to be thick copper wires, more than 2,000 pounds of high-quality brass, and it was only connected to Yunshan, but it required so much brass. Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. One had to know that in this era, brass was considered a precious metal. Its main use was to make coins. Just to get more than 2,000 pounds of brass, Li Zixuan had to go through a lot of trouble. This was because there were basically no merchants in the outside world who had the ability to get such a large amount of brass. One had to know that from the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties, bronze had always been a symbol of the status of the emperor and the feudal lords. After the Han dynasty, with the progress and development of the social economy and trade, the currency value of copper became prominent, and the use of copper increased rapidly. China was a country poor in copper. In ancient times, it was very difficult to find copper. The production and use of copper had a great impact on society. The production of copper in the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties was an important source of government revenue. Because of this, copper in this era was regarded as a strategic resource controlled by the country. Ordinary people not only didn't use copper, but also couldn't get more than 1,000 pounds of brass. The Tang dynasty not only prohibited private copper mining, but also prohibited private merchants and craftsmen from privately making copper. However, because copper was still popular in daily life, it was profitable to make copper. The Old Tang book recorded, "In the south of Jianghuai, copper is everywhere. People in the marketplace pursue profits. A single coin can be used as several vessels, and the profit is 3 to 4 times. The distant people don't know the law, so they think it's normal. Therefore, the ban on copper has to be strict. Every 1,000 pounds of copper sold is 6 caddies of copper. If it's used to make miscellaneous vessels, it's more than 6,000 pounds. The profit is great, so it's easy to sell." The general idea was that the profit of destroying copper coins to make copper could be 3 to 6 times. 6 caddies of copper coins were worth 1,000, and the vessels could be sold for 6,000. The face value of the currency was not as good as the value of the raw materials, so some people specialized in the business of destroying money to make vessels. From this, it could be seen that in this era, brass was not only a rare item but also a noble item. It was impossible for people to take out more than 1,000 pounds of brass. Even if someone could, they wouldn't use this expensive brass to make wires. Although Li Zishuan could also throw all 2,000 pounds of copper coins into the furnace to be recast, he didn't do so because he felt that it was disrespectful to the currency itself. Moreover, destroying copper coins without permission was against the law in the Tang dynasty. He didn't want to be caught by his political enemies. In the end, Li Zishuan had no other choice but to go to the palace to see Li Er and ask for the brass. This was because he remembered that when the Wan nation's diplomatic mission met Li Er, they had once offered tens of thousands of pounds of brass. The current Li Er definitely didn't lack copper. At first, when Li Er heard Li Zishuan's intentions, he was naturally unwilling to give it to him. However, Li Zishuan said at that time, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty has now fully used Tang yuan. The demand for copper coins will decrease year by year. The brass produced by the Tang dynasty every year should be used on the righteous path. You have to know that the best conductor of electricity in the world, other than silver, is copper. Using copper to make wires to conduct electricity is the wisest choice." Furthermore, this subject first went forward to offer the blueprint of the water wheel and save the people of Guangzhou from the abyss of suffering. Your Majesty, as the holy emperor of this generation, will naturally reward you for your contributions and punish you for your mistakes. This subject doesn't ask for other rewards, only for your Majesty to reward this subject with 10,000 pounds of brass. In the end, Li Zishuan's self-praising and shameless method of asking for rewards made Li Er so angry that he laughed. Old Li angrily scolded Li Zishuan, and then chased the latter out of the palace. However, not long after Li Zishuan returned to the Marquis residence, an eunuch from the palace came to the Marquis residence to announce the imperial edict. The imperial edict was to reward Li Zishuan for his contribution to the water wheel. There was no promotion or nobility, only a reward of 5,000 pounds of brass. After Old Man Li and Yi Guozhong heard this strange imperial edict, their eyes widened and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Li Zishuan felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although Old Li didn't give him 10,000 pounds of brass and only 5,000 pounds of brass, 5,000 pounds was enough. Previously, when he asked Li Er for 10,000 pounds of brass in the palace, Li Zishuan had opened his mouth wide and left a lot of room for negotiation. Li Er being able to take out 5,000 pounds of brass in the end, Li Zishuan was already quite satisfied. With the brass, the next step was to make the wires. The outer coil of the wires needed to be wrapped with a layer of insulating material. In modern times, the insulating material on the outside of the wires was PVC. It was made from ethylene, acrylic, and other monomers that were obtained by cracking oil, and then by polymerization and other chemical reactions. Although it was easy to find oil in Tang Dynasty, the technology to decompose oil wasn't fully available yet. Therefore, Li Zishuan directly used rubber as the insulating layer of the wires. He had used this method before, but in the past, the wires used for experiments didn't consume much rubber. But now, the 3 miles of wires required a huge amount of rubber. Even the rich and imposing Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The main thing was that rubber was too difficult to obtain. If he used this rubber to make a football, the football he made would definitely be able to sell for tens of thousands of strings of cash. At this time, Li Zishuan realized that if he wanted to promote the use of electricity in Tang Dynasty, the technology was very important, but the raw materials were also very, very important. He had to be self-sufficient. If he blindly relied on imports, not only would it cause the cost to soar, but it would also allow others to easily choke him. This was something Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. Prepare the horse. This marquis wants to go to Chang'an. Thinking about the source of rubber, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a person. He quickly ordered the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. In the future, he would definitely organize the elite forces of the academy and the workshop to overcome the difficulties and extract oil. However, he had to be self-sufficient with rubber too. He had to grasp both sides. Yes, Marquis. Chapter 14-15. Chang'an City, Yanshou Square. A house with 3 entrances. Second young master Marquis Yong, and is waiting for you in the side hall. At noon, Feng Zhidai came back from his duty in the palace. As the vice minister of the guard, he had to accompany the emperor every day, but he still had more than 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. At this moment, Feng Zhidai had just walked into the courtyard when his guard, Amu, hurriedly came forward and greeted him. Marquis Yong'en? Feng Zhidai was startled and said, "How long has he been here? Why didn't you inform me in the palace?" Amu cupped his fist and said, "Young master Marquis Yong, and has been here for an hour. He didn't allow me to inform you, saying that I can't delay your work in the palace." Feng Zhidai was filled with questions, but he knew that Amu wouldn't be able to answer some of them. He could only nod and said, "Okay, I got it. Quickly prepare the tea." Prepare the tea. Haha, isn't it boring to have tea but no wine? The best tea in the world is the immortal tea. This immortal tea is a rare treasure to others, but to me it's very common. Vice Minister Feng, why don't you get someone to bring a pot of iced tea and we can chat while drinking? How about that? As they were talking, Li Zishuan's sharp ears heard the commotion outside. He walked out of the side hall and looked at Feng Zhidai with a smile. Feng Zhidai saw Li Zishuan coming out and quickly went forward to greet him. "Greetings to Marquis. I didn't know that Marquis was here, so I didn't welcome you personally. I hope that Marquis will forgive me." Li Zishuan was the founding Marquis, and he was also the 3rd-ranked junior guardian of the Crown Prince. Feng Zhidai was just a vice minister of guards, so of course he should call himself a subordinate. At this moment, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Haha, I came uninvited. Vice Minister Feng, please don't blame me for being rude." Feng Zhidai quickly said that he didn't dare. His attitude was very respectful, and then he ordered the guard beside him, "Amu, go and prepare 2 pots of iced wine and some side dishes. I want to have a few drinks with Marquis." "Yes, young master." Amu cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. Feng Zhidai extended his hand and said, "Marquis, please. My humble abode is simple and crude. I hope that Marquis won't take offense if I neglect anything." As Li Zishuan walked, he laughed meaningfully and said, "Haha, a mountain is not high, but it is famous because of immortals. As long as there is a dragon, the water will be spiritual. Whether the house was simple or not was not important. What was important was a person's character. Although this house isn't luxurious, the decorations inside are unique, showing that the owner of this house is wise and virtuous." Feng Zhidai quickly said, "Marquis, you flatter me. I, Feng Zhidai, am nothing but a boor. I am not as good as Marquis in terms of literature and martial arts. In front of Marquis, how can I, Feng Zhidai, be worthy of the words Huijin Jukamweixan? Haha, humble. Feng Shaoqing is really humble." Under Feng Jidai's warm invitation, Li Zixuan entered the house. The two of them sat down. After a while the dishes were served. It was noon. Feng Jidai thought about what Amu said earlier. Li Zixuan had been waiting here for more than an hour. From Lantian County to Chang'an City, it would take at least an hour. So, he guessed that Li Zixuan must have not had lunch. So he invited Li Zixuan to have lunch together. Li Zixuan didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, raised his wine cup, and drank with Feng Jidai. For a moment the atmosphere was quite lively. However, from the beginning to the end, Feng Jidai did not ask Li Zixuan about his intentions. He was a smart person. He knew that if Li Zixuan was willing to say it, he would definitely say it himself. If he was not willing to say it, then it would be pointless to ask. Today, drinking with Feng Xiaoqing reminded me of an interesting story. I wonder if Feng Xiaoqing has heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zixuan suddenly looked at Feng Jidai with a burning gaze and asked in a serious tone, "Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine?" Feng Jidai's eyes flashed. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Marquis, forgive me for my lack of knowledge. Although I have read the records of the 3 kingdoms, I have never heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine. If Marquis is willing to explain, I will listen with all ears." This time it was Li Zixuan's turn to be stunned. Never heard of discussing heroes while drinking wine? It shouldn't be. Brother, haven't you read history books? Oh, that's not right. Li Zixuan suddenly realized that regarding the history of the 3 kingdoms, the records of the 3 kingdoms was the official history. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was at most a story that contained the author's strong personal feelings. In the records of the 3 kingdoms, there was no such thing as discussing heroes while drinking wine. The author of the romance of the 3 kingdoms was from the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. At that time he was not even born yet. It was normal for Feng Jidai not to have heard of this story. Ahem. This is just a small story that I heard on the street. Since Feng Xiaoqing is in the mood today, I will tell you about it. Li Zixuan recovered from his contemplation and coughed lightly. He organized his thoughts and began to speak. After Cao Cao killed Lu Bu at the White Gate Tower, he brought Lu, Guan, and Zhang back to Xuchang. At that time, Liu Bei said that he was the descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan and the great-great-grandson of Emperor Xiaojing. Emperor Xian and Liu Bei were relatives and called Liu Bei imperial uncle. At that time, Emperor Xian realized that Cao Cao was not loyal to him. Therefore, he sent an edict to Dong Chengyi to get rid of Cao Cao. Dong Chengyi secretly collaborated with Liu Bei and other officials to get rid of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's advisors advised Cao Cao to get rid of Liu Bei as soon as possible, so that Liu Bei would not become powerful in the future. Cao Cao said, "Everything is within my control. Why should I be afraid?" In reality, he still had some concerns. Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness were known throughout the world. On the other hand, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were ferocious generals. Therefore, Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to a small pavilion to drink wine and chat. Green plums were placed on a plate and a bottle of wine was boiled. The two sat across from each other and drank to their heart's content. Halfway through the wine, dark clouds suddenly appeared and rain gathered. Cao Cao and Xuanda leaned against the railing and watched from afar. Cao Cao said, "So that you can know the changes of the dragon?" Xuanda said, "I don't know the details." Cao Cao said, "The dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. When it is big, it can rise and breathe out fog. When it is small, it can hide. When it rises, it can soar in the universe. When it hides, it can hide in the waves. In the depths of spring, the dragon took the opportunity to change." At first, Feng Jidai did not pay much attention to this story. He felt that this story was really something that Li Zixuan heard from the streets. This was because there were many places in the story that did not fit the historical facts. It was as if the original narrator of this story was intentionally belittling Cao Cao. Therefore, Feng Jidai only treated this story as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, after Li Zixuan's narration, Feng Jidai's expression turned serious. This was because he vaguely felt that Li Zixuan was insinuating that Li Zixuan was using Liu Bei, who kept a low profile and pretended to be a fool. He was insinuating that his father, the chief steward of Gaozhou and Duke Geng, Feng Ong, Feng Xiaoqing, do you think Liu Bei is really afraid of thunder, or is he just pretending? After a few cups of wine, Li Zixuan finally finished telling the story of discussing heroes while drinking wine. Then he looked at Feng Zhidai and asked meaningfully. Feng Zhidai knew that he had to make his stance clear. Otherwise, he would also become the Liu Bei who pretended to be a fool and conspired to become the ruler of the world. Marquis Liu Bei may seem like a righteous person on the surface, but he is actually a scheming and despicable person who covets the throne. The people of the Feng family are all honest and upright and have been loyal for generations. If we were born a few hundred years earlier, the people of the Feng family would never associate themselves with Liu Bei. Previously, when I was in Lingnan, my father had admonished me more than once. He said that in today's world, the four seas were at peace, and the common people were living and working in peace. They could finally enjoy the peace of the Golden Age. As His Majesty's subjects, the people of the Feng family must be loyal and responsible to protect the peace of His Majesty and the Great Tang. There are many tribes in Lingnan and it has always been difficult to manage them. My father is the chief steward of Gaozhou. Normally, the way he handles matters may cause some people to criticize him, but my father doesn't care. My father believes that the current emperor is wise. He believes that as long as he can protect Lingnan for His Majesty, all criticism will vanish in front of His Majesty. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, Feng Zhidai. I have heard that Duke Geng's loyalty is unparalleled, and that the people of the Feng family are all good men. Let's drink to these words. Li Zixuan clapped and laughed. Actually, the reason why he told the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine was to secretly test Feng Zhidai. Although it was impossible to accurately gauge a person's character and inner thoughts through words, a person's eyes would not lie under normal circumstances. When Feng Zhidai was speaking just now, Li Zixuan had focused 120% of his attention on observing Feng Zhidai's eyes. When the latter was speaking, his eyes were sincere and there was no evasiveness at all. Theoretically speaking, what he said was what he really thought. Unless his acting skills had reached the level of an Oscar for Best Actor, everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your praise, Marquis. To be able to have a confidant like Marquis, I am also very happy. Come, come, come. I will drink to show my respect. Feng Zhidai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his wine cup and toasted to Li Zixuan from afar. Then, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in the cup in one gulp. Haha. To be honest, I came to visit Feng Xiaoqing today because I have a favor to ask of you. Since Feng Zhidai had passed the test, and according to Li Zixuan who was far away in Lingnan, Feng Ong had always been dutiful in Lingnan and had never done anything out of line, Li Zixuan decided to tell him the purpose of his visit. It was not that he was being superfluous, but he had to be very careful when looking for a partner. If one day the partner he found did something disgraceful, even if he was not involved, he would at least be accused of not knowing the right person. In any case, he definitely did not want to mix with a future rebel. Before cooperating, he had to investigate what should be investigated. Marquis, if you have anything to say, I will do my best to help you. Feng Zhidai clasped his hands and said solemnly. I don't dare to say that. I really have something to ask of you, Feng Xiaoqing, or rather I have something to ask of you, High Duke Geng. Li Zixuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face. Feng Xiaoqing must have seen a soccer ball before. This soccer ball is made from rubber produced by a small country in Nanyang. My workshop has a great need for this material. Although the small country in Nanyang is now willing to sell its domestic rubber to me, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Furthermore, my workshop can't do without rubber. And in the future, the people of Great Tang won't be able to do without rubber. Therefore, this marquis wants to plant rubber trees in Great Tang's territory to completely reduce the consumption of rubber in the workshop. This way, my workshop won't be led by the nose by the people of other countries. Besides, Lingnan has a hot and humid climate with abundant sunshine and rain. It is the most suitable place for rubber trees to grow. Therefore, I plan to plant rubber trees in Lingnan on a large scale. I hope that Feng Xiaoqing and High Duke Geng can help me. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan will benefit from the rubber trees. The people will be well fed and warm, and Lingnan will be stable. Feng Zhidai suddenly understood the purpose of Li Zixuan's visit today. He thought for a moment and nodded. Marquis has brought such great benefits to Lingnan. How can I not agree? However, I still need to send a pigeon to ask my father about this matter. Feng Jidai had been in Chang'an for so long. How could he not know about the popular football? How could he not know that all the footballs were made from Li Zishuan's workshop? It was because he knew how precious rubber was that Feng Jidai agreed without hesitation. This was because he knew better than anyone else that these rubber forests could bring great benefits to the people of Lingnan. Li Zishuan laughed. Haha, of course. I will wait for your news. 2 days later in the evening, as the sun set, the sky gradually turned dark. The people under the sky were about to welcome the night. However, Yanhuang College tonight was the most unique existence in the world. Push the guillotine and power the entire college. In the past few days, all the wires from Ba to Yanhuang College had been set up. Not only that, all the wires inside Yanhuang College had been set up. Today was the first time Yanhuang College had electricity and used electric lights. Under Li Zishuan's order, Mo Zhong followed the instructions and pushed the main gate of the hydropower station to power Yanhuang College. With this push, the entire area of the academy rapidly turned into a rarely seen academy in the mortal world, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, under the illumination of the light in the various teaching buildings and rooms, the students and teachers could not help but cheer. Wow! The electric light is so bright. It feels brighter than 5 candles. Electric light. Electric light. It turns out that what was written in the physics textbook is true. There are people in this world who can make electric lights. There are people who dare to dig for electricity. Haha. With this light, he would be able to clearly read the words written in the book at night. That's great. These students didn't know that even if they didn't take the initiative to read, Li Zishuan would force them to do so, because the evening self-study at Yanhuang College was coming soon. Chapter 14:16. Dad, why is Yunshan Mountain so bright tonight? How many candles did they light? At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, in a small farmhouse in Liujia village, a little kid was in his own yard after dinner. He looked up and saw that the lights on Yunshan Mountain were obviously brighter than before. He couldn't help but ask his father, "Little Tao, those aren't candles, those are electric lights. Marquis' new electric lights. Those things are much brighter than ordinary candles." A middle-aged man walked out of the house and patted the little boy's shoulder as he said, "Electric lights? Why are they called electric lights? Could it be a lamp made of lightning?" "Oh, this oil lamp uses oil, candles use wax, and it's said that electric lights use electricity. Marquis built a hydropower station on Ba River and uses water to generate electricity to light up the electric lights. That's why they're called electric lights." Wow! Using water to generate electricity? Marquis is amazing. Yanhuang College is also amazing. Dad, how much does one electric light cost? When will our house be able to use electric lights? This electric light can only be used by a godly school like Yanhuang College. Ordinary people like us can't afford it. Little Tao, if you want to use electric lights, the easiest way is to get into Yanhuang College. You know Hu Zhan from Han Village, right? He's the same age as you, but he got into Yanhuang College last year. I believe that our family's little Tao will be able to get in too. Yes. Dad, I must get into Yanhuang College. Yunshan Mountain's location was close to the center of Lantian County. It was surrounded by plain villages. Among the villages, Yunshan Mountain stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. In addition, Li Zishuan built Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain last year. Yunshan's status in Lantian County rose quickly. The people would look up at Yunshan Mountain from time to time as if they were on a pilgrimage. In their eyes, Li Zishuan was the son of an immortal. Yunshan Mountain was a godly school, a holy land for learning. Therefore, the Cloud Mountain was lit up with very bright lights tonight. It immediately attracted the attention of the villagers around the Cloud Mountain. At this time, most people had just finished their dinner and had nothing to do. Therefore, the whole family moved their stools and sat in front of the door. They pointed at the bright lights on Cloud Mountain and discussed animatedly, clicking their tongues in wonder. Yamacho, all the lights in the classroom are working normally, which means that the power generated by the 3 generators is enough to supply the entire Yanhuang College. In Yanhuang College, Mo Huai stood in front of the teaching building and said to Li Zixuan with a smile, "Good. If that's the case, I can be at ease. However, we can't neglect the education of electricity safety in the academy. Let's continue for another 2 weeks. We must let the students truly understand electricity and learn how to use it correctly." Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded to Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. The teachers in the physics department will definitely perform their duties well. However, with the lights, can the students read in the classroom at night before going to bed?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Mr. Yan has already mentioned this to me. Recently, the Academic Affairs Office will set a new class schedule for all classes. In the future, after dinner, the students will have 2 more classes. They will focus on their own studies and the teacher will explain it to them. I call this evening self-study. After the evening self-study, the students can go to the dormitory to sleep. The dormitory's power outage will be postponed to midnight." Mo Huai said with a gratified expression, "That's great. Young people should be diligent and eager to learn. Yamacho has now created the conditions for the students to study hard. The students must cherish it." Li Zixuan nodded and said a few more words to Mo Huai. Then he bid farewell and left. Today, Li Zixuan specially came over to observe the comprehensive test of the lights in the academy. At this time, it was impossible for him to go back to the county. He could only stay with his wife in Yunshan Villa for the night. What was worth mentioning was that the Yanhuang Academy had installed electric lights and connected the wires. The Yunshan side courtyard was also equipped with electric lights. After all, they wouldn't need too many wires anyway. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other elderly people stared at the electric lights in their own homes for a long time tonight. They stared until their eyes were dazzled, and only then were they willing to look away. When Li Zixuan returned to the villa, the lights were on in the house. Han Yushi was sitting in the bedroom, flipping through an unknown book. Her face was full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very happy at this time. Today, she expected that Li Zixuan would definitely not return to the county after finishing the matters in the academy. So she came with him. "Husband, you're back." Hearing the movement at the door, Han Yushi quickly raised her head and saw Li Zixuan walking in. She got up and greeted him. My wife is still reading." Li Zixuan smiled and asked casually. Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan take off his coat and smiled. It's too early. I'm not sleepy yet." "Husband, this light is really good. Usually after we eat dinner we can only go to bed after a short while. But with the electric light it's different. After dinner we can read books. The girls can also embroider under the light. After working for a while we can rest. I feel that this day is much more fulfilling than before." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, a small light is actually so good in your mouth?" Han Yushi said with sparkling eyes. "Of course. Husband, don't you think that the nights in the past were much more boring than the days? Other than sleeping, it's still sleeping. If you sleep too much, it's easy to be listless. Now that there's light, people can also do things at night that they do during the day. Whether it's reading or needlework, it's much more meaningful than lying in bed and not being able to sleep." Li Zixuan smiled and scratched Han Yushi's white and tender nose. Wife, you're right. However, other than reading and needlework, there's something more meaningful waiting for us to do tonight. Wife, do you want to know what it is?" Looking at the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's lips, Han Yushi quickly reacted. Her tender face blushed and she hurriedly said, "I don't know and I don't want to know. Husband, quickly wash up and sleep." If we're going to sleep, of course, we'll wash up together and sleep together." No. Electricity and light were used on Yunshan Mountain. Even at night it was as bright as day. This news seemed to have grown wings. By the next day, it had spread throughout the entire Chang'an, as well as more than 20 provinces and counties near Chang'an City. The people were discussing it in private. After all, the appearance of the light was too unbelievable. Everyone was doubting whether the rumors were true or false. But soon the official announcement came. It was today's Datong Daily. The headline was about the news of Yanhuang College's official electrification last night. The title was, "An epic-making event. That man brought light to the world's dark night." The writer was the famous Datong Daily Gold Medal reporter, Li Yu. After reading the newspaper in black and white about everything that happened in Yanhuang College last night, and the introduction of the lights principle, people finally believed that Yanhuang College had mastered the method of generating and using electricity. They also believed that there really was a light that was several times brighter than candles and oil lamps. It was human nature to seek the light and avoid the dark. No one liked the dark. Therefore, thousands of people couldn't help but yearn for the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. Some wealthy businessmen who thought that they were wealthy began to send people to Chitsu Pavilion to inquire if they could buy the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. But without exception, they all received the same answer. That was that it was easy to buy light, but it was difficult to find electricity. Currently, in the entire Tang Empire, only the Ba hydropower station in Lantian County could generate electricity. If they wanted to use the light, it wasn't just about buying a few light bulbs. They also had to ask the Marquis of Yong and to provide electricity to their homes. As a result, those wealthy people who were eager to try and use the light in their homes all retreated. It was true that their families were rich, but in front of Li Zishuan, they could only be considered poor. Lord Marquis, ever since the Department of Commerce was established, it has tried 23 cases of merchant disputes. This lowly official has personally taken part in every case. And every case was only decided after multiple sources of evidence and conclusive evidence. This lowly official is willing to guarantee that not a single one of these cases was unjust or misjudged. Moreover, all the officials of the Department of Commerce have treated these merchant disputes the same as ordinary civil cases. In the Lantian County Yamen, county magistrate, he was reporting to Li Zishuan with a serious face. After Li Zishuan woke up this morning, he had a simple breakfast and brought his wife back to the Marquis residence in the county. Thinking of the vigorous business tax reform and the crackdown on evil campaign that had been carried out in Lantian County a few days ago, Li Zishuan didn't even warm his seat after returning to the Marquis residence before rushing to the Lantian County Yamen to find County Magistrate He to understand the situation. This is the correct way for the government to treat the businessmen. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised. We have collected heavy taxes from the businessmen, so we have to provide them with protection. To put it bluntly, the government is no different from those local bullies who ask for protection fees from the businessmen. The local bullies have collected protection fees from the businessmen and have fulfilled their duty to protect them. If our government can't do as well as the local bullies, then it will be difficult to collect the business tax of Lantian County again. County Magistrate He nodded his head solemnly. This official will remember Marquis teachings today, and will do my best to make the Department of Commerce better. Go ahead and do it. If you encounter any obstacles, just let me know. I will clear the obstacles for you, Li Zishuan said with a serious face. Thank you, Marquis, for your support. County Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. After a pause, he said, Marquis, there were indeed many people who opposed the new business decree issued by the Department of Commerce at the beginning. But after the gangs formed by the local ruffians in Lantian County were all wiped out, the direction of public opinion immediately developed in our favor. The merchants in the city began to actively file their taxes. Even the merchants outside the city rushed to Lantian County to buy shops in order to enjoy the preferential policies that our Department of Commerce provided for the merchants in Lantian County. According to this official's knowledge, the reason why these businessmen suddenly came to Lantian County to open shops was to obtain the same status as the farmers and craftsmen. Businessmen have always been a class that has been despised. Now that Marquis has decreed that businessmen, farmers, and craftsmen have the same status, from now on, Lantian County will only be divided into scholars and commoners. When those businessmen who were bullied in other places heard this news, how could they hold back? As for the second reason, those merchants who wanted to set up shop in Lantian County mainly wanted to send their children to the county school in Lantian County. After all, in other counties, this kind of treatment was something that couldn't be bought with money. Among these businessmen, the most prominent one was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, and also a member of Marquis Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wandong. On the day the Department of Commerce was established, he brought his family to Lantian County. He said that he would be settling down in Lantian County in the future. He even bought a house in advance. Under Chao Wandong's leadership, The businessmen from other states and counties followed suit. The prices of shops in Lantian County rose again and again. In a short period of time it was hard to find a shop. County Magistrate He's words were filled with excitement. He had reason to be excited. The small Lantian County had now become a bustling county, second only to Chang'an City. There were many shops, and there was an endless flow of businessmen. Although Li Zixuan was the one who came up with the specific strategies and policies, and he was just a tool man, he was happy to have such achievements even if he was just a tool man. I know all of this. After the new tax law is implemented, how much business tax do you think the county office will be able to collect in the first month? Li Zixuan smiled and asked again. Hearing Li Zixuan ask this, County Magistrate He smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said, Marquis, from the monthly profit figures reported to the county office by the major shops in the city, the county office will be able to collect more than 4,000 strings of coins in this month. It's even more than the previous year's business tax revenue. 4,000 strings of coins. That's still okay. Li Zixuan frowned and muttered softly. This soft muttering was heard by County Magistrate He, and he could not help but want to vomit blood. He thought to himself, you're still not satisfied with 4,000 strings of coins in business tax every month? You might as well just lead your troops to the major shops in the city square and rob them. As if he saw through County Magistrate He's thoughts, Li Zixuan said lightly, You don't have to think that I'm magnanimous, but the business tax revenue of Lantian County must exceed the agricultural tax as soon as possible. Only when the business tax is much higher than the agricultural tax, then we will have the capital to reduce the agricultural tax for the farmers, so that all the citizens of Lantian County can eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Hearing this, County Magistrate He's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect Li Zixuan to raise the business tax to reduce the agricultural tax. At the same time, he could not help but respect Li Zixuan, thinking that Marquis was the one who truly thought for the citizens. Marquis treats the citizens with benevolence. This official admires you. After a moment of silence, County Magistrate He cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and said with a face full of admiration, As an official, I naturally have to help the citizens. This is what this Marquis should do, and it is also what you should do. Li Zixuan said lightly. This official understands. County Magistrate He cupped his hands and then he suddenly remembered something, so he quickly asked, Marquis, this official heard that Yanhuang College used electric lights last night, which can make the night as bright as day. I wonder if this electric light can be promoted to the county? Li Zixuan was a little speechless. After a moment of silence he said faintly, Do you have a mine at home? The kind that can produce copper. Chapter 14:17. Marquis, what do you mean? In the Lantian County office, County Magistrate He heard Li Zixuan's strange words and asked in confusion. Li Zixuan explained helplessly. The transmission of electricity requires wires. Have you seen the cement pillars at the foot of Yunshan Mountain? That is the electric pole that carries the wires. The wires connecting the two electric poles are made of copper. Just the distance between the hydropower station and Yanhuang College already consumes more than 2,000 caddies of copper. If the electricity is connected to Lantian County, how much copper do you think it will consume? Who can afford it? County Magistrate He was shocked when he heard this. He exclaimed, Just the Yanhuang Academy alone cost more than 2,000 caddies of brass? If Lantian County is connected to electricity, won't it consume more than 10,000 caddies of copper? In the entire Tang Empire, I'm afraid only His Majesty can take out so much copper, right? Li Zixuan said in annoyance. Otherwise? Do you think it's easy to connect a place to electricity? The 2,000 caddies of copper required this time was exchanged with His Majesty by this Marquis merit for the drought. This official is ignorant. I hope Marquis can forgive me. County Magistrate He clasped his hands in embarrassment and said tentatively, Marquis, His Majesty has bestowed Lantian County to you. Logically speaking, all the mineral veins in Lantian County should belong to you. You can send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County. Perhaps you can really find a copper mine. Li Zixuan frowned and said, You have been an official in Lantian County for many years. Have you ever heard of a copper mine here? County Magistrate He said hesitantly, This official has never heard of it. But this official heard that Marquis is good at searching for dragons, so you want this Marquis to send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, This official doesn't dare. This official doesn't dare. County magistrate he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I'm just hoping for a fluke. What if Lantian County has a copper mine? That way, our Lantian County can be connected to electricity. Marquis, didn't you say before that you wanted to turn Lantian County into a commercial city? If we can get electricity and use electric lights, then the night in Lantian County will be as bright as day, and we can open a night market. Night market? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly interested. He looked at County Magistrate He and said with a faint smile, You have a lot of ideas. That's right, this Marquis is indeed planning to open a night market after Lantian County is electrified, so as to further stimulate Lantian County's commercial potential. However, this Marquis has already studied the terrain of Lantian County, and there are no copper mines here. Therefore, it is basically impossible for County Magistrate He to rely on the copper mines of Lantian County to be self-sufficient and set up electricity lines. Furthermore, His Majesty had previously promised this Marquis 3 ore veins. Shu Lan's vanadium titanium magnetite mine is one of them. Logically speaking, this Marquis can also request for another copper mine from His Majesty. Hearing this, County Magistrate He's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Li Zishuan's heart was as clear as a mirror as he interrupted. Don't have any wishful thinking. My Tang Empire is already lacking in copper. If this Marquis were to ask for more copper mines, it will definitely make things difficult for His Majesty. So even if His Majesty had promised me 3 ore veins, I will not ask His Majesty for more copper mines. As for the copper needed to connect the electricity lines, this Marquis will think of another way. Marquis is right. This official was too anxious. County Magistrate He hurriedly cupped his hands and said submissively. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, No matter what, your original intentions are good. Right, remember that at the beginning of every month. Order the Department of Commerce to check the accounts of the various shops. If anyone is found to be evading taxes, punish them severely according to the rules. Also, the officials of the Department of Commerce must ensure that they are honest and clean. This Marquis will set up an additional monitoring team. If anyone is found to be accepting bribes from merchants or helping merchants to evade taxes, they will be punished severely. Where there were benefits, there would be corruption. The Department of Commerce was in charge of Lantian County's commerce. Usually the benefits it handled were huge. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be a few officials who would be tempted by wealth and lose their principles. On this point, Li Zishuan had to be careful. When County Magistrate He heard this, his heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said, This official obeys. This official will keep a close eye on the Department of Commerce and prevent any corruption from occurring. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded his head and left. Regarding the electric lamp, it was not only County Magistrate He who wanted it. Li Zishuan also wanted it. Even Li Zishuan's father and mother wanted it. After lunch, Father Li, Mrs. Li Yiguachong, and old Madam Yi wanted to go to Yunshan Villa to stay for 2 days to experience the magical electric lamp. This was because in the morning, Han Yushi had told them a lot about the advantages and magical aspects of the electric lamp in front of them. It made them very curious and they all wanted to see and experience it for themselves. Li Zishuan thought that there were still some things to do at Yanhuang College, so he brought Han Yushi and a few elders with him. The group of people in 3 carriages quickly left the county and arrived at the foot of Yunshan Villa. After Li Zishuan sent his family to Yunshan Villa, he went to Yanhuang College by himself and met Li Tai, Chongchumo, and the others. Yamacho, the electric lamp last night was really bright. You have brought a magical item to the college. I just don't know when Chang'an City will be like Yanhuang Academy, where there will be electricity and electric lights. The little fatty Li Tai said excitedly when he saw Li Zishuan. At this time he was really glad that he had chosen to follow Li Zishuan to Yanhuang College to study. Although Yanhuang College was located in the remote Yunshan Villa, after nearly a year of renovation, this place was even more advanced than Chang'an City. It was even more fascinating. Moreover, Yanhuang College's knowledge was unique in this world. Some things in Yanhuang College were also unique in this world. This place was like a celestial palace above the mortal world, full of magic. Everything that seemed impossible had a chance to become possible here. Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said, Chang'an City has 108 markets, and millions of people live in them. If we want to connect them with electricity and let everyone use electric lamps, let's not talk about whether we have that many copper wires. Even if we do, Qingke, use your knowledge of electricity and do some calculations. Can one Ba hydropower station provide electricity for millions of people? The current Li Tai was no longer the pedantic scholar from before who only knew how to say, yes. When he heard this, he quickly reacted and said with an embarrassed expression, Ahem. Yamacho is right. But if one hydropower station is not enough, then we can just build a few more, can't we? The electric lamp is so useful. The officials in the imperial court will definitely support my father's construction of the hydropower station. Li Zishuan said unhappily, Do you think building a hydropower station is as easy as eating a meal? Doesn't it cost money? Many people in the Tang Empire still have problems eating. The officials will not allow His Majesty to do such a wasteful and costly thing. Li Tai also knew that Li Zishuan was telling the truth, so he could only nod awkwardly. Cheng Chumo said at this time, Xiaoxian, Yamacho, I heard that the academy is going to change the class schedule and add 2 classes every night. Is it true? Yes. Yamacho, is it true? Sun Zifan also quickly asked. Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, Of course it's true. Now that the academy has electric lamps, the night is as bright as day. If we don't make use of such a good condition, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and said bitterly, Damn. Yamacho, you want the academy to use electric lamps just to add 2 classes for us. Isn't this too much? If we knew this was the case, we wouldn't have wanted you to install electric lamps in the academy. Li Zishuan said unhappily, That's because you don't want to, it doesn't mean that others, Yamacho, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and the other dukes are here. At this time, Mo Zhong came over and cupped his fists. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Cheng Chumo trembled and quickly said, Cough cough. Yamacho, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan to say anything, he ran away as fast as he could. The main thing was that Cheng Chumo often warned him, so Cheng Chumo was worried that he would be punished by his father in front of so many people and lose face. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others were not used to appearing in front of these old generals, mainly because they did not like to be restrained, so they also left behind Cheng Chumo. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly, then turned around and went to greet Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others. Uncles, why are you so free today to come to Cloud Mountain personally? After Li Zishuan welcomed them into the academy and greeted them, Li Zishuan asked, Haha. Today, the few of us old fellows came here especially to thank you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo laughed and said in a rough voice, Xiaoxian, the water wheel you gave us earlier is a great help to us. Our villages together have a population of more than 10,000 people, and tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. If it weren't for your water wheel, the villages might have had no harvest this summer. It's a small matter if we don't receive rent, but if the villagers don't have food to eat, that's a big matter. As Li Zishuan had always been close to the Cheng, Qin, Niu, Yuqi, and Li Jing families, when the workshop produced the water wheel, it was sent to them immediately. This was not something that others would be jealous of, because before the water wheel was produced, Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others had already pre-ordered it with Li Zishuan, so it was reasonable for him to supply it to them first. Li Zishuan heard and asked, Uncle Cheng, has the canal in your village been repaired and the water is flowing? Cheng Chumo nodded and said, It's repaired. The water is flowing. This is all thanks to you, Xiaoxian, for giving us the water wheel first. You don't know, but when old Fox Zhongsun saw that we got the water wheel, he was so anxious that he pulled out many strands of his beard. Li Zishuan didn't respond to the latter part of the sentence. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Uncle Cheng is too polite. This is only a small matter. With the relationship between our families, why do you need to personally come over to thank me? Before Cheng Chumo could say anything, Qin Xiong interrupted. Xiao Xian, don't believe him. Jijie coming to thank you today is fake. He wants to see the light bulb to see you, the immortal child who brings light to the world's dark night. Haha. For Qin Xiong to be able to say this, it was obvious that he had seen today's Datong Daily, because the headline was the article written by Li Yu. Epic making. That man brings light to the world's dark night. Hey, second brother Qin in front of the younger generation, can't you be more tactful with your words? As an elder, I, old Cheng, feel a little embarrassed. Cheng Chumo said at this time. Everyone could not help but be speechless, thinking in their hearts, how do you look like you're embarrassed? How shameless. Humph. Madman Cheng, you're really thick-skinned. Even I find it embarrassing to walk with you. Yuchi Jingda did not give old Cheng any face at all and attacked verbally. Cheng Chumo sneered and said indifferently, embarrassing? If you find it embarrassing, then go away. Why do you want to come to the academy with me? Seeing that these two old enemies were about to fight, Li Zixuan hurriedly said, since you all want to see the light bulb, why don't you stay in the courtyard for a night? You can still make it in time for morning court tomorrow when you wake up. The second phase of the Cloud Mountain Courtyard project had long ended, and even the third phase was nearing its end. Now there were many modern-style courtyards in Cloud Mountain, and Li Zixuan had already given each of these old generals a courtyard. The Cheng family's courtyard had always been lived in by Cheng Chumo. Even if a few courtyards were given away, there were still many left, completely enough for the academy's professors in the future. Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, it's rare for us to come to Cloud Mountain. Since we're here, we have to pay Dr. Sun a visit. Back then, Divine Dr. Sun had also put in a lot of effort to heal second brother Qin's old injuries. We have to pay him a visit. Qin Xiong nodded and stroked his beard. That's how it should be. Li Zixuan did not stop them, and the group left the academy and headed toward Sun Simiao's courtyard. The next day, Li Zixuan woke up groggily from his dream, feeling like his brain was about to split open. After seeing the bright lights last night, Cheng Chumo was very excited and insisted on pulling all the natives of Cloud Mountain together to hold a light party. During the meal, Li Zixuan was not good at persuading people to drink, so he was forced to drink a lot by Cheng Chumo and the others. When he drank, he naturally did not use his inner force to dissolve the alcohol, so he really woke up with a hangover this morning. This feeling made Li Zixuan feel like his brain was about to split open. Marquis, the first batch of vanadium titanium magnetite ore from Shu has been shipped back. Without eating breakfast, he only used the cold water from the well to wash his face. After a while, Lu Feng hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was stunned and then said excitedly, what? The vanadium ore is here? That's great. Let's go. Follow me to the workshop. Chapter 14:18. Young master, why are you here? Faubert saw Li Zixuan in the workshop of the strange interest pavilion and quickly greeted him. Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks, but his eyes swept across the courtyard. As he looked, he replied, Faubert, I heard that the vanadium ore from Sichuan has been transported back, so I came to take a look. Where is it? How much is there in total? Faubert said with a smile, Young master, the ore has been transported to the steel mill. I know that you value this kind of ore, so I didn't dare to leave it outside. Li Zixuan smiled and was about to speak when another person came into the workshop. The vanadium ore is here, where is it? Hey, Yamacho, you're here too? It was Wang Ji. Vanadium was a catalyst necessary for mass production of concentrated sulfuric acid. Not only was Li Zixuan concerned, but Wang Ji had also been waiting for the vanadium ore from Sichuan to be transported back. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, Yes. Mr. Wang, you're quite fast, aren't you? Wang Ji said happily, Hey. As the leader of the chemistry department, of course I have the responsibility to help the academy develop new chemical raw materials. I've been looking forward to this vanadium ore for a long time. Young master, the guards transporting the ore this time are all Chong people from Sichuan. They also brought 2 letters, saying that their young master Ke gave them to you. Uncle Fu said as he took out 2 lacquered letters from his bosom and handed them to Li Zixuan. Young master Ku? Hearing this name, Li Zixuan was a little confused. After a moment, He came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. It should be Qing, right? Oh, it seems that this young man is doing well in the Chang tribe. He's even called young master. Wang Ji stroked his beard and smiled proudly. The students of our Yanhuang College will always be the center of attention no matter where they go. This old man has some impression of Qing. He is indeed a diligent and studious child. The old man's current appearance was exactly the same as those old teachers in modern times when they found out that their students had made a name for themselves. They were obviously very pleased with themselves, but their mouths and faces were still rather reserved and self-restrained. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Haha, let's go. Mr. Wang, why don't we take a look at the quality of this batch of vanadium ores? Li Zixuan saw that Faubert was secretly curling his lips at the arrogant Wang Ji, so he quickly pulled Wang Ji towards the steel mill. Whoa! With so many ores, you should be able to extract a lot of vanadium, right? Walking into the yard of the steel mill, they saw a large pile of light gray ores of various sizes under a cloth shed. At a glance, there were at least 500 kilograms. Wang Ji's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Zixuan walked closer and casually picked up a piece of ore from the pile. He brought it closer to him and looked at it seriously for a moment. The quality is very good. Mr. Wang, this pile of vanadium titanomagnetite can produce at least 300 kilograms of vanadium. With so much vanadium, it should be enough to cover the recent consumption of sulfuric acid in the workshop. You'll have to work a little harder these days. Get the craftsmen in the workshop to modify the boiler and build a small vanadium workshop. Then build a workshop for sulfuric acid production. Quickly produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid. I have great use for it. Wang Ji replied excitedly. Yes, Yamacho. Even if Li Zixuan didn't say it, he would have taken the initiative to volunteer. After all, it wasn't easy to get so many vanadium titanomagnetite ores. If he couldn't refine it himself, he would grow hairs on his back. Oh, that's right. Yamacho, according to the textbook chemistry, sulfuric acid is highly corrosive. It can react with iron to form ferrous sulfate and hydrogen. So, what will we use to store concentrated sulfuric acid in the future? Wang Ji paused for a moment and suddenly said. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Mr. Wang, dilute sulfuric acid can dissolve iron and release hydrogen. The reaction mechanism is that the hydrogen ions in the dilute sulfuric acid reacts with iron. But when concentrated sulfuric acid comes into contact with iron, it will not or very rarely react with iron. Because concentrated sulfuric acid has a very high purity, sulfuric acid exists in the form of covalent compounds, not ionic compounds. When its purity is high, it will ionize very little hydrogen ions, almost none. So it won't corrode ironware. Instead, it will passivate the iron and form a dense oxide film on the surface of the iron. This oxide film is very dense and prevents concentrated sulfuric acid from entering the iron to continue the reaction. However, although concentrated sulfuric acid can be stored in carbon steel, it is best to store it at room temperature and pressure. This way, the corrosion rate of carbon steel will be the lowest. This is because the hot concentrated sulfuric acid will also react with iron. In order to ensure the safety of concentrated sulfuric acid storage, we need to use horizontal storage tanks and build leak-proof walls around the tanks. The sulfuric acid storage room must prohibit fireworks because there will be a small amount of dilute acid on the surface of concentrated sulfuric acid that will react with iron to produce hydrogen. When the hydrogen comes into contact with fire, it will explode. In terms of safety, Mr. Wang, you must be very careful. Safety in production is more important than Mount Tai. I don't want any safety accidents to happen in our workshop. At the end of his speech, Li Zixuan's face was very dignified. Even in modern times, chemical factories were the places where safety accidents were most likely to occur. Either the leakage of toxic chemical products or the explosion caused by flammable substances. No matter which one it was, it would cause great harm to the surrounding people. It was precisely because of this that Li Zixuan had repeatedly warned Wang Ji in such a serious manner. Wang Ji also understood the pros and cons of this matter, so he cupped his hands together. Don't worry, Mountain Elder. This old man will definitely put safety first and conduct safety training for the craftsmen on a regular basis. At the same time, I will also link their monthly salary to the safety of production. This way, everyone will strictly abide by the safety regulations. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Wang, this is a good idea. When you go back, discuss with Faubert on how to implement this salary system as soon as possible. Those craftsmen who follow the regulations will be paid more. Those who violate the safety regulations will have their salary deducted. We must make all the craftsmen in the workshop pay attention to this." Yamacho, no problem. This old man knows the importance of this matter. Wang Ji nodded and replied. After telling Wang Ji to pay attention to safety, Li Zishuan asked Wang Ji to produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid as soon as possible because he was going to make a battery. In addition, the catalyst used in sulfuric acid production, vanadium, could also be used as a catalyst for cracking oil in the future. It could be said that this was killing two birds with one stone. After leaving the workshop and returning to the courtyard, Li Zishuan took out the letters that Faubert gave him. On one of the envelopes it was written Yamacho only, and the other mother only. Li Zishuan opened the letter that Shurqing wrote to him and began to read it carefully. It has been almost a month since I left Yunshan. Shurqing misses the people and things in the academy, but Shurqing is even more grateful to Yamacho for giving me this opportunity to benefit the people in my hometown. Now the road from Guangzhong to Shu is being built. The imperial court has also sent a large number of officials with large amounts of money to support the construction of the people in Shu. A group of merchants from Chang'an City also set up shop in Chengdu Prefecture. They brought many new things that the local people had never seen before. The commerce in the center of Sichuan was thriving. The mining of vanadium titanium magnetite allowed the local people to work in the mines to earn money. In less than half a month, the wages that each miner received were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 months of their previous income. According to Yamacho's instructions, Shurqing adheres to the principle of safety first. I would rather mine the vanadium more slowly to ensure the safety of the miners. So far, there has not been a single casualty. Oh right, Datong Daily has also opened an office in Shu. Now the people in Shu are starting to get used to reading the newspaper every morning. Yesterday, I read in the newspaper that Yamacho has invented a new type of water wheel and released the blueprint to the world. Shurqing is proud to be a student of Yamacho. In addition, His Highness the King of Shu ordered people to set up a branch of Yanhuang Bank in Shu. With the help of senior official Gao, the people and merchants in Shu have slowly begun to accept the new currency, Tang Yuan, and the people who use copper coins are gradually decreasing. With the help of the Sambao brothers, I brought the curved plow, Tang Dynasty dictionary, bicycles, coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, and other things that are beneficial to the people to Shu. With the support of senior official Gao, I opened the people's wisdom, promoted agriculture, and promoted business. Now Shu is undergoing earth-shaking changes. How lucky I am to be able to witness the prosperity of my hometown, and the people's lives are getting better. I remember Yamacho once said, "The knowledge on paper is shallow, but the knowledge must be experienced." In the process of leading the people in my hometown to become rich, I understand the true meaning of this sentence. Some things seem simple, but when you really do it, you will often encounter many unexpected difficulties. Fortunately, I have survived those difficulties. Now, I have become the young master Ku in the hearts of the people in Shu province. Yamacho, rest assured, I will not be arrogant in victory, and will not be discouraged in defeat. I will lead the people in Shu province to become rich. I will not lose face for Yamacho, and will not smear the reputation of Yanhuang College. I, Shurqing, wish Yamacho success in everything and good health. Husband, what are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Li Zishuan had just finished reading the letter, and was about to sigh when Han Yushi walked over and asked softly with a smile. Haha, nothing. It's a letter written by a student of the academy, Li Zishuan said with a smile as he pulled his wife to his side. A letter from a student? Aren't all of your students in the academy? Why do they need to write to you? Han Yushi frowned her beautiful willowy eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, Wife, do you still remember the student named Shurqing who volunteered to go to Shu province? Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Oh, I remember now. His mother came to Cloud Mountain to deliver a letter to you. It's him. This child is now doing well in Shu province. As a teacher, I am very gratified to see it. Li Zishuan handed the letter to Han Yushi and smiled. I see. I was wondering why my husband was smiling so happily. Han Yushi took the letter, swept it aside and said happily, my husband is benefiting the people of Lantian County, but Kushirqing is benefiting the people of his hometown. This student is very similar to you, my husband. The Yanhuang Academy has produced many talents. In the future, if the students of the academy can be like Kushirqing and use their own knowledge to bring prosperity to the world, then my husband will truly have students all over the world and your name will go down in history. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He patted his wife's shoulder and sighed. That's why Yanhuang College is the greatest wealth and support of the Tang Empire and our family. Instead of studying the art of intrigue and mingling in the imperial court, it's better to open the school and teach thousands of students what I have learned. In the future, I will have students all over the world. Even if you are the prime minister or the emperor, you will have to respect me. These were the words from the bottom of his heart. When Li Zishuan first established the Yanhuang Academy and spread the knowledge of engineering, it was to benefit the people of the world and to seek a little bit of welfare for the toiling masses of this era. However, at the same time, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Academy to seek support for himself. A support that would allow him to establish a foothold in this feudal era of the emperors, establish his family, and establish his life so that others would not easily touch him. Only when the students of Yanhuang College became more and more promising, and when there were more and more promising students in the academy, would his support become more and more reliable. The reason why Confucius shone in the world and his name went down in history was not only because of his own greatness, but also because he had 3,000 students who spread his teachings and sent him to the altar in one fell swoop. Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't be a saint like Confucius. He only wanted to seek a solid support in this feudal era. That was all. My husband, you have worked hard for this family. Han Yushi caressed Li Zishuan's forehead with some heartache, then leaned on his shoulder and said softly, I don't have to suffer. In this life I have a wife who understands me and parents who love and protect me so much. I don't have to suffer. Li Zishuan caressed Han Yushi's long hair and comforted her softly. After a while he said, Oh, Shirqing also wrote a letter to his mother. I have to get someone to send the letter to Chang'an. My wife, you should also pack up. We will return to Lantian County in a while. Oh right, my husband, it seems like we can't go back today. Han Yushi nodded first, then shook her head and said. Li Zishuan was suddenly puzzled and asked, Why is that? Does my wife have something to do in Yunshan? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan really couldn't remember what it was, and could only helplessly say, My husband, have you forgotten? Tomorrow is Pang Feiji's wedding. Pang Feiji has followed my husband all the way and has risked his life several times. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he has worked hard. Tomorrow is his wedding. Shouldn't my husband make a trip there? Li Zishuan opened his mouth and suddenly understood. Lu Feng had mentioned this to him before, but he had too many things to do on a daily basis and accidentally forgot about it. At this time he smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Yes. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Thank you for reminding me. Then let's not go back to the county tonight. Let's go to the wedding banquet tomorrow. Han Yushi smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Chapter 14:19. Hey, Brother G's second uncle, you're here. Come in and have a seat. You are? Oh, you're Brother G's eldest uncle, right? Brother G told me about you. Please come in. Brother G's eldest uncle, please come in and have a seat. The next day it was close to noon. In front of the Han family village's new residence, red silk was fluttering in the wind. Pang Feiji's two underlings, Xiong Da and Xiong Er, were serving as hosts at the entrance of the courtyard, greeting the guests. These two brothers were twins. Today they were wearing brand new clothes, which made them look especially festive. It was fitting for the occasion. Yo, brothers Lu, you're here so early too? At this time two people came over. Xiong Da's eyes lit up and he quickly went forward to greet them warmly. They were Li Zishuan's current bodyguards, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Lu Feng smiled and said, Brother Pang's wedding, of course we have to come early. We also want to see if there's anything we can help with. "Oh right, where's brother Pang?" Xiongda laughed and replied, "Boss is changing his clothes now and preparing to marry the bride. The former Japanese Princess Shamu is now the adopted daughter of the Plum Village's second master Lu. She has changed her name to Lu Xiamu. We can tell outsiders that she was an orphan when she was young, and was later adopted by second master Lu. This way we can avoid unnecessary trouble." Lu Feng nodded and said, "I've heard Marquis mention this before. Don't worry, our people won't let it slip." He knew that this was a new identity that Li Zixuan had helped Pang Feiji's relatives and friends to avoid suspicion. "Oh right. Brother Lu, when will Marquis and Madame Marquis arrive?" Xiongda asked. "They should be here soon. Marquis asked us to come first. He said he'll come later." "Xiongda and Xiong-er, you guys go ahead. We'll go in and see if there's anything we can help with." Lu Feng replied and walked into the courtyard. Hehe. Feiji is doing well now. He's following the Marquis of Yong, and to do great things, and even married a beautiful wife. Second sister, you finally don't have to worry about Feiji anymore. Pang family main hall. A few of Pang Feiji's close friends and relatives were sitting beside Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, and chatting about daily life. Haha. Not Gay, his aunt, for him to be able to get to where he is today. It's all because of Marquis' nurturing. Otherwise, based on his previous sloppy attitude in Wuhou government, when would he be able to find a wife? Madame Yu's face was rosy and beaming with joy. It was obvious that she was very happy. Haha. I heard that Fei Ke's wife is really pretty. We'll have to open our eyes later. That's right. Feij is considered the most promising child in the Pang family. His wife must be extraordinarily beautiful. As relatives, we have never seen her before. Wait a moment. We have to take a good look. Inside the house, Pang Feiji's 7 and 8 aunts were all talking noisily. Madame Yu pursed her lips and smiled. I don't care if she's pretty or not, as long as she's virtuous and Fei Ke likes her. Second sister Yu is right. When marrying a wife, you can't just look at her looks. What's important is that she's virtuous. Yes. Speaking of which, Chun should be here soon. Where's Feiji? We're all waiting to welcome the bride together. He's here. Second uncle, second aunt, eldest uncle, you're all here? As they were talking, Pang Feiji walked out of the room in his wedding attire with a bright red flower pinned on his chest. Yo! Eldest nephew. You look so spirited in this wedding attire. That's right. Feij used to look like a burly man, but after dressing up today, he looks quite handsome. That lady has good taste. Pang Feiji felt a little embarrassed after hearing everyone's praises. He scratched his head and smiled. That's enough, uncle, second aunt, stop talking. If you continue, people will say that you're selling melons and praising yourselves. Hey, look at you, child. How can you say that about your relatives? That's right. If we're old ladies, then Feij, aren't you a watermelon? Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Eldest brother, the auspicious hour is here. We should go to Plum Village to welcome the bride. At this moment, Big Xiong walked in and said to Pang Feiji, That's right. Feij, go and welcome the bride. Don't miss the auspicious hour. Madame Yu also stood up and said, Yes, mother. Pang Feiji nodded. Then, he rode on a tall horse and led the wedding procession to Plum Village. At 4 in the afternoon, the wedding procession brought the bride back to the Han family manor. Just as they were about to perform the ceremony, a shout came from outside the door. The Marquis of Yongan has arrived. The Marquis of Yongan has arrived. 20 pieces of jade, 10 pearls, a pair of elephant tusks, a great celestial mirror, and $100,000. It was Big Xiong's voice. After hearing that, everyone in the house was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Li Zixuan, the Marquis of Tang Kingdom, would come personally to Pang Feiji's wedding. Secondly, they were shocked that Li Zixuan would bring such valuable gifts. Everyone could not help but reevaluate the relationship between Pang Feiji and Li Zixuan. Marquis, you're here? Quick, take a seat. Pang Feiji was also a little surprised. In his mind, Li Zixuan coming to attend his wedding banquet was already giving him face. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to not only come, but also bring so many congratulatory gifts. If you treat me like a country knight, I will repay you like a country knight. At this moment, he thought that even if Li Zixuan asked him to die immediately, he would be willing to do so without a frown. I was delayed by some things on the way. I should not have missed the timing. Otherwise, I would have sinned greatly. Li Zixuan nodded and said with a smile. Greetings, Marking. Next to Pang Feiji, the bride Suo Shemu, who was dressed in red and covered with a veil, quickly came over and bowed to Li Zixuan. She did the standard etiquette of a Han woman. She must have put in a lot of effort in private. Greetings, Marquis. Everyone in the room recovered from their shock and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan. Among Pang Feiji's friends and relatives, some were from Lantian County, some were from Chang'an City, and some were from other counties around Chang'an City. However, no matter where they came from, they had all heard of Li Zixuan's name without exception. Most of them had even received favors from Li Zixuan. However, most of them had only heard of Li Zixuan's name in the past. Now that they were able to see him up close, they couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, they couldn't help but secretly praise Pang Feiji for being so successful. Li Zixuan had personally come to support his wedding with a huge gift. There's no need to be so polite. I brought my wife here today to drink a cup of wine. We can't steal the limelight. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. There's no need to care about me. Don't miss the time. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with an easygoing expression. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Li Zixuan being so easygoing. Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, walked over and bowed to Li Zixuan. I, Madame Yu, greet Marquis. It is the Pang family's honor that Marquis can attend my son's wedding. How can my son accept Marquis's generous gift? Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi understood and went forward to help Madame Yu up. Li Zixuan then said, Madame Yu, Feiji has done his best by my side. Can be said that he has worked hard and contributed a lot. I have never treated him as a servant. A mere gift is nothing. Don't decline anymore. Today is Feiji's wedding day. There are more important things to do. Seeing Li Zixuan's sincerity, Madame Yu could not decline anymore. She thanked him and then turned to look at Pang Feiji. She said seriously, My son, the Pang family has to have a conscience. Marquis has treated you so well. If you can't serve Marquis wholeheartedly in the future, I won't acknowledge you as my son. Do you hear me? Pang Feiji nodded heavily and said, Mother, you don't need to say this. I know. Don't worry. All right. Hurry up and get married. The guests are getting impatient from waiting. Li Zixuan urged at this moment. Madame Yu smiled and agreed. She also invited Li Zixuan to sit on the left side of the main hall. However, how could Li Zixuan be willing to sit there? This seat was usually reserved for the parents of the married people. He could not break the rules. All right. Deacon, please take your seat. The first gong, pray for good luck and eternal peace. The second gong, bless the newlyweds. The third gong, the auspicious time has arrived. Lanterns and colored banners will be hung and the auspicious stars will shine. Let's invite the bride and groom to the flower hall. Xiongda started to preside over the wedding ceremony. Li Zixuan, who was sitting at the head of the hall, almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard this. He thought to himself, where did this guy learn this from? It looked like it was true. However, this guy had to straighten his tongue when he spoke. Otherwise, it would sound too funny. First, bow to the heavens and earth to thank our marriage. Bow to thank the heavens for the auspicious signs. Bow to the heavens and earth for a long time. Pray for happiness and good health. Bow to the heavens 3 times. Rise. Bow to the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. Thank the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. 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 Pray for the heavens and earth. Bow to the heavens and earth. Rise. After the 3 bows to the parents, Pang Feiji paused. Then he pulled Xiamu and walked to Li Zixuan. The 2 of them knelt down together. Pang Feiji said, This bow is to thank Marquis for giving me a new life and for raising me. Feiji will go through fire and water for Marquis in the future. I won't hesitate. Xiamu said, Thank you, Marquis, for saving my life and giving me a good partner. Get up. Li Zixuan helped the 2 of them up. Then he smiled meaningfully and said, "Since the two of you are together, then live a good life. There is a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. Let's not delve into the past for now. But Xiamu, since you are married to Peng Feiji, then you have to think about your husband's family. Feiji, if Xiamu is really a virtuous and virtuous wife, then you have to treat her well. With a harmonious and stable family as your backing, you can do things for me wholeheartedly. Do you hear me?" The meaning behind these words was to warn Xiamu that after marrying Peng Feiji, she had to completely become a Tang. She had to completely forget her identity as a Japanese. She had to forget about her country and her people. She had to think about her husband's family and the Tang Empire. She had to not do anything that would harm the interests of the Tang Empire. "We will remember Marquis's teachings," Peng Feiji and Xiamu said in unison. "All right, let's continue with the wedding ceremony." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. The two of them hurriedly agreed. Xiongde then shouted, "Husband and wife, bow to each other. 100 years of cultivation to cross the sea together. 1,000 years of cultivation to sleep on the same pillow." The bride and groom face each other. Husband and wife bow to each other in front of the flower hall. Kneel. Heaven and earth meet. The zither sing in harmony. Kowtow. Mandarin ducks wing to wing, husband and wife of one heart, kowtow again. Husband and wife sing together, you have a son early, kowtow thrice. Rise. The ceremony is complete. Send the bride to the bridal chamber. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the banquet. Li Zixuan had originally planned to drink a cup of wine before leaving with his wife. Many guests could not eat freely with him around. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw two familiar faces at the table beside him, Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei. "Little Ningzi, look at Peng Feiji and then look at yourself." "Humph. Me? What's wrong with me?" "Humph. What's wrong with you?" "Oh, I understand now. Don't worry, Wei. I'll find a chance to talk to my father about us. I'll ask him to send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage as soon as possible." "Bah. Who wants you to propose marriage? You're really shameless. I'm going to ignore you." No, didn't Yamacho analyze me like this the last time? Wei, don't you want to marry me?" Hearing this, Li Zixuan was speechless. He really wanted to pick up a brick and smack Yan Xiaoning's head. He had seen emotional idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot before. However, in order to avoid being entangled with these two infatuated men and women, Li Zixuan did not go over to greet them. He only informed Peng Feiji before leaving with Han Yushi. Today they had attended a wedding banquet. It wouldn't be long before they had to attend another wedding banquet. To be honest, Li Zixuan was very happy to see that his good brother Yan Xiaoning could find a good match. "Yamacho, the workshop has already refined a batch of vanadium and produced 2 cans of concentrated sulfuric acid. Do you want to go over and take a look?" The next day afternoon, Li Zixuan was about to go home when he met Wang Ji at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Wang Ji stopped the carriage and said to Li Zixuan excitedly, "So fast." Li Zixuan was shocked. He had planned to come back to the Cloud Mountain to check on the progress in a few days, but he did not expect Wang Ji to produce concentrated sulfuric acid so quickly. This kind of progress was truly beyond his expectations. However, looking at Wang Ji's panda eyes and his face full of excitement, Li Zixuan immediately understood that Wang Ji's progress was so fast because this old man had stayed up late in the workshop again. "Mr. Wang, how many times have I told you? I told you not to stay up late and not to rush the progress. Why didn't you listen?" Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and reprimanded him. "Haha, Yamacho, it doesn't matter. I slept for more than 4 hours last night. I'm still energetic. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day." Chapter 14:20. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Li Zixuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, "So I invented the electric light just to make you stay up all night to work? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit like a black-hearted capitalist." "Mr. Wang, listen to my advice. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Don't stay up all night anymore. Whether it's the refining of vanadium or the production of sulfuric acid, You don't have to work so hard. If you hurt your health, it will be the greatest loss to the academy. Li Zixuan looked at Wang Ji and persuaded him earnestly. Wang Ji looked troubled. Yamacho, it's not that I like to stay up all night, but when I see those good materials I feel a little itchy. If I can't refine these good materials into the things I want, I will feel uncomfortable all over. This is an old problem that can't be changed. But don't worry, my health is definitely fine. I know what to do. Li Zixuan was instantly speechless. He thought of his previous evaluation of Wang Ji, an alchemy warlock who was obsessed with alchemy. This evaluation was very appropriate. This old man used to love alchemy and did things that were superficial in the eyes of others. Now that he had entered the academy's chemistry department, he had completely found his organization. Because the way of material transformation in chemistry was similar to alchemy, it was not difficult to understand why Wang Ji was crazy about it. Li Zixuan knew that no matter how he persuaded this crazy person, he would not be able to persuade him. He sighed and simply stopped persuading him. He walked to the front of the carriage and said to Han Yushi, "My wife, there are some things in the workshop. I won't return to the county today. I'll ask Lu Feng to escort you back." Han Yushi lifted the curtain and came out from inside. She said softly, "Since my husband has something to do, then go ahead and do it. I'll stay in the Yunshan residence for the next 2 days and take care of my husband's food and daily life." Li Zixuan thought for a while and nodded. "That's good too. I'll send someone back to the county to inform my parents. My wife, you can go back to the residence." "Okay." Li Zixuan asked Lu Feng to lead the guards to send Han Yushi back to Yunshan Villa. Then, he followed Wang Ji to the steel mill of the workshop. "Yamacho, look. This is the refined vanadium." In the steel mill, Wang Ji pointed at a sack and said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan walked over to take a look and saw pieces of light gray stones lying quietly inside. Compared to the freshly mined vanadium ore, these vanadium pieces that had been refined were undoubtedly more delicate in color. This is the only pure vanadium metal in the entire world. This thing has a lot of uses. It's not just used to make sulfuric acid. Mr. Wang, you have to take good care of it. Li Zixuan picked up 2 pieces of vanadium, weighed them in his hand and said to Wang Ji, "Yamacho, don't worry. Even if you don't say it, this old man will take good care of it." Wang Ji nodded and responded. Then he said, "Yamacho, the sulfuric acid is stored in the steel tank in the warehouse. But for convenience, this old man put some in the glass bottle. Yamacho, can you take a look and see if the purity is enough?" "Okay." Li Zixuan nodded and followed Wang Ji to a small laboratory nearby. Wang Ji put on thick rubber gloves, took a bottle of transparent liquid from the shelf, and handed it to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan took it and shook it slightly. Seeing that the liquid inside wasn't as agile as water, but was rather viscous, he nodded inwardly. This was because highly concentrated sulfuric acid was indeed a viscous liquid. "Have you roughly estimated the concentration of this sulfuric acid?" Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Wang Ji and asked. Wang Ji nodded and said, "This old man has calculated the ratio of raw materials input and output, as well as the total amount of water added. If we ignore the leakage of sulfur dioxide during the production process, the theoretical concentration of sulfuric acid is about 97%. But considering the various errors in the production process, the actual concentration of sulfuric acid should be about 90%. 90%? It's almost enough for our workshop to use in the future," Li Zixuan said with a gratified smile. Then he opened the bottle cap, dipped a glass rod in a few drops of sulfuric acid, and dripped it on a piece of rice paper on the table. The paper quickly turned black where the sulfuric acid landed, and there was a burnt smell in the air. This was the strong dehydration of the sulfuric acid, causing the paper to be charred. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. "Very good. Now our workshop can finally produce sulfuric acid in batches. This is the cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's chemical industry. The 3 industrial acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid. Currently, the workshop could produce both sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid on a large scale. Electrolysis of salt water produces sodium hydroxide, hydrogen, and chlorine. Hydrogen can be burned in chlorine to produce hydrochloric acid. The only one left was nitric acid. The production of nitric acid was more complicated. The nitric acid industry was closely related to the ammonia industry. The workshop didn't have the catalysts needed, so this could only be left for the future. Mr. Wang, I will take some sulfuric acid with me in a while to make a battery that can last longer than the previous voltaic battery. As for the steel mill, I hope Mr. Wang can use the vanadium extracted from it to make vanadium steel. Li Zixuan paused for a moment and said, vanadium steel? Could it be that Yamacho wants to add vanadium and charcoal to molten iron to make a new type of steel? Wang Ji's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard Li Zixuan talk about using vanadium to make steel. Li Zixuan nodded and said, that's right, that's the gist of it. As for the specific ratio of each material, I will give you a few references later. Adding vanadium into the steel is like adding wings to a tiger. The function of vanadium in steel is to enhance the hardenability and carbide. It can also withstand high temperatures and has a strong secondary hardening effect. It has a significant effect on increasing the hardness by more than 3 times. Moreover, vanadium can refine the grains of the steel and stabilize the structure. It is more suitable for forging and polishing. It is simply a heaven-sent material for making weapons and armor. Increase the hardness by more than 3 times? Wang Ji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Li Zixuan's words. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He quickly swallowed his saliva and said, gulp. What? Yamacho wants to use vanadium steel to make weapons and armor? This must not be done. If someone finds out, even His Majesty won't let you off. This old man thought that Li Zixuan had become arrogant and wanted to make weapons and armor to rebel. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. However, his first reaction was to persuade Li Zixuan to lay down the butcher's knife, and not to expose him. This showed that he really cared about Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan knew that Wang Ji had misunderstood. He quickly said, what are you talking about, Mr. Wang? I do have the intention to make weapons and armor, but this is all under His Majesty's instructions. As for what His Majesty intends to use this batch of vanadium steel to make weapons and armor, I can't tell you in detail. Haha. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of being Xiaoya Marquis and Xiaoya Macho yet. How could he be so stupid as to rebel? I am very satisfied with my current life. Wang Ji heard this and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, that's good. That's good. This old man was really scared out of his wits just now. Since it's His Majesty's orders, this old man naturally has no objections. Yamacho, after you give me the ratio formula, I will go and try to make vanadium steel. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wang. After Li Zixuan told Wang Ji the ratio of vanadium, carbon and iron in the vanadium steel, he took away a can of concentrated sulfuric acid and left the steel mill. After leaving the steel mill, he came to the office building in the front yard of the workshop. There was a laboratory that belonged to Li Zixuan. Along the way, Li Zixuan turned down the good intentions of a few servants who wanted to help him carry the can of steel and arrived at his laboratory. After placing the can of sulfuric acid in the corner, Li Zixuan bent over the table and began to draw a blueprint. He was drawing the structure of the lead battery's shell. The negative plate, positive plate, and electrolyte were the main components of the lead battery's flow reaction. The anode plate was lead dioxide, and the cathode plate was lead. When the battery is discharged, the negative electrode plate reacts with the electrolyte to become lead sulfate in water, releasing electric energy. When the battery is charged, under the action of external electric energy, the lead sulfate and the acid in the water reacts to form lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electric energy. In this way, a complete charging and discharging cycle could be formed. Compared to the commonly used modern lithium batteries, although lead batteries had less energy, that is, the amount of electricity stored per unit of weight was less. The main reason was that lead batteries were generally larger in size and weight. Their electromotive force was more stable, their operating voltage was stable, their operating temperature and current range was wide, they could charge and discharge hundreds of cycles, their storage performance was good, especially suitable for dry charge storage, and their cost was lower. Therefore, they were widely used in the electric vehicle industry. Of course, the most important thing was that with the current conditions of the Strange Pavilion workshop, it was already very difficult to produce lead batteries. As for the higher-grade lithium batteries, that would have to wait. In addition, lead and lead dioxide were the materials for the battery electrodes. These two materials already existed in this era. Lead was one of the earliest metals used by humans. In 3000 BC, humans already knew how to smelt lead from ore. The lead content in the Earth's crust was 0.0016% and the main ore was galena. China also had a long history of using lead in ancient times. In ancient times, lead was one of the three main ingredients. Copper coins also contained a lot of lead, which was the largest amount of lead in ancient times. The more debased a currency was, the more lead it contained. For ancient necromancers, lead had another use, which was to refine elixirs. Lead and mercury were important components of elixirs. Of course, both of these things were poisonous. Therefore, since ancient times, none of the emperors who favored necromancers and consumed elixirs had lived long. With lead, sulfuric acid, and a good design of the shell structure, it was basically possible to make lead batteries. In his previous life, Li Zixuan had disassembled old lead batteries, so he was quite familiar with their internal structure. After about 15 minutes, Li Zixuan finished drawing the blueprint and walked out of the laboratory. Faubert, get someone to follow this blueprint and use hard rubber to make a shell like this. I need it urgently. After arriving at Faubert's office, Li Zixuan passed the blueprint to Faubert and said, hard rubber was rubber with a high sulfur content. At a low temperature, the sulfur bonds could increase the range of movement between the chains so the rubber would not harden. However, if more sulfur was added, for example 25% to 50%, based on the weight of the rubber, the bonds between the chains would become even tighter, causing the rubber to harden. This type of rubber was called hard rubber. In the 21st century, the main material used for battery shells was ABS, high-strength and high-density plastic. However, when batteries first became popular, there was no such plastic. At that time, they used hard rubber. The current Tang dynasty obviously did not have the conditions to produce ABS plastic, so Li Zixuan could only use hard rubber. For the current workshop, using hard rubber to make a battery shell was not difficult. It was all thanks to him sending people to Southeast Asia to look for rubber. Otherwise, many things could not be made now. Okay, this old man will arrange for someone to do it. The structure of the shell is not complicated. I estimate that it will be done in about 2 hours. Faubert took the blueprint and gave it a quick glance. The workshop had all kinds of ready-made machines, so he was confident that he could make the shell within 2 hours. He did not ask Li Zixuan the purpose of making the shell because he knew that Li Zixuan was going to tinker with something new. As for what the new thing was, he would know when it was done. This was the tacit understanding that he had developed after following Li Zixuan for so long. Okay. Then I will have to trouble Faubert. Li Zixuan smiled. Faubert smiled and brought the blueprint to the yard where the rubber was produced. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, went to the courtyard where the glass was fired. This was because the partition in the modest battery was made of glass. About 4 hours later, the materials for the battery shell, cathode and anode plates, as well as the separator in the electrolyte were all prepared. Li Zixuan began to mix the electrolyte for the battery. This was very particular. Generally speaking, the sulfuric acid concentration of lead batteries was between 1.27 and 1.28. If the concentration was too low, it was easy to lose power. After a long period of use, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form between the two plates. It could not be removed during the recharging process and would become a blind spot. When the amount of lead sulfuric acid crystals formed reached a certain level, the battery would not be able to store power. Moreover, if the concentration of sulfuric acid was higher than the standard, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form easily. Therefore, the ratio of sulfuric acid to distilled water in the electrolyte must be strictly controlled. Just mixing the electrolyte took Li Zixuan more than half an hour. The next work was to assemble the prepared materials and the shell. This was not troublesome. The only thing to pay attention to was not to bring debris and dust into the electrolyte during the operation. Faubert stood aside and watched the entire process of making the lead battery. It was already dark, and the lights in the laboratory had been turned on by Faubert. At this time, Li Zixuan finally stood up, clapped his hands and sighed in relief. Okay, the world's first lead battery is finally done. Chapter 1421. Master, this thing is a battery? Do you want to try connecting a light bulb to it? In a laboratory in the workshop. When Faubert heard Li Zixuan say that the square thing in front of him was the first lead-acid battery in the world, he was shocked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course we have to try it. Uncle Fu, can I trouble you to get someone to bring a low-powered light bulb and some wires?" When the lead-acid battery was first made, it did not need to be charged. It could be used directly because it was full of chemical energy. The so-called charging was to use the external electrical energy to regenerate the active material, lead sulfate, and store the electrical energy as chemical energy. Now that the battery was not discharging, there was no active material, lead sulfate, in the electrolyte. Naturally, there was no need to charge it. "Okay. Master, wait a moment." Faubert smiled and left. After a while, Faubert brought Song Xiaoxi with a few light bulbs of different sizes and some copper wires. Li Zixuan removed the rubber on both ends of the wires. One end of the two wires was connected to the positive electrode of the battery, and the other end was connected to the positive and negative screw at the end of the light bulb. The moment the wires touched the end of the light bulb suddenly lit up. It lit up. It really lit up. It seems that the power of this lead-acid battery is stronger than the voltaic battery that you made before. This kind of light bulb can't be lit up by the voltaic battery. Faubert could not help but exclaim. When it came to electricity, he could be considered as half an expert. Although he did not speak as professionally as Wang Ji, he understood the general idea. "Heh, Yamacho, your lead-acid battery is really a success? My goodness, it can light up such a big light bulb. What is the output voltage of this lead-acid battery?" Speaking of the devil, Wang Ji came out of the steel mill to take a look. He did not expect to see this scene as soon as he stepped into the laboratory. He could not help but ask in surprise. Compared to Faubert, his question was obviously more professional. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "In this lead-acid battery, the voltage of each battery pack is about 2 volts. There are a total of 6 battery packs connected in series, and the voltage is about 12 volts. Naturally, the voltage is higher than the voltaic battery. Moreover, the continuous discharge capacity of this lead-acid battery was much stronger than that of a voltaic battery. With just this small light bulb, it wouldn't be a problem to light it up for 24 hours. Moreover, after the battery is used up, it can be recharged. After recharging, it can be used again. 12 volts? Keep the lights on for 24 hours? Can it be recharged after the battery runs out?" Wang Ji was really shocked this time. He had used the voltaic batteries made by Li Zixuan before. Each voltaic battery only had about 1 volt of power, and it did not last long. If it was used to send and receive telegrams, it would run out of power in less than 4 hours. Today's batteries, whether it was the output voltage or the ability to supply power for a long time, were far superior to the voltaic batteries. Moreover, the lead batteries could be recharged after they ran out of power, unlike the voltaic batteries which could only be thrown away after they ran out of power. These unparalleled and inconceivable advantages made Wang Ji doubt his life a little. "Yamacho, can you tell me the principle behind the charging and discharging of this lead-acid battery? This is the first time I've heard of a battery that can be recharged and recycled." After a while, Wang Ji recovered from his shock and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Although it was already late, Li Zixuan knew that if he didn't explain the principle of charging and discharging lead-acid batteries to Wang Ji today, with this old man's temperament, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In order to let the old man sleep well, Li Zixuan took out a piece of blank rice paper and wrote a chemical equation on it with a pencil as he began to explain. "Mr. Wang, the material of the anode plate of this battery is lead dioxide, and the material of the cathode plate is lead. The electrolyte is prepared dilute sulfuric acid. There is a separator in the electrolyte to separate the electrolyte between the two electrodes and prevent the electrodes from shorting. When discharging electricity, the lead in the cathode plate reacts with the electrolyte to produce lead sulfate and water, releasing electricity. When charging the battery, under the action of external electricity, the lead sulfate reacts with the acid in the water to produce lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electricity. It took nearly half an hour to explain the charging and discharging principle of the battery to Wang Ji. During this time, Wang Ji raised a lot of technical questions, and Li Zixuan patiently answered them one by one. When everything was finished, it was already close to midnight. Yamacho, this lead-acid battery is really amazing, especially now that we have a hydropower station in Lantian County, and Yanhuang College is connected to electricity. The role of this battery is even more obvious. After using up the electricity outside, it can be recharged with electricity from the hydropower station. Perfect. It's simply perfect. This old man is truly in awe of mountain chieftain's ingenuity. Wang Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the gaze he looked at the lead-acid battery became more and more passionate. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he came here to find Li Zixuan for business, and quickly said, "Oh, Yamacho, the steel mill has already produced vanadium steel. This old man has done some experiments in private, and this vanadium steel is indeed much harder than ordinary steel. Yamacho, do you want to go take a look?" Li Zixuan looked at the dark sky outside and couldn't help but ask, "Faubert, what time is it now?" After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan still couldn't accurately determine the time. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to practice this skill in his lifetime. He could only wait until the invention of the watch, and then he would be able to completely control time. "Young master, it should be midnight now." Faubert was silent for a moment, and then replied, "Midnight," which was 9 o'clock in the evening. He actually worked from 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't even eat dinner in the middle. Not only did he not eat dinner, but Faubert and Wang Ji also didn't eat. I'm not looking. I'll look tomorrow. It's not early today, Mr. Wang. Faubert, this man is iron, rice is steel. Everyone go back early to eat and rest. Our bodies are the capital for our inventions." At this time, Wang Ji, a workaholic, actually wanted to drag him to the steel mill to work. Li Zixuan would never do that even if he was beaten to death. He still had a wife and children at home. Oh, he didn't have any children yet, but he couldn't go back too late and make his wife worry, right? Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Wang Ji and Faubert, "Young master is right, then this old man will go first." "I'm old, I can't handle it," Faubert said with a smile. Wang Ji was unwilling, but seeing that Faubert had said so, he couldn't disagree, so he could only pack up and leave the workshop with Li Zixuan. They went up Yun Mountain. He was now living in the academy's teacher's dormitory, not Yun Mountain residence, because his title had not reached the level of a professor. However, based on Wang Ji's enthusiasm in chemistry and his recent results, it was only a matter of time before he became a professor in the academy. "Husband, you're back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll heat up the food for you now." When they returned to the residence, Han Yushi heard the movement at the door, and quickly came out of the house to welcome them. Obviously, she hadn't slept, waiting for Li Zixuan to come back. "Wife, why aren't you asleep at this time?" "It's all my fault. I was so busy in the workshop that I forgot the time and forgot to send someone to tell you," Li Zixuan said apologetically. "Husband, don't say that," Han Yushi hurriedly said. "You're busy in the workshop and it's not midnight yet, so I'm not sleepy. All right, let's not talk about it. I'm going to warm up with my husband." Li Zixuan hugged Han Yushi and kissed her gently on the forehead. He said, "My wife is so considerate, I'll give you something good in a few days." Han Yushi asked curiously, "What good thing?" Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll keep it a secret for now, but it'll definitely be a big surprise." Ooh. The next day, Li Zixuan went to the workshop again after breakfast. Speaking of which, he was now sitting in the position of marquis. Logically speaking, he didn't have to work so hard. Even if he ate, drank, and played every day, with the huge foundation he had built previously, he could guarantee that he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. When he first transmigrated, Li Zixuan thought that as long as he could be a marquis, he would spend his life waiting for death. However, sometimes only when you really sat in that position would you understand your responsibilities. Li Zixuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the real master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, and the helmsman of the entire Yanhuang Corporation. Behind him, countless students were learning from him, improving and growing. Countless people were relying on him to eat. Countless craftsmen were using his innovative technology and tools to liberate productivity, and countless merchants were relying on him to become rich and realize their own value. He couldn't stop. His position as Marquis was created by the invention of engineering. Therefore, he had the obligation to bring engineering to greater heights in this era. Moreover, to him, creating modern things in the ancient times was where his joy lay. He wanted and was willing to make this Tang dynasty even more advanced and powerful. When he arrived at the steel mill, Wang Ji was already waiting there. These 2 days were the weekend of the academy, so old Wang didn't have any classes at the academy. He could also devote himself to scientific research. Yamacho, look. This is vanadium steel. This is vanadium steel that was refined according to the 3 different vanadium ratios that Yamacho provided. Wang Ji pointed at the pile of steel on the ground and said to Li Zishuan, let's use this vanadium steel to make swords and armor first, then we'll test it out. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the ratio of vanadium and vanadium steel was generally not high, around 0.025% to 0.059%. Different ratios of vanadium would result in different hardness of vanadium steel. As for which ratio was the most suitable for making swords and sabers, and which was the most suitable for making armor, all of these would need to be tested. In addition, by adding a certain ratio of vanadium to the steel, one could make rebar that could be used as the framework of reinforced concrete. Compared to ordinary steel, rebar's hardness and toughness were both very good. It was suitable to be used as the framework of reinforced concrete in large projects. It could significantly increase the strength of the project and increase the level of earthquake resistance. All right. Then Yamacho, please wait a moment. Wang Ji nodded in response. There were all kinds of craftsmen in the workshop, and naturally there was no lack of skilled blacksmiths. Wang Ji sent the vanadium steel to the blacksmith's workshop and instructed the blacksmiths to use the 3 different ratios of vanadium steel to make 3 sets of swords and armor. The blacksmith's workshop immediately began to bustle with activity. Yamacho, do you think that the swords and sabers made of vanadium steel will be so sharp that they can cut through metal like mud? As for armor, will the armor made of vanadium steel be stronger than the armor used by Tang soldiers? The temperature in the blacksmith's workshop was too high. Wang Ji was old and could not withstand the heat. After he finished instructing the craftsmen, he left the workshop to find Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Although I wouldn't dare to say that they can cut through metal like mud, if ordinary iron swords and sabers were to meet vanadium steel swords and sabers, they would definitely suffer great damage. As for armor, I have even more confidence in it. Armor made of vanadium steel is definitely superior under the same conditions. Vanadium alloying could greatly increase the strength of carbon steel, especially under the conditions of quenching and tempering. The improvement in performance was even more obvious. In his previous life, a fortuitous event led to the use of vanadium in automobile steel. It was said that when Henry Ford I was watching a race, a French car was crashed. When he examined the wreckage of the car, he found that the damage of a crankshaft produced in Sweden was much smaller than expected. After testing, it was found that the steel contained vanadium. Therefore, Ford used vanadium alloyed steel to make the key parts of the Ford car to better resist the vibration and fatigue of the road. He once famously said, "If there was no vanadium, there would be no cars." Because a very small amount of vanadium could give the steel excellent performance, people at that time had a very vivid evaluation of the role of vanadium in steel. Vanadium was the vitamin in steel. Thus, when vanadium steel was used to make armor, although it was not absolutely invulnerable, it was definitely able to resist most cold weapons. This is amazing. Who would have thought that just adding a little vanadium to steel could greatly improve the performance of the steel? This is really incredible. Wang Ji muttered to himself. Hee. Mr. Wang, wait here. I'll go draw a blueprint. I'm planning to make something new. Li Zishuan knew that forging the swords and armor was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least half a day, so he said to Wang Ji. When Wang Ji heard this, his eyes lit up. Oh, Yamacho has a good idea again? I wonder what new thing you want to make this time? Mr. Wang, you will know in a while. When the armor is done, remember to send someone to inform me. Li Zishuan did not say anything, so Wang Ji smiled. When Wang Ji saw this, he did not ask further. Li Zishuan returned to his office in the workshop and began to draw the blueprint. At noon, Song Xiaoxi brought him lunch. He finished it quickly and continued to draw the blueprint. There was a thick stack of blueprints on his desk. It was obvious that the thing he was going to make this time was not simple. Mountain leader, the swords and armors are ready. Take a look. At around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Ji came to Li Zixuan's office with 2 manservants, carrying 3 pairs of swords and armors, and said excitedly, "Oh, how is the effect? Mr. Wang, have you tried it?" Li Zixuan put down his pen, stood up and asked with a smile, I've tried it. This sword was just like what the mountain leader had said. It could easily cut through ordinary swords and sabers made of iron. It's really sharp. As for the armor, even arrows can't penetrate it. It's really tough," Wang Ji said ecstatically. Chapter 1422. Oh, let me try. In the workshop's office building, Li Zixuan received a sword made of vanadium steel. After examining it for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, "The blade is slender and the blade is like autumn frost. It has a cold light and it feels very good in my hand. Just based on its appearance, it is already better than 95% of the swords on the market. Not bad, not bad. The craftsman who forged this sword is very skilled. He should be rewarded." Li Zixuan nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, he took out a metal rod from the corner behind the door. This metal rod was purely made of iron. There was no charcoal in it and it could not even be considered steel. In fact, although there was already steel-making technology in ancient times, it was only in some steel-making workshops under the control of the imperial court. Most of the ironware used by the common people in their daily lives was still pure iron, and there was very little steel. Li Zixuan picked up the vanadium steel sword and lightly waved it. Without using any internal force, he casually slashed at the metal rod. With a kung sound, a 3 mm deep sword mark was left on the metal rod. This was already quite impressive. After all, he had just waved it casually. If he had used his full strength or even his internal force, he was confident that he could have used this vanadium steel sword to slash the metal rod in his hand. Although this degree of sharpness was not as good as his wind-chasing sword, it had already far surpassed the weapons of this era. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the armor made of vanadium steel that Wang Ji was holding. This was a radiant armor. The origin of the name radiant armor was said to be related to the circular shield on the chest and back. This was because the circular shield was mostly made of copper and other metals. It was polished to the point that it looked like a mirror. When wearing the radiant armor on the battlefield, due to the sun's rays, it would emit a dazzling radiant light, hence the name. The radiant armor had an extremely long history. It was already in existence during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the most commonly used armor was the radiant armor and the dual crotch armor. The dual crotch armor was usually made of small scales. The length of the dual crotch armor extended to the abdomen, replacing the leather armor skirt of the Sui dynasty. The lower part of the armor was shaped like a crescent moon or lotus leaf. It was used to protect the lower abdomen. These improvements greatly increased the defense below the waist. Other than these 2 types of armor, the Tang dynasty also developed many new types of armor. According to the 6 classics of the Tang dynasty, there were 12 other types of armor such as light, fine scale, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, white cloth, soap, clothback, infantry, leather, wooden, chain, and so on. Among them, light essences, lock, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, and fine scale armor were iron armors. The latter 3 were named after the style of the armors. Leather armor, wood armor, white cloth, soap cloth, and clothback were named after the materials used to make them. The design of this Mingguang armor is very good. Could the craftsman who made it have worked in the works supervisor or the Ministry of Works before? Li Zixuan asked softly as he touched the smooth surface of the armor. Wang Ji smiled and replied, "Yamacho has a good eye." The name of the blacksmith who made this armor is Zhang Hongsheng. His father is Zhang Kajiu, who used to be a famous blacksmith in the General Works Bureau. His qualifications and skills are not below Minister Yan's. However, he is old now, so he retired from the bureau and took over his father's work. Zhang Hongsheng inherited Zhang Kajia's skills in sword and armor forging. Although he only inherited 50 to 60% of it, he is the most skilled blacksmith in the workshop. Zhang Kajiu? When Li Zixuan heard this name, he found it familiar. After muttering it twice, his face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Zhang Kajiu? Mr. Wang, are you saying that Zhang Hongsheng's father is Zhang Kajiu?" Zhang Kajiu used to work in the work supervisor? He was also Minister Yan's colleague? Zhang Kajiu was the most famous craftsman in the Tang dynasty. His Kajiu sword was ranked 14th in China's ancient weapon ranking. The famous poet of the Tang dynasty, Bai Juyi, once wrote a poem about the Kajiu sword. The poem said, 1,000 years after Ojizi's death, the elves secretly taught Zhang Kajiu. Kajiu forged the sword in Wu Mountain. In the poem, Bai Juyi believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Ojizi 1,000 years ago. As for who Ojizi was, anyone with a little knowledge of history would know. Ojizi was the founder of ancient craftsmanship in China and the creator of the Dragon Spring sword. When Ojizi was born, the Eastern Zhou dynasty was in conflict. First, the Wu kingdom conquered the Chu kingdom. Later, the Wu kingdom annexed 45 kingdoms to the south of the Yangtze River. When he was young, he learned metallurgy from his uncle and began to forge bronze swords, iron hoes, iron axes, and other tools. He discovered the difference between copper and iron and forged his first iron sword, the Qixing Longyuan sword, or Longyuan sword for short. In the Tang dynasty, to avoid the taboo of Emperor Gaozuli Yuan, he changed the word into Quan and called it the Qixing Longquan sword. It was the first cold weapon in China. Bai Juyi believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by Ojizi. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb. However, there were almost no records of Zhang Kajiu's life in the history books. They could only guess from some ancient poems. As for his birth date in history, there were no records. Li Zixuan didn't expect to hear about Zhang Kajiu in the early years of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this old man was once a work supervisor. How could he not be shocked? Yamacho also knows Zhang Kajiu? Haha. Zhang Kajiu is famous for his craftsmanship, so it's normal for Marquis to know him. This person did indeed serve as a work supervisor for a period of time. When the current emperor was still the king of Qin, he loved swords. When he heard that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb, he sent someone to invite Zhang Kajiu to make a sword. However, Zhang Kajiu was arrogant and refused the emperor's request. However, the emperor was magnanimous and didn't get angry. Instead, he personally visited Zhang Kajiu. After 3 visits, Zhang Kajiu finally agreed to leave the mountain and become a work supervisor. The emperor's current sword was made by Zhang Kajiu. Wang Ji explained with a smile. Li Zixuan nodded in realization. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. He asked, Zhang Yajiu is a famous swordsmith and was once highly regarded by the current emperor. Even if he is old now and has retired from his position as a supervisor, he should at least not have to worry about food and clothing, right? Why would he let his son work in our workshop? Wang Ji frowned and couldn't help but ask, Yamacho, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me all the craftsmen come to our workshop for money? Don't you allow people to come here for their own interests and to realize their dreams? Old Wang was obviously hurt by Li Zixuan's words. As the leader of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, his monthly salary wasn't small. He didn't lack money, but didn't he work in the workshop every day? He was doing it for his dreams. Li Zixuan knew that he said the wrong thing and had an embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly said, Cough cough. Mr. Wang, that's not what I meant. I meant that since Zhang Hongsheng's father was a work supervisor, why didn't he recommend Zhang Hongsheng to be a work supervisor? Why did he allow his son to work in our workshop? Hearing this, old Wang relaxed and said, Yamacho, you'll have to ask Manager Fu. Zhang Hongsheng was recruited by Manager Fu. I don't know the details. Haha. Zhang Hongsheng was personally invited by this old man. At that time, I told him that we have countless good materials for forging swords in our workshop. As long as he came, all the materials would be given to him. Zhang Hongsheng is like his father and loves forging swords. When he heard this old man's condition, he readily agreed. At this moment, Faubert came in from outside and said as he walked. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside the room for a while. Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly felt a little funny. He said, Faubert only used some materials to recruit a master craftsman for the workshop. Amazing! Amazing! These words were sincere. Li Zixuan, who came from an engineering background, valued skills and talents the most. As long as you had skills, money wasn't a problem, and materials were even less of a problem. If all the technical talents in this world could be recruited with some materials like Zhang Hongsheng, Li Zixuan didn't want to talk too much. He wanted to recruit 3,000 people first. Faubert laughed bitterly and said helplessly, "Young master, you don't know how much materials Zhang Hongsheng used. Every time the workshop got good materials for forging swords, he would fight for them. If I didn't give them to him, I would break my promise. If I gave them to him, it would affect the task that you gave me. Just now, he ran over to me and asked if there was a new type of steel called vanadium steel in the workshop. He wanted me to give him 200 caddies first because he wanted to practice swords. I know that the vanadium steel was refined using the vanadium, or that you obtained with great difficulty. How could I be willing to give it to him? So he started to make a fuss at my place, saying that I didn't keep my promise. This old man had no choice but to seek help from young master." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, give it to him. Give him 200 caddies. Doesn't this Zhang Hongsheng like forging weapons? I happen to have a new set of armor here and I need his help to forge it. Song Xiaoxi, go to Faubert's place and invite Zhang Hongsheng over." "Yes, young master." Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. After a while, under Song Xiaoxi's lead, a man in his late 20s, shirtless, walked in from outside. Zhang Hongsheng pays his respects to Marquis. After entering the office, Song Xiaoxi tugged at Zhang Hongsheng's sleeve and then secretly pointed at Li Zixuan. Zhang Hongsheng then saluted Li Zixuan. "No need to be so polite." Li Zixuan smiled and went forward to help Zhang Hongsheng up. He then asked, "I heard that you wanted 200 caddies of vanadium steel from Faubert?" Zhang Hongsheng's heart tightened. At this moment, he saw that Faubert was still standing in the room. In an instant he figured out what was going on and thought that Faubert was complaining about him. Therefore, he said angrily, "Marquis, when I first entered this workshop, Manager Fu promised me that as long as I wanted rare materials for swords, he would try his best to satisfy me. I've only been in the workshop for 3 months. Does Marquis want Manager Fu to go back on his word?" Looking at this guy's stiff neck and glaring eyes, looking as if he was looking for a fight, Faubert quickly frowned and reprimanded him. "Zhang Hongsheng, don't be rude in front of Marquis. Besides, no one wants to go back on their word." "Haha. Faubert, it's okay. It's okay." Li Zixuan waved his hand and wasn't angry at all. Since ancient times, people with great skills tended to have bad tempers. Li Zixuan was very patient with such people. When Zhang Hongsheng heard the second half of Faubert's words, he was stunned. Not going back on his word. That was to say, Li Zixuan called him over to give him vanadium steel? Thinking of this, Zhang Hongsheng immediately changed his expression and cupped his hands to Li Zixuan. "Marquis, please forgive me. I was anxious and offended, Marquis. I hope that Marquis will forgive me." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "It's okay. The 200 caddies of vanadium steel you asked for from Manager Fu was approved by this Marquis. You can go to the steel mill to get it later." "Thank you, Marquis." Zhang Hongsheng was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. At the same time, he thought that this young Marquis was quite easy to talk to. 2 months ago, after Zhang Hongsheng was seduced by Faubert to the workshop, he had been immersed in the blacksmith workshop studying the art of sword forging. Usually, he didn't see Li Zixuan. Even if he did, no one introduced him to him and he didn't know him. Today was his first meeting with Li Zixuan. In the morning, Wang Ji gave him a new batch of steel and asked him to forge 3 swords and 3 sets of armor. At that time, he didn't think much of it and thought that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, so he planned to let his disciple forge it. But inadvertently, he found that the quality of the steel was very hard. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Thus, out of curiosity, he personally forged the swords and armor in Li Zixuan's office. Of course, he was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the swords that were finally forged. When Wang Ji went to his place in the afternoon to pick up the goods, he couldn't help but ask Wang Ji what kind of steel it was. After knowing that it was vanadium steel, he eagerly ran to Faubert to ask for the materials. That was why such a farce happened. "This Marquis has long heard of your father's name. I heard that you, Hongsheng, have inherited your father's skills in sword forging. This Marquis has a sword here. How about you help me take a look?" When Li Zixuan saw Zhang Hongsheng's happy face, he thought that this technical talent wasn't that difficult to deal with. In order to pursue the victory, he took off the long sword at his waist and said to Zhang Hongsheng. Zhang Hongsheng didn't think much of it. He thought to himself, what kind of good sword can a wealthy marquis have? But in order to obtain the vanadium steel as soon as possible, he still cooperated. Understood. May Marquis lend me the sword to take a look? Here you go. Li Zishuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Together with the scabbard, he lightly tossed it to Zhang Hongsheng. When Zhang Hongsheng saw how casually Li Zishuan tossed it, he guessed that the sword was very light. Thus he also casually used one hand to catch the sword. In the end, tragedy befell him in the blink of an eye. Ayo! When the wind-chasing sword touched Zhang Hongsheng's hand, Zhang Hongsheng realized that something was wrong. But at this moment, even if he wanted to use both hands to catch the sword, it was too late. He could only watch as his body was brought down by the wind-chasing sword. Seeing that his entire body was about to hit the ground, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. Following that, a hand grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from falling any further. In a flash, Li Zishuan appeared in front of him and supported him. Aya! Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. This marquis forgot to tell you that this sword is rather heavy. I'm sorry for startling you. Li Zishuan hurriedly apologized. This apology immediately caused Zhang Hongsheng's face to turn red. He waved his hand in shame and said, This Zhang's knowledge is shallow. I didn't know that there was such a small sword in this world. But it's extremely heavy. It's no wonder, Marquis. This Zhang shall taste this sword for Marquis. Saying which, Zhang Hongsheng's heart was filled with amazement. He thought to himself, what kind of strange sword is this? Just based on its size and shape, it doesn't seem any different from an ordinary sword. But why is it so heavy? At the very least, this sword is 3 to 4 times heavier than an ordinary sword. It was precisely because of this that he was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground because of this sword. In the end, he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. Zhang Hongsheng stood up straight and slowly pulled out the wind-chasing sword from the scabbard. Instantly, he was stunned. Ooh! Chapter 1423. The sword is 3 feet long, and its body is as smooth as a mirror. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and there is a cold light in the middle that seems to be constantly flowing. This sword can break the clouds and destroy the earth. What a good sword! It is truly a good sword, but the weight of this sword is actually more than 40 pounds. How? How is this possible? No. Marquis, this sword is definitely not made of ordinary metal. Could it be? Could it be made of Xian metal? In Li Zishuan's office in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Zhang Hongsheng tightly gripped Li Zishuan's wind-chasing sword as if he was admiring a peerless beauty. He greedily poured his gaze onto the mirror-like smooth and cold blade. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, he raised his head to look at Li Zishuan in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice. The sharpness of this sword had already surpassed the 9-crow sword that his father had spent his entire life forging. How could he not be shocked? But the moment he looked up, a strand of hair in front of him accidentally fell on the blade. Everyone saw that the strand of hair was easily cut off the moment it touched the blade. Then the strand of hair gently fell to the ground. Cutting off a strand of hair. How terrifying. This was truly cutting off a strand of hair. Faubert, Wang Ji, Zhang Hongsheng, Song Xiaoxi and the rest could not help but gasp. This kind of sharp divine weapon that only existed in ancient legends was actually seen by them today. At this time, Li Zishuan smiled at Zhang Hongsheng and said, Brother Zhang, you guessed right. This sword is indeed not made of ordinary metal. It is made of Xian metal. Gulp! Zhang Hongsheng fiercely swallowed his saliva. At this time, he had completely let go of the arrogance of a swordsmithing clan's descendant, because the sword in Li Zishuan's hand was more awesome than any sword he had ever seen. What right did he have to be arrogant? Therefore, he handed the wind-chasing sword to Li Zishuan with a face full of admiration and said, How can such a peerless sword not have a name? Marquis, please tell me which famous sword this is. Which famous swordsmith made it? Li Zishuan replied in a low voice, This sword is called the wind-chasing sword. My master obtained it by chance from an otherworldly expert when he was traveling the world. As for who forged it, I don't know. Wind-chasing sword? What a good name. It's a pity that I don't know which famous artist it came from, Zhang Hongsheng murmured. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, Marquis, this Zhang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will grant it. Li Zishuan took a deep look at Zhang Hongsheng. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled and said, You want to borrow this sword to bring it back for your father to take a look? Zhang Hongsheng was taken aback and then said with some embarrassment, Yes, Marquis. My father spent his entire life pursuing the ultimate path of swordsmithing. This wind-chasing sword, whether it is the material or the craftsmanship, is a peerless sword that this Zhang has never seen before. My father will definitely be happy when he sees it. He is already very old, and as his son, the only thing I can do is to make him happy while he is still alive so that he won't have any regrets. Senior Zhang's lifelong pursuit of the ultimate path of the sword is indeed admirable. But this wind-chasing sword was left behind by my master. How can this Marquis so easily lend it out? Li Zishuan softly sighed and then changed the topic. Zhang Hongsheng's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself that he was overthinking things. Who would be willing to lend out such a peerless sword? Furthermore, this wind-chasing sword was left behind by Li Zishuan's master when he was alive. Its significance was extraordinary. But at this moment Li Zishuan said again, However, on account of your filial piety, it's not that I can't lend you this sword, but you have to promise to help me forge a new set of armor. After you agree, I will immediately lend you the sword and allow you to lend it for 3 days. Zhang Hongsheng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, Marquis, I agree. Not to mention a set of armor. Even if you want me to forge 100 or 1,000 sets of armor, I'm willing. Li Zishuan found it somewhat funny and said, Brother Zhang, this Marquis hasn't even said what kind of armor I want you to forge yet, and you're already agreeing so readily? Zhang Hongsheng said confidently, Marquis, it's not that I want to boast, but I can forge all kinds of armor from the past dynasties such as rattan armor, black armor, sleeve armor, double crotch armor, light armor, fine scale armor, Shanwen armor, Mingguang armor, and so on. Marquis, why don't you tell me what kind of new armor you want me to forge? Zhang Hongsheng was bragging happily when he suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident of almost falling down when he received the sword. He felt that he couldn't speak so confidently in front of Li Zishuan, otherwise, he would easily fall down. After all, he was someone who had suffered a loss once. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhang Hongsheng's incoherent words, and his obvious cowardice at the critical moment. The main reason was that this guy was 2F King realistic, wasn't he? Li Zishuan didn't laugh. He turned around and picked up a stack of drawings on the desk, then took out 4 of them. Then he gestured for everyone to come to his side. He spread out the drawings and said, Brother Zhang, the armor I want you to forge is called plate armor. The so-called plate armor is not just a piece of iron plate. It has to be light and portable, flexible at the joints, and cover the whole body. Here, this is the drawing. Among the many drawings he drew in the office this morning, one of them was drawing armor. Everyone looked at the drawing and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, This plate armor is actually covering the whole body? Although this defense is indeed more comprehensive than the Mingguang armor, if the whole body is used for defense, how heavy would this set of plate armor be? If soldiers wear it, how can they walk? Not to mention fighting. Li Zishuan explained at the side. As for how heavy this set of plate armor is, we will talk about it later. First, I will explain the structure of this plate armor to you. This set of plate armor is composed of a helmet, armor, breastplate, back armor, shoulder armor, wrist armor, elbow armor, leg armor, shin armor, and steel shoes. The joints are stacked with multiple layers of movable steel plates, which can ensure that the soldier's movements in battle won't be hindered. The inside of the shoulder armor doesn't use steel plates and maintains a hollow structure, thus allowing the limbs to have more room to move. The joints connecting the body and other parts are lined with deerskin or linen. An interlocking chainmail is used to protect the inside. This way, the weight of the entire armor is borne by the whole body, and it is also comfortable to wear. The breastplate of this plate armor is made up of 3 pieces. The middle piece is narrower and serves as a connection. This structure also allows the breastplate to have a certain degree of mobility, allowing the wearer to move more flexibly. Of course, the biggest feature of this set of plate armor is the use of the neck armor. A simple helmet couldn't protect the parts below the mouth, but this set of plate armor used a large neck guard with a jaw guard to achieve the effect of complete protection of the face. For the purpose of insurance, this set of plate armor also used armpit guards to protect the armpits. In addition, the surface of the plate armor is designed with ridges to strengthen the protective effect and reduce the weight. This way, all parts of the human body are within the steel armor. On the battlefield, it is completely impenetrable and unafraid of a rain of arrows. In fact, the plate armor that Li Zixuan wanted to make was called Gothic plate armor. In his previous life, he was not only an engineering student, but also a military enthusiast. He had seen many disassembled pictures of ancient countries' armor on the internet. Plate armor was known as the king of armor, and it was the symbol of medieval knights. It was the ultimate defense of the cold weapon era. In the 100 Years of War between England and France, there was no record of an arrow being able to penetrate plate armor. Later on, when firearms were introduced, plate armor was so strong that it could even withstand the damage of ordinary matchlock guns. From the 14th century to the 15th century, the progress in the structure and shape of armor was very obvious. The most famous plate armor in the history of the world, the Gothic and the Milanese plate armor, began to appear at this time. Because the former became popular in Milan, while the latter was greatly influenced by the Gothic art style, these two styles of armor were called the Milanese and the Gothic. However, whether it was the Milanese style or the Gothic style, both originated from Italy. It was just that the Germans had developed the Gothic style to its peak, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the Gothic style originated from Germany. Among all the plate armors, these two were the most popular. It wasn't that there were no other styles, but they were all imitations of these two styles. The Milanese style was characterized by its smooth lines, close-fitting, elegant, and beautiful design. The Gothic style was simple, full of functional beauty, with many edges and corners and good movement. Wonderful work of art. It is indeed wonderful work of art. With these designs, it is indeed possible to protect the whole body without affecting the movement of the body's joints. But how heavy is this set of plate armor? Can the soldiers bear it? Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim. The Tang dynasty's Mingguang armor was considered the most advanced and defensive armor in the Tang dynasty. However, compared to the full-body plate armor designed by Li Zixuan, it paled in comparison. However, the only thing that Zhang Hongsheng was worried about was the weight of the full-body plate armor. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zixuan doubtfully. Obviously, everyone agreed that the defense of the plate armor was far superior to the Mingguang armor. The only thing they were worried about was the weight. Li Zixuan smiled slightly and said, "Haha, you don't have to worry about the weight. This kind of plate armor is at its peak. The weight of a full-body plate armor will definitely not exceed 40 pounds. As for the Mingguang armor, it should be around 50 pounds, right? At the same level of defense, the plate armor is definitely lighter than the Mingguang armor." Li Zixuan wasn't bragging. In the modern era, when plate armor was mentioned, people's first reaction was that it was heavy and inflexible. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of plate armor. In fact, plate armor was not only flexible but also light. A full body of Gothic plate armor would not exceed 25 pounds. 1 pound in the Tang dynasty was about 600 grams in the modern era, so 25 pounds would be about 40 pounds in the Tang dynasty. A full body of Mingguang armor would weigh about 30 pounds. A soldier wearing Gothic plate armor could even perform all kinds of difficult movements. It was very flexible. Moreover, the plate armor made by a skilled armor master could not even fit a piece of paper in between the plates. Its defense was simply too good. It was like a beggar's version of Iron Man, and Li Zixuan wanted to make 5,000 of such Iron Man. How is this possible? This set of armor is definitely more than 40 pounds. Zhang Hongsheng shook his head fiercely, his face full of disbelief. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to use the casting method for this plate armor. I want to use the forging method to polish the plate armor to about this thickness." As he spoke, Li Zixuan used his hand to indicate a thickness of about 5 millimeters. Not only was the forged armor thin, but it was also stronger than cast armor. This was already an indisputable fact. Forging? Such a thin thickness? And you want to ensure that the thickness is uniform? Zhang Hongsheng was a little troubled. Marquis, according to your request, it's not impossible, but it's extremely time-consuming and laborious. I can still make 1 or 2 pieces, but if there are too many of them, I really can't do anything. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was very glad that he stopped in time when he was bragging. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself again. At the same time, he secretly vowed not to brag in front of Li Zishuan in the future, because Li Zishuan was poisonous. As long as he bragged in front of him, he would be instantly slapped in the face. Li Zishuan smiled again and said, "Brother Zhang, you've misunderstood again. The forging method I'm talking about is not the manual forging method you think it is, but a stamping machine with constant power and constant speed. It can ensure that the surface of the forged item is smooth and uniform." Stamping machine? There's such a magical weapon in the world? Why don't I know about it? Zhang Hongsheng said excitedly. According to Li Zishuan's words, the stamping machine could be regarded as a magical weapon in the eyes of blacksmiths. After all, with this thing, there would be no need to hammer at a time to forge iron. Li Zishuan said, "This stamping machine is driven by water, so it can also be called a hydraulic stamping machine. But it hasn't been made yet. When it's done, it will definitely have this effect. Xiaoxi, go and invite Mr. Emo and Ink Girl over. Tell them that I have something to ask of them." "Yes, young master." Song Xiaoxi took the order and left. Faubert then asked, "Young master, you want to invite Mr. Emo over to make the hydraulic stamping machine you just mentioned?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes and no. It can only be said that it's not all of it. The hydraulic stamping machine is only a small part of the work. We now have a water wheel under the Ba River Dam. This thing can directly provide power for our machine. We just need to connect some transmission mechanisms on it. However, in addition to the hydraulic stamping machine, I also plan to make some other things. We'll talk about it when they come." The reason why Europe could make full-body plate armor in the Middle Ages was because of the hydraulic stamping machine. Li Zishuan wanted to make this thing last year, but he didn't have a dam at that time, so he couldn't make the hydraulic stamping machine. Now that the dam and hydropower station were all built, he could finally show his skills. Ooh! Chapter 1424. Young Master Mr. Emo and Miss Emo are here. Oh, Young Master Yen is here too. Song Xiaoxi led Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to Li Zishuan's office in the workshop. Surprisingly, Mo Lingwei was followed by Yen Xiaoning. Li Zishuan clicked his tongue in wonder, wondering if Yen Xiaoning had already settled his father-in-law, Mo Huai. "Yamacho, I heard that you have some instructions for us?" Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly greeted them. "Mr. Emo, Ink Girl, please take a seat. I called you here because I plan to start a new round of technological innovation in our workshop. There are many aspects involved and I need your help." "Technological innovation? Then why didn't you call me Xiao?" "Yamacho?" Yen Xiaoning was a little dissatisfied. Li Zishuan said unhappily, "I didn't call you, but didn't you come here yourself? Besides, if I called Ink Girl, isn't that the same as calling you?" "Hey, what are you saying?" Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Mo Lingwei blushed and pinched Yen Xiaoning's arm hard. Ahem. Mo Huai's eyes were very sharp. How could he not notice these two's little movements? His old face immediately darkened. He coughed heavily and said, "Yamacho, if there's anything you need us to do, just say it. I'll do my best." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Take a seat first. Let's sit down and talk." The few of them sat around a glass coffee table. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's office was big enough that it didn't seem crowded even with 7 or 8 people. After everyone sat down, Li Zishuan took out a few blueprints, spread them out and said in a deep voice, "Now we have a dam. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, not only do we have a dam, but we also have a water wheel. This water wheel is not only used to irrigate the farmland, but it can also provide power for the machinery. Actually, I don't need to say this and all of you should understand. The first thing we need to do is to build a hydraulic press. This is the blueprint of the hydraulic press. After the press was completed, the water wheel needed to be modified into a power device that could be connected to the press. This was nothing more than adding some cranks and connecting rods for transmission. It was very simple. After the modification, the punching machine can be connected to the water wheel. Under the driving of the water wheel, it can replace human strength and repeatedly forge steel. Moreover, the impact force is almost the same every time. In terms of precision forging, the effectiveness of this thing is absolutely incomparable to human strength. Mo Huai looked at the drawings seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, Yamacho, there's no problem with the modification of the press machine and water wheel. Leave these two matters to this old man. Li Zishuan smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Mo has been involved in the Murky River project from the beginning to the end. Now that you're in charge of the hydraulic machine, that's the most suitable. Everyone in the workshop will do their best to assist you in this matter. Thank you, Yamacho. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, after the hydraulic press machine was completed, you will lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to produce the plate armor I gave you. You will need to make at least 5,000 sets of such armor. Previously, Li Er had talked to him and said that he wanted to expand the Black Armored Army from 3,000 to 5,000. After the expansion, the Black Armored Army would need to upgrade their military equipment. These equipment would all be supplied by the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop and must be made of vanadium steel. 5,000 sets? Marquis, did I hear wrongly? Zhang Hongxing's body trembled and he almost fell off his chair. He opened his mouth wide in shock. The rest of the people in the office also looked at Li Zishuan in shock. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the news that Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 sets of armor. Yamacho, why do you want to make so many sets of armor? What if someone finds out? Then, after the shock, Mo Huai asked worriedly. Making military equipment without authorization was a capital offense. Li Zishuan said indifferently, Mr. Mo, don't panic. This is a task given by His Majesty. It's not against the law. Hearing this, Mo Huai felt a little relieved. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongsheng and said, Brother Zhang, these 5,000 sets of armor are not for you to make alone. You only need to teach the other blacksmiths how to make them. Zhang Hongsheng quickly waved his hand and said, Marquis, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that 5,000 sets of armor will require an astonishing amount of steel. I'm afraid that the workshop won't be able to bear it. Especially vanadium steel. This material is so rare. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to make armor? Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to worry about this. I have iron mines, coal mines, and vanadium mines now. Besides, the Zhangsun family's iron mines can also support our workshop. Even if you make another 5,000 sets of armor, I can still bear it. The Turks in the north were a real threat to the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan could be considered a big family in the Tang Empire, and his family was living a happy life. He was determined not to allow the Turks to destroy his beautiful life. As long as he could get rid of the Turks, what was a little bit of steel? Li Zishuan's strategy was undoubtedly very wise. On the vast grassland, the use of infantry was very limited. Only the highly mobile cavalry could gallop freely on the grassland and achieve a surprise victory. The Black Armored Army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Li Zishuan wanted these 5,000 Black Armored Army to transform into 5,000 Iron Mans and sweep through the Turks' lair. At that time, the revamped Black Armored Army would give the world a surprise. Zhang Hongsheng finally understood the true foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion Workshop. He clasped his fist and said, Since that's the case, I will do my best to lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to make 5,000 sets of armor for Marquis in the shortest time possible. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's great. Before the hydraulic press is completed, Brother Zhang can lead the blacksmiths to make 5,000 horse lances. All of them must be made of vanadium steel. In addition, we will also make a batch of horseshoes. The cavalry of the Tang dynasty usually used horse lances as their weapons. They were longer than swords and were the most convenient weapon to use when charging. If they were made of vanadium steel, it would undoubtedly increase the sharpness of the lances. Against the Turks who wore simple leather armor, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. As for the horseshoes, when his white horse was injured last year, he nailed horseshoes to it. However, he did not popularize it because there was a shortage of iron at that time. According to academic research, horseshoes first appeared in ancient Rome around the 1st century BC. These horseshoes were made of copper or iron, and were shaped like the lower part of a horse's hoof. However, they were not fixed the same way as now. In addition to using short nails, they also needed to be tied with leather. It was similar to the Roman shoes worn by the ancient Roman soldiers. Hence, it was also known as horse sandals. In China's Dunhuang Mogao grottos, there was a painting of nailed horseshoes. It was built on the wall of Cave 302 in the 4th year of Sui Kaihuang, 584 AD. From the painting, a horse was standing and tied to a tree. A man was standing behind the horse, holding the horse's right hind leg. The horse's hoof was turned upside down. There was an oval-shaped horseshoe painted on the hoof. Therefore, some people speculated that there were horseshoes in China during the Sui dynasty. However, this theory lacked archaeological evidence to support it. Moreover, according to Zhao Rushi of the Southern Song dynasty in his book Zhu Fanji, it was recorded that the horses of Dashi used iron as shoes. This was very novel. This showed that horseshoes were not very popular in the Southern Song dynasty. Indeed, from the Qin and Han dynasties to the Tang and Song dynasties, horseshoes were not found in the Central Plains. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that horseshoes began to be used on a large scale. As for why there was a painting of nailed horseshoes from the Sui dynasty in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos, only the heavens knew. Horseshoes? What's that? Zhang Hongsheng could not help but wonder. Li Zishuan took out a drawing and explained. It's a shoe for the horse to wear. It prevents the horseshoes from cracking due to long-term wear and tear. It can greatly reduce the consumption of horse's fart. The appearance is like this. If you don't understand, you can go take a look at my white horse later. The horseshoes on its hooves have been installed for almost a year. Zhang Hongsheng reacted and said happily, wearing shoes for the horse? Marquis, this is a good idea. In the past, I don't know how many horses I've seen crippled because of cracked hooves. With these horseshoes, it can prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged. Everyone was also amazed. Yin Xiaoning could not help but say, Tiske, why didn't I notice that your white horse was wearing shoes before? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, that's because you're blind. Mo Lingwei could not help but laugh. However, when she saw Mo Huai's face darken, she quickly stopped laughing. Oh, that's right. Other than the horseshoes, when the time comes, you can make a batch of horse armor. Doesn't need to be too thick. It just needs to be able to withstand ordinary swords and sabers. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongsheng and said, as for horse armor, leather vest had already appeared during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. During the Three Kingdoms period, full horse armor began to appear. There was no need to give a blueprint for this thing. Li Zishuan believed that with Zhang Hongsheng's knowledge, he could definitely make it. Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Vanadium steel plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, horseshoes, and horse armor. Was Li Zishuan planning to build a super steel cavalry that was armed to the teeth? They believed that such a terrifying cavalry would give even the Turkic wolf cavalry a headache. This was because this was a cavalry that was invincible in both offense and defense. Go! No matter how stupid Zhang Hongsheng was, he understood that Li Zishuan wanted to play a big game. He swallowed his saliva and replied with difficulty, yes, Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded. He took out the wind-chasing sword and handed it to Zhang Hongsheng. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Take this wind-chasing sword first. Zhang Hongsheng was pleasantly surprised. This time he didn't dare to use one hand to receive it. Instead, he used both hands to forcefully receive it. He then bowed to Li Zishuan and said, many thanks for your trust, Marquis. 3 days later, this Zhang will definitely return this wind-chasing sword intact. This Zhang will take his leave now. Li Zishuan nodded and hummed in agreement. He was not worried that Zhang Hongsheng would run away with the sword. After all, Zhang Crow's reputation was there. A monk could run away, but the temple could not, right? Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, although the hydropower station's generator can operate normally, the copper core used in the coils is not pure copper. This will greatly affect the generator's efficiency. Therefore, I plan to build a second-generation generator with a high-purity copper core to upgrade the current generator. After Zhang Hongsheng left, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and Mo Lingwei. High-purity copper core? Yamacho, it is inevitable that there will be impurities in the copper. How are we going to purify it? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zixuan. Although she was good at physics, she was not weak in chemistry. After all, smart people learned everything quickly. She had read the Academy's chemistry textbook more than once. Li Zixuan replied in a deep voice. Electrolytic refining. Now that we have electricity, we can use electrolytic refining to remove the impurities in the copper and obtain high-purity brass. The specific steps are very simple. We will use a copper sheet as the anode and sulfuric acid and bile alumina as the electrolyte. When electricity is applied, the copper on the anode will dissolve and enter the solution. The copper in the solution will then precipitate at the cathode. During this process, other than copper, there will also be impurities such as iron and zinc. Because iron and zinc are more flexible than copper, they can replace the copper in the electrolyte and precipitate copper at the cathode. When the metal is less flexible than copper, it will not dissolve and will form anode mud. This way, the copper precipitated at the cathode will be very pure. I see. This old man understands. Wang Ji thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Li Zixuan sighed and said, That's good. We need to build an electrolytic workshop in the workshop as soon as possible to refine copper. Yes, Yamacho. Wang Ji cupped his hands and replied. Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei and said, Ink Girl, other than upgrading the generator, I also want you to help me make an electric motor. Electric motor? What's an electric motor? Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Li Zixuan took out a thick stack of drawings and said, The generator uses the principle of magnetism to generate electricity, and the electric motor uses the principle of electromagnetism. The general process is that the coil will generate a rotating magnetic field and act on the rotor to form a magneto-electric force rotation torque. Thus, the rotor will constantly rotate. The details are very clear in these drawings. Ink Girl, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Mo Lingwei said happily, Okay, Yamacho. Hey, Yamacho, where is just a girl? Do you have the heart to let her do so many things by herself? Yan Xiaoning could not help but ridicule. Mo Lingwei glared at Yan Xiaoning and said, Humph, I'm willing to do this. You can't blame Yamacho. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh and said, Haha, Xiaoning, if you can't bear it, you can help Ink Girl more. You two are colleagues now, so you should help each other. After saying that, he looked at Mo Huai quietly. The latter's face was tense, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Li Zixuan could not help but mutter in his heart, Has Yan Xiaoning settled Mo Huai or not? Chapter 1425. After the tasks were assigned, everyone began to get busy. According to Mo Huai's estimation, the modification of the water wheel and the manufacturing and installation of the hydraulic stamping machine could be completed in 3 to 5 days. By then they could begin to forge the plate armor. Moreover, with the hydraulic stamping machine, the overall forging level of the workshop would rise to a new level. Not only in terms of forging, but the workshop's electricity and metal refining technology would also rise to a new level. This was a comprehensive technological innovation that could be considered as an upgrade for the workshop. After the upgrade, the workshop would soon have the ability to manufacture the second generation of bicycles. Because of the hydraulic stamping machine, they could manufacture bicycle chains. The previous front-wheel drive bicycles could be eliminated. As for the electric motor that Mo Lingwei was building, this was also very important because electricity could not only be used to light up light bulbs, but it could also be used to power machines. Mr. Mo, what do you think of Xiaoning? After leaving the workshop, Li Zixuan and Mo Huai went to Yunshan together. On the way, Li Zixuan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Mo Huai was stunned. After a while, he frowned and said, Why did Yamacho suddenly mention young Master Yan? I'm just asking casually. If Mr. Mo doesn't mind, you can say whatever you want. Li Zixuan laughed dryly and hurriedly said. He was trying to help his good brother sound out the situation. Mo Huai was silent for a moment and replied, Although young Master Yan is the son of a minister, he's not like those hedonistic sons who spend all their time fooling around in brothels. Instead, he's willing to study and is ambitious. However, this kid keeps pestering my wire all day, which is really damaging my wire's reputation. If it weren't for Yamacho's face, I would have broken his legs a long time ago. At the end of his sentence, Mo Huai's originally amiable face suddenly changed into an angry expression. Li Zixuan laughed in his heart. What do you mean by for my face? You're probably doing it for your daughter's face, right? If you break Yan Xiaoning's legs, let's see if Mo Lingwei won't make a fuss with you. Li Zixuan wanted to say, you don't have to give me face, go ahead and do it. But he was worried that this would embarrass Mo Huai, so he coughed lightly and laughed. Hee. Ink Girl and Xiaoning are doing academic research. Mr. Mo, you really shouldn't care about those secular views. You should support them. Support. When Mo Huai heard this, he was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He grunted and said, this old man can't possibly support them to mingle together like this without any status. Even though the Mahas clan doesn't have many complicated formalities like the Confucian clan, this old man has no choice but to attach importance to a woman's reputation. When Yamacho has a daughter, he'll understand my current state of mind. It was impossible for him to support them fooling around like this without a proper title. Did that mean to say they could be together with their reputation? It seemed that Mo Huai didn't object to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning being together. What he objected to was that Yan Xiaoning was so close to Mo Lingwei without establishing a status with Mo Lingwei. He was hinting at Li Zixuan in a roundabout way. Li Zixuan thought that there was hope. He chuckled and said, I roughly understand Mr. Mo's meaning. I'll immediately look for Xiaoning later and convey Mr. Mo's meaning to him so that he won't pester Ink Girl without any status in the future. Mo Huai nodded. After a moment of silence, he let out a heavy sigh and said, Weir's mother passed away early, so I've naturally spoiled Weir too much all these years. That's why she has such an unruly character. I don't hope that she can marry into a noble family and live a life of wealth. I only hope that she can find someone she truly loves. Even if she's poor, as long as she can be happy and safe. Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Mo Huai. His turbid eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life and reluctance. His heart was slightly moved. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Mo Huai must have realized by now that the pearl in his palm was about to marry someone else, right? This made Li Zixuan feel conflicted. If he had a daughter with Han Yushi in the future, wouldn't he have to experience what Mo Huai was going through now? The people are starting to plant rice. At this moment, Li Zixuan noticed that there were people barefoot in the fields with their pants rolled up and planting rice in the paddy fields. He couldn't help but recall his childhood in his previous life. At that time, he had also helped his parents plant rice in the fields. Most of the areas in Chang'an were plains. It was a warm temperate zone with a humid continental monsoon climate. The 4 seasons were distinct, and there was wheat and rice planted every year. This was very similar to Li Zixuan's hometown in his previous life. It was the middle of May, and it was the season to plant rice. That's right. Now that all the canals in Lantian County have water, the people have to take this opportunity to plant the rice seedlings. Otherwise, if they miss this opportunity, they won't be able to harvest anything during the autumn harvest. Mo Huai also turned his gaze to the fields by the roadside and said with a smile. Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks. He suddenly had the urge to go into the fields. He immediately took off his shoes and socks. Lu Feng, help me watch. I'll go down and help the old man plant the rice seedlings. With that, he had already taken off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants, and was about to go into the fields. Mo Huai and the guards behind Li Zixuan, such as Lu Feng and Lu Yun, couldn't help but be stunned. The old farmer in the fields even widened his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. The Marquis of Yong, and actually wanted to go into the fields to help him plant rice seedlings? Am I dreaming? Oh, Marquis, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. You have a precious body, how can you go into the fields? This field is full of mud, so don't dirty your feet. The old farmer rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrongly and that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly threw away the large bunch of seedlings in his hands. His body trembled as he walked quickly toward Li Zixuan. You're 4th Master Zhang, right? You must be careful, don't fall. I just suddenly wanted to plant rice seedlings in the fields. You go about your business, don't worry about me. Li Zixuan said with a smile. His memory was extraordinary, and he had the ability to remember everything he saw. He had some impression of this old man in front of him. He was Li Zheng from the Zhang family village in the west. He had seen him before when the people from the other villages came to Yun Mountain to learn how to plant cotton. Plant rice seedlings? Marquis, you absolutely can't do that. How can you do this kind of rough work? Even I can do it myself. Fourth Master Zhang was shocked and hurriedly said. Fourth Master Zhang, look at what you're saying. Everyone is born equal. If you can do the work of planting rice seedlings, why can't I do the same? Don't worry. I'm not the kind of hedonistic son who doesn't know anything about farming. I won't waste your seedlings. Li Zishuan smiled. As he spoke, he went forward to pick up a bunch of seedlings in the field. Then, he skillfully separated 3 to 4 seedlings from the bundle of seedlings, and used his index and middle fingers to clamp the roots of the seedlings. His palms faced the seedlings and his index and middle fingers followed the seedlings downwards, inserting them into the soil. This series of actions was simply too perfect. Fourth Master Zhang and Mo Huai Lu Feng, and the others on the ridge were all stunned, because at this moment, Li Zishuan didn't look like a marquis at all. He was simply like a genuine old farmer. It was truly inconceivable. Fourth Master Zhang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly joined the planting team. Li Zishuan's initial speed wasn't fast. After all, he hadn't planted rice in the field for many years. But once he got the hang of it, coupled with his super agile reaction speed, his planting speed couldn't be faster. Fourth Master Zhang's jaw almost dropped because he couldn't see the movements of Li Zishuan's hands at all. He could only vaguely see a series of afterimages. What was even more terrifying was that Li Zishuan's planting speed had increased, but the quality didn't drop at all. The distance between the seedlings he planted was constant, about 2 fists wide. Moreover, every seedling stood upright, and none of them collapsed. In just a short while, Li Zishuan had already planted 2 rows of seedlings. From Mo Huai Lu Feng and the others' point of view, these 2 rows of seedlings were actually a perfectly straight line, as if they had been drawn with a ruler. Mo Huai raised his eyebrows in surprise. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan was only putting on an act. After all, in this era, even the emperor would bring the members of the royal family to work in the fields every year. This was to tell the people of the world that the royal family valued farming. Li Zishuan was putting on an act for the people of the fiefdom. But now, it seemed that Li Zishuan wasn't putting on an act for others to see. He was truly working seriously and immersing himself in it. A complicated look flashed across Mo Huai's eyes as he looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. In the imperial court, he could govern the country and help the emperor. In the pugilistic world, he could plant rice for the people. Li Zishuan's many qualities had completely conquered Mo Huai. Saint. In Mo Huai's heart, perhaps only the word saint could represent Li Zishuan. I'll have to trouble the 2 little generals to help me look after my shoes. I'll go down and plant seedlings too. After sighing in his heart, Mo Huai rolled up his trousers, took off his shoes and said to Lu Feng and Lu Yun, "Hey, Mr. Mo." Lu Feng was stunned. Then he was shocked. Just as he was about to dissuade him, Mo Huai had already gotten off the ground. This. Seeing that another person had come down to help him plant seedlings, and judging from his clothes, he should be from Yanhuang College. Fourth Master Zhang was a little confused at this moment. He suspected that there was smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Otherwise, why would the dignified Marquis of Great Tang and the respected teacher of Yanhuang College help him plant seedlings? Yo, Mr. Mo, why did you come down too? Li Zishuan noticed Mo Huai's arrival. As he spoke and laughed, his hands didn't stop moving at all. Mo Huai smiled and said, "Seeing the Yamacho happily planting seedlings in the field, I couldn't help but feel a little itchy, so I came down to have some fun too." With that, Mo Huai picked up a bunch of seedlings and began to plant them from the other end of the field. His movements were standard, and his speed wasn't slow at all. He was clearly an old hand. It was likely that when the Mo family lived in a remote place and didn't care about worldly affairs, Mo Huai also did a lot of farm work. The commoners who were busy working in the fields had long noticed the commotion here. At this moment they all put down their farm work and ran over to look. It didn't matter if they didn't see it, but when they saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Marquis actually personally helped 4th Master Zhang plant seedlings? 4th Master Zhang's ancestral graves are smoking, right? Isn't that so? If I were 4th Master Zhang, I would definitely worship this land in the future. After all, these are seedlings planted by Marquis himself. Go away. Zhao Lauer, look at your useless appearance. What's wrong? If it were you, wouldn't you worship this land? You want me? If it were me, I would worship it too. Hey, quick look. Marquis' planting speed is so fast. Wow, it's really fast. This speed is equivalent to 3 of me. That teacher from Yinhuang College is also planting seedlings very fast. At this rate, 4th Master Zhang's 1 mu of land will probably be finished planting in half an hour. Marquis is really benevolent. I've never seen a Marquis who would help us plant seedlings, and he's planting them so well and so fast. Yeah, to have such a good Marquis, we're going to be blessed in the future. Everyone quickly go back to work. The water in this field is not easy to come by. We have to hurry up. Don't let down Marquis' good intentions. The surrounding commoners watched the commotion and sighed for a while before returning to their own fields to work. 4th Master Zhang, are you having any difficulties in your life recently? Just as the commoners had expected, in less than 30 minutes, all the seedlings in the field had been planted. Li Zishuan pulled 4th Master Zhang to the edge of the field to rest and then casually asked, "What's the matter?" 4th Master Zhang was not as agitated as before. He had probably gotten used to it. When he heard the question, he quickly waved his hand and said, "No difficulties. No difficulties. Marquis, I'm doing very well. Previously there was a shortage of water in the fields, but Marquis, you solved it. Now everyone in the village is busy working in the fields. After all, now that we can plant seedlings, we have something to look forward to. Everyone is working energetically. I heard that many people in other counties are still working in their fields. We can only start planting seedlings so early because of you, Marquis. Also, many of the dead wheat in the wheat field have come back to life. In another 20 days we can harvest the wheat. Although this year isn't a bumper harvest, we won't starve." Li Zishuan smiled with relief and said, "That's good. That's good. 4th Master Zhang, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the county to find county magistrate He. If he doesn't help you, you can come to me again. I will make the decision for you and punish him severely." 4th Master Zhang trembled and quickly said to Li Zishuan, "Marquis, please don't say that. County magistrate He is also a good official. Before you came, county magistrate He was honest and upright. He was not like the officials in other counties, collecting exorbitant taxes from the commoners. He is a good official." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Haha, if county magistrate He knew that 4th Master Zhang was praising him like this, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. All right, it's time for this Marquis to return. 4th Master Zhang, don't worry. The taxes on the citizens of Lantian County will definitely be reduced year by year. Your lives will also be better year by year. I believe in Marquis. Marquis, take care." 4th Master Zhang quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1426. The people who suffer the most in this world are the common people who dig for food in the soil. After washing the mud off their hands and feet in the canal, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai put on their shoes and walked toward Cloud Mountain. As for Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards, Li Zishuan sent them back first. On the way, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. It's the great fortune of the people of Lantian County that Marquis can understand this. With Marquis in Lantian County, the people of Lantian County will definitely live better than the people of other counties. Mo Huai smiled with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan paused and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Mo Huai and said, "Does Mr. Mo think so highly of me?" Mo Huai shook his head and said, "It's not that this Mo doesn't think highly of the Yamacho. It's that the Yamacho's heart drives the Yamacho to work for the well-being of the people. Today, the Yamacho personally planted rice for an old farmer. This kind of kindness can't be faked. This Mo hopes that the Yamacho can always remember and maintain this kind of kindness to benefit the people of the world. This is because engineering needs a saint." Engineering needs a saint. These short words caused Li Zixuan's heart to tremble, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Mo Huai's words seemed very simple, but they were actually very profound. Confucianism had been passed down for thousands of years without decline because of sage Confucius and his 3,000 disciples. The Taoists had Laozi, the Mahists had Mozi, and the legalists had Han Fizi. As for engineering, although there were more than 600 engineering disciples, they still lacked a saint who could represent engineering. A saint. Li Zixuan had never thought of becoming a saint, but after hearing Mo Huai's words today, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Speaking of which, if he could make engineering flourish and make the Tang dynasty's industry prosper, wouldn't he also be able to become a saint who was revered by tens of thousands of people, and whose name would go down in history? At that time, who would dare to say that engineering was a low-class miscellaneous study? At this thought, Li Zixuan couldn't help but become excited. But was the title of saint really what he wanted? Suddenly, Li Zixuan had such a thought. Under the temptation of the sage's name, this thought seemed so small, but it was so strong. It was like a weak spark in the dark night, stubbornly illuminating a space. A single spark could start a prairie fire. That wisp of starfire became more and more exuberant, burning crazily in the endless night, burning more and more fiercely. After Mo Huai waited for a long while, Li Zixuan finally spoke. He said softly, "The title of saint is not something I want. Everything we do in our lives should be based on our hearts, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for how the future generations evaluate me, what does that have to do with me? Let them say whatever they want to say about my merits and demerits." After these words, Li Zixuan only felt that his previously chaotic mind suddenly exploded with a bang, but soon became clear again. At the same time, the genuine qi in his dantian, which had been quiet for a long time, became a little restless at this time. The threshold of the late stage of Grandmaster seemed to have become a little loose. Since the battle with the bearded man last year, Li Zixuan had luckily entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. Since then, he had given up the idea of making progress in martial arts, because he knew that on the road of martial arts, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. If he wanted to become a great grandmaster like his master, spiritual master Lingshu, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent his whole life. Instead of practicing martial arts 24 hours a day without rest, it was better to take time out to accompany his family and have fun. With his current status, there was no need for him to suffer. Moreover, Li Zixuan was a modern intellectual with high academic qualifications. He valued science and technology much more than martial arts. Therefore, for the past half a year, he had only practiced his sword for an hour every morning. After that, he would be busy with his fief and the matters of the academy. But he never expected that his dantian, which had been quiet for more than half a year, would become restless and active at this moment. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the sign of the loosening of the realm, and the hope of breaking through the realm. People like to say that fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds, to show that they were indifferent to fame and fortune. But when great fame and fortune were really in front of them, how many people could resist the temptation? Li Zixuan resisted. In his life, he only did what he wanted to do. He practiced the Tao of following his heart, and everything went according to his heart. He did not want to be bound by the title of saint and be afraid of the slightest thing. It was because of this that he was able to have a clear mind at this moment. When Mo Huai heard Li Zixuan say that, "The title of saint is not what I want," a moment ago, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, if Li Zixuan could become a saint, it would be a huge blow to Confucianism. Although he did not expect Mo Huai to become a saint again, it did not mean that he could get used to the Confucianism that was spread all over the world now. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Mo Huai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Li Zixuan with a little fear in his eyes, because he felt the fluctuation of vital qi. Looking at Li Zixuan with his eyes closed and his face facing the sky, as if he was undergoing a heavenly connection, Mo Huai's heart suddenly surged with great waves of shock. Heavens! Could it be that Yamacha was going to break through the realm again? Did he have to be so monstrous? He had clearly just entered the mid-stage of Grandmaster last year. How long had it been? Why was he going to break through again? At this moment, Mo Huai could not care less about his disappointment. He quickly focused and guarded Li Zixuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zixuan's epiphany. Fortunately, they were now beside the forest at the foot of the mountain. Usually no one would come here at this time. While Mo Huai was guarding Li Zixuan, he looked at Li Zixuan with an extremely complicated expression. Perfect. Li Zixuan's martial arts, knowledge and character were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If such a person had to be described with a word, it could only be perfect. Such a perfect young man with time and ability. If he did not become a saint, it would be a pity. Mo Huai sighed with regret in his heart. However, after Li Zixuan refused to become a saint, his thoughts were clear and he had an epiphany. This showed that the Tao he had chosen was the one that was most suitable for him. Thinking of this, the pity in Mo Huai's heart instantly turned into blessings for Li Zixuan. After an entire half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and Li Zixuan finally opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, Mo Huai could clearly sense a strand of bright light flashing within those sharp eyes of Li Zixuan. How is it? Yamacho? Have you broken through? Mo Huai quickly asked. He asked because Li Zixuan's genuine qi was restrained. At this moment, he could not feel the fluctuation of genuine qi in Li Zixuan's body. Naturally, he could not see Li Zixuan's current realm. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, Mr. Mo, you must be joking. How can it be so easy to break through the realm after the Grandmaster? I just walked around the threshold just now. Mo Huai said seriously, Yamacho, this is already very good. Since you've already touched the threshold, it's only a matter of time before you break through. It's hard to imagine that, Yamacho, you're not even 20 years old yet, and you're already at the threshold of the Grandmaster late stage. With this kind of martial arts aptitude, it's hard to find a second person in the world, let alone the entire Tang Empire. Li Zixuan only felt that his mind was clear and his body was comfortable. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Haha, this is just pure luck. Mr. Mo, don't praise me. Maybe I'll become arrogant. It's getting late now. Let's go up the mountain quickly. With that, Li Zixuan led the way up the mountain. Mo Huai responded and followed him. Oh, that's right. Li Zixuan suddenly stopped. With Mo Huai on his back, he said in a deep voice, Mr. Mo, don't mention the sage in the future. Gongxue is still a seedling. I don't want to stir up a dispute between the sects now. It's good that we're content with this corner of the world. Although a single spark can start a prairie fire, Gongxue only has a few hundred disciples now. It's not enough to start a prairie fire. With that, Li Zixuan continued to walk up the mountain. Mo Huai, who was following behind, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Obviously, Li Zixuan had sensed his little thoughts, which made him feel a little ashamed. He thought to himself that he couldn't play any tricks in front of Li Zixuan in the future. The next day, after Li Zixuan finished his sword practice and had breakfast, he walked to Sun Simiao's courtyard. After he returned home last night, Han Yushi told him that Sun Simiao had looked for him yesterday afternoon, but he couldn't find him. Therefore, Li Zixuan came over personally. When he walked into Sun Simiao's courtyard, he saw that who was already helping Sun Simiao clean the courtyard. This little girl stayed at her house at night. Early in the morning, she would come to Yunshan to take care of Sun Simiao's daily needs and help Sun Simiao treat illnesses and save people. She really treated Sun Simiao as her savior and was trying her best to repay him. She wanted to repay Sun Simiao for letting her see the light again. She also wanted to repay Sun Simiao for curing her brother's stuttering. Young master, you're here. Master and I went to the courtyard in the academy yesterday, but we couldn't find you. Master is reading a medical book in the backyard now. Go quickly. When Hu saw Li Zixuan, she hurriedly went forward and said with a smile. Li Zixuan smiled and said, I was busy at the workshop at the foot of the mountain yesterday. I wasn't on the mountain. Actually, what did you guys look for me for yesterday? Hu actually replied with an oh and replied, Young master, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County has been built. I'm guessing that master is looking for you because of this matter. Why don't you go to the backyard and ask him personally? What? The medical center is built? When was it built? Where is it built? Li Zixuan was stunned. He had never heard of any medical center being built in Lantian County. How could it be built so suddenly? It was built 2 days ago. It's built in Yong'an Lane in the county. It's not far from young master's marquee mansion. In the past, young master told master that the medical center should be divided into departments. This time master built the medical center according to your wishes. That medical center is huge. There are over 30 rooms. Over 30 rooms? Can 30 rooms be considered big? This is still considered a county hospital, right? How can it be so shabby? Unexpectedly, why didn't Dao's son discuss with me when he built the medical center? Also, where did he get the money to build the medical center? Li Zishuan said helplessly. Who thought for a while and replied, Young master, you've been so busy recently that I can't even see your shadow. Master felt that you seem to have forgotten that you promised him to help build the medical center. A few days ago, he went to find county magistrate He. As for where master got the money to build the medical center, I don't know. You should ask master personally. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead. If Hu didn't mention it today, he would have been so busy that he had forgotten about the medical center. He coughed embarrassedly and said, Cough, cough. Okay, I'll go find Dao's son. You're busy with your things. After saying that, he quickly went to the backyard. Well, Xiaoxian, you're here? Have a seat. In the backyard, Sun Simiao was reading medical books and taking notes under a small pavilion. He sensed someone coming and looked up. When he saw that it was Li Zishuan, he smiled and pointed to the stone bench opposite him. Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao didn't mean to blame him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down and asked Sun Simiao tentatively, Dao's son, I heard that the county's joint medical center has been built? Hearing that, Sun Simiao put down the medical book and nodded. Yes, I came to find you yesterday for this matter. Now that the medical center has been built, it must be put into use as soon as possible to treat patients. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to leave so many rooms empty? Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Dao's son is right. It should be put into use as soon as possible. Oh right, I heard that there are more than 30 rooms in the medical center. Is that true? Sun Simiao said. Yes, it's true. I was thinking that if the medical center was divided into departments, it would need to prepare more rooms. I'm not wasting your money on purpose. Li Zishuan shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. I just think that you prepared too few rooms. You should prepare at least 100. That's not right. What do you mean by saying that you're wasting my money? Are you saying that you're using my money to build the medical center? Sun Simiao raised his eyebrows and said, Yes. Xiaoxian, didn't you say that you would fully support me in developing and spreading medicine in Lantian County? You said that the manpower, material and financial resources would be provided by you. Of course, the money to build the medical center should be provided by you too. Oh right. The county government still owes the people money for the construction. Xiaoxian, you should pay the money as soon as possible. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, Sun Simiao was using his name to ask county magistrate He to gather a construction team to build the medical center. He didn't expect Sun Simiao to be so naughty at his age. It seemed that he shouldn't be called Li Shizhen's naughty, but Sun Simiao's naughty. Ahem. Good. Good. I'll go to the county government later and settle the debt with county magistrate He. You don't have to worry, Dao's son. Although old Sun was a little naughty, he had promised to help Sun Simiao build the medical center. Therefore he had to pay for it. Sun Simiao nodded and sighed. Xiaoxian, the medical center has been built, but it still lacks a lot of doctors. You have to help me. Chapter 1427. Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I'll go to the editorial department in a while and ask them to publish a notice on tomorrow's Datong Daily. I don't believe that we can't recruit people with money. At that time, the people we recruit will be personally tested by you, Taoist Sunday. Not only will they be tested on medical skills, but they will also be tested on medical ethics. Our Tang Empire's joint medical center will definitely not recruit those doctors with corrupt medical ethics and evil intentions. Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan heard Sun Simiao say that the medical center lacked doctors, so he said with a smile. Sun Simiao nodded and said, You don't need to say that. I'll do it. Those with bad medical ethics will only damage the reputation of our medical center. But Xiaoxian, there's something I have to tell you first. The Tang United Medical Center can't monopolize the doctors in the world and drive up the medical fees. Otherwise, I won't work for you. The scale of the Tang United Medical Center was huge. At least in this era where private medical centers were popular, the scale of the Tang United Medical Center was definitely the top. The bigger the scale, the more doctors they could recruit, and the private medical centers among the people would inevitably be excluded. At that time, once the private medical centers could no longer survive, the Tang United Medical Center would form a monopoly. Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "Taoist priest, you are looking down on me by saying this. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was established with the purpose of saving the dying and healing the wounded, and benefiting the common people. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't do such a wicked thing as raising the medical fees. In the future, the Tang United Medical Center will be curated by Taoist Sunday. Everything will be decided by you, including the pricing power of the medical fees. You can order as many as you want, but don't let me lose too much. After all, a medical center is a medical center, not a charity organization like the Nuantang Foundation." Although Sun Simiao didn't care about the position of curator, he thought that the curator could control the pricing power. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed. Okay, this humble Taoist will accept the position of curator for the time being. When there is a suitable candidate in the future, this humble Taoist will step down. As for the price of the consultation fee, let's follow the average price of the current folk medical centers. This way, Xiaoxian, you won't lose money, and it won't cause the other folk medical centers to have no patients." Li Zixuan had to admit that Old Sun's consideration of the problem was very thorough. He even considered the survival of the civilian medical center. This made Li Zixuan admire him. This old Taoist really had the heart of a bodhisattva. Haha, that would be for the best. After leaving Sun Simiao's place, Li Zixuan first went to the workshop and told the editorial department to put a recruitment notice for the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School in a prominent position in the Datong Daily tomorrow. He also went to check on the progress of the technical upgrading of the workshop. Then, he went to the county government in the county. County Magistrate He. How much did the Tang Alliance Medical Center cost? Li Zixuan asked County Magistrate He when he arrived at the back hall of the county government. He came here today to help Sun Simiao settle the project debt. When County Magistrate He heard this, he immediately cheered up and said, "Marquis, please wait for a moment. I will go and get the account book now." Li Zixuan frowned and said, "Why do you want to get the account book? Just tell me how much it cost. Do you think I don't trust you?" County Magistrate He had a good reputation as an official. He wasn't greedy for money and wasn't lustful. Other than being a little less daring at critical moments, he was generally a good official. Li Zixuan didn't believe that he would have the guts to embezzle money from him. "Thank you for your trust, Marquis. The Tang Alliance Medical Center costs 4,276 strings of coins, including wages, materials, and tools. Marquis has been busy with official business recently. I can't disturb Marquis for such a small matter. Therefore, I will still pay on credit. For the rest, I will use the county government's savings to pay for Marquis." County Magistrate He was flattered by Li Zixuan's trust. He cupped his hands and said, "Okay, later, you can ask someone to get the money from the housekeeper of my residence. In the future, you can also go directly to the housekeeper. The money for the craftsmen and the workers can't always be in arrears." Li Zixuan nodded his head and said sincerely and earnestly, "Yes, Marquis." County Magistrate He hurriedly said yes. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "The taxes and provisions collected by the county in the past were all handed over to the Chang'an governor's office. Now that Lantian County is this Marquis's fief, it is reasonable to say that all of the annual income should be handed over to me. However, this Marquis is unwilling to be a money grubber. Therefore, a portion of the taxes collected by Lantian County each year can be allocated by the county yamen." County Magistrate He was shocked. Didn't all the fiefs of the nobles in the world have all the taxes collected by the fief owner? Who would be like Li Zixuan, handing over the taxes to the county government? He subconsciously thought that Li Zixuan was testing him with money, So he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, you can't do that. You can't do that. This county government is just a place to solve cases for the people. How can it be qualified to allocate a county's taxes? This is overstepping its authority and is also against the rules. This lowly official doesn't dare to comply." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "County magistrate, you're wrong. Lantian County's county government is not only used to solve cases for the people, it should also play a role in maintaining public order and the welfare of the people. In the future, the county government will have the right to allocate a portion of the annual taxes to build a city and do some public works that can improve the livelihood of the people. For example, the Tang Empire's joint medical center this time is specially used to provide health services for the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. This marquis can fork out the money to build the medical center because the taxes collected by the county government are not much. In addition, the county government also spent a lot of money to build the canals a while ago. However, in the early stages of the establishment of the medical center, the purchase of medicinal herbs and the recruitment of doctors with superb medical skills all needed to be invested in it. This money will have to be paid by the county government in the future. In addition, the renovation of Lantian County that I mentioned to you before can start now. It must be done in the shortest time possible to turn all the roads in the county into cement roads. This marquis will not ask the county government for money for the cement needed to build the roads. However, county magistrate, there is one thing you need to remember. When the county magistrate collects taxes from the commoners and merchants, it must be taken from the commoners and used by the commoners. You must not fill your own pockets. In the end, you will enrich the county magistrate and impoverish the commoners. If that happens, I will remove you from your position." Li Zishuan's intention was actually very simple. He wanted to use the county government's initiative to increase the scope of the county government's authority. Not only did the county government have the right to solve cases, it also had the obligation to use taxes, build infrastructure, and benefit the people. This was a bit similar to the modern-day county government. As a feudal lord, Li Zishuan actually did not want to interfere too much with the management of the fief. He only wanted to take care of the general direction. If the county government officials could think of ways to let the people live a good life without his guidance, then Li Zishuan would be very happy to see it. Take from the people and use it for the people. County magistrate, his eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a novel idea before. In China's thousands of years of feudal dynasties, taxes were collected from the people to govern the country and feed the army. At most, they would give some money and food when there was a disaster. Who would be like Li Zishuan, who directly let the county government transfer the collected taxes to build roads and medical centers for the people? County magistrate, he muttered to himself and cupped his hands in respect. Marquis treats the people with benevolence and benevolence. He will definitely receive the people's heartfelt love and respect. This official can help Marquis govern Lantian. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Marquis, don't worry. This official will definitely implement Marquis, take from the people and use it for the people governing philosophy, and let the people of Lantian live a good life. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "The population of Lantian County is still too small. Many of the lands are uncultivated. We can only implement benevolent policies to allow more citizens to migrate to Lantian County. This way, our county will be able to prosper and prosper. Moreover, in addition to the medical center, I also want to wait for an opportunity to introduce a cooperative medical system to reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people." Cooperative medical system? Marquis, what do you mean? County magistrate, he was suddenly puzzled. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, "As the name suggests, this cooperative medical system is a medical treatment model where if one person is sick, the whole people will share the medical treatment. Every household only needs to pay a small sum of money every year to join the cooperative medical system. Within the validity period, as long as they are sick, they will be able to enjoy a certain percentage of the medical treatment fee and medical treatment fee reduction at the Tang United Medical Center. This will greatly reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people." It was the first time county magistrate he had heard of this cooperative medical system. He couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he weighed the feasibility of Li Zishuan's plan. After pondering for a while, county magistrate he opened his mouth and said, Marquis, how can a person not fall sick after eating all kinds of crops? Moreover, among the people, there are many people who still have old illnesses. These old illnesses are not only time-consuming and laborious to treat, but also costly. In this way, if we charge too much money, the enthusiasm of the people to join the cooperative medical system will be greatly reduced. However, if we charge too little money, the amount of money we have to spend every year to fill this hole will definitely not be a small amount. It had to be said that county magistrate, he was a discerning person. He could see the hidden problems in the cooperative medical system at a glance. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "You are right. This cooperative medical system is indeed not enough, so I didn't ask you to implement it immediately. However, one thing is certain. The county government will not charge too much for the cooperative medical system. Otherwise, it will go against my original intention. As for the annual deficit, it will be subsidized by the taxes collected by the county government every year. Therefore, if we want to implement the cooperative medical system, the county government must have money. This is also why I set up the Department of Commerce and reformed the business tax. The more money we have, the more things we can do." The cooperative medical system he was talking about was actually the modern cooperative medical system in rural areas. It was a little similar to medical insurance. Although it was a little ahead of its time in the Tang Empire, Li Zishuan felt that when his fief's finances were strong, it was very necessary to implement it throughout the county. County magistrate, he was suddenly enlightened. He said with admiration, "Marquis has great foresight. Your plan is truly admirable. Now that the business of our Lantian County is thriving, the opposition of the merchants to the new business tax law is getting lesser and lesser. The time for us to implement the cooperative medical system to the people is just around the corner." Yes. However, although this marquis has given the county government the right to control the taxes, the county government must also prevent corruption. From now on, every sum of money that the county government pays must be recorded clearly. This marquis will send someone to check the accounts every 3 months. So, you have to take good care of the money for this marquis. Li Zishuan said sternly. County magistrate, his heart trembled. He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The next day, the 2 announcements on Datong Daily attracted the attention of many people. Lantian County's Tang Empire Joint Medical Center has been established. Sun Simiao is the head of the medical center. Many medical experts have been gathered to treat difficult and complicated diseases for the people. The fees are fair and honest. As the medical center has just been established, we are recruiting a large number of people with excellent medical skills and high medical ethics. Their monthly salary will be constant. Those who are both virtuous and skilled will have no upper limit on their salary and will be treated well. In terms of medical skills, they may even receive personal guidance from Head Sun. Those who are interested, please go to Lantian County's Yong and Lane Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to sign up and accept the examination. Yanhuang College's School of Medicine has been established. The previous students of the academy will be integrated into Yanhuang College's School of Engineering. The head of the medical center will be Sun Simiao. Among them, there are 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. Their medical skills are superb and their medical ethics are noble. We are now recruiting medical students who aspire to become doctors to study medicine in the future. Those who are interested in medical skills, please go to Datong Daily's offices to sign up. On July 15th, together with the students who are applying for Yanhuang College's School of Engineering, come to Yunshan to take the entrance examination. The examination content for medical students will be announced in 2 days. Of the 2 announcements, one was about the Joint Medical Center of Tang Dynasty, and the other was about the enrollment notice of Yanhuang Academy's medical school. It caused a great reaction among the people. After dinner, the people couldn't help but gather in groups to discuss it. Tang Empire Joint Medical Center? Dr. Sun is the head of the medical center? Then this medical center is too amazing. If I fall sick in the future, I must go there. That's a must. Dr. Sun's medical skills are known all over the world. With him around, is there any illness that can't be cured? I just don't know how the consultation fees are collected. Look, the salary that Tang Empire Joint Medical Center gives to the doctors is so high. Heh. In my opinion, the consultation fee definitely won't be too high. After all, the head of this joint clinic is Divine Dr. Sun. And the founder is the Marquis of Yong'an. Both of them are immortal-like figures, so how could they possibly earn this kind of money that goes against their conscience? Don't worry. Right. With Dr. Sun and Marquis Yong'an, this medical center definitely won't harm the people. It's just that this medical center is in Lantian County, and not in Chang'an City. It's a bit inconvenient to run around. TSK. The salary that this medical center gives to the doctors makes me want to go. Hey, you're such a short-sighted guy. The salary is secondary, do you understand? The most important thing is that if you go to the medical center, you will have the chance to ask Dr. Sun for advice. This is something that can't be exchanged for with any amount of money. Deshun is right. To be able to ask Dr. Sun for advice on medicine, how many people can only dream of it? It's a pity that no one in our family knows medicine. It doesn't matter if no one knows medicine. Didn't you see it on the newspaper? Yanhuang College's medical center is recruiting students. Let your eldest child take the exam. If he passes, not only will he be able to go to Yanhuang College, he will also be able to receive personal guidance from Dr. Sun. Hey, why didn't I think of that? I'll let my eldest child register. That kid has always wanted to be a doctor. Right. I'll also let my second child take the exam for Yanhuang College's medical center. Chapter 1428. The announcement of the Tang Dynasty daily stirred up a heated discussion among the people again. The generous conditions offered by the Tang Dynasty United Medical Center to the doctors made many doctors around Chang and feel a rush of excitement. After all, the monthly salary of many doctors in the private medical centers was not even enough to reach the usual amount, not to mention the possibility of receiving guidance from Sun Simiao after going to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. All these benefits attracted many people who were proficient in medicine and wanted to go to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to participate in the examination. The doctors in charge of the private medical centers began to think about what excuse to take leave 3 days later, so that they could go to the Joint Medical Center in Lantian County to participate in the examination. If he were to be selected, then he would have an iron rice bowl in the future. After all, the Tang Alliance Medical Center was backed by the Lantian County Yamen and Li Zishuan. Basically, it would not collapse. As for a small medical center among the people, if there were a day when the number of people who came to see a doctor decreased and they could no longer earn money, then he would very likely be fired. In contrast, there was nothing wrong with saying that the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was an iron rice bowl. Therefore, after the doctors in the private medical centers learned about the announcement on Datong Daily, almost all of them wanted to apply for a job at the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. However, this was a tough situation for the managers of the small private medical centers. They also knew that they had no advantage compared to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. In order to retain their doctors, they had to increase their doctors' salaries. After such a fuss, in the entire Chang'an City and the surrounding counties, there were basically no medical centers that gave their doctors a lower salary than usual. This also greatly reduced the loss of talent in the private medical centers and resolved the devastating blow brought by the announcement on Datong Daily to the private medical centers. This was also what Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao wanted to see. They never had the intention to wipe out the private medical centers. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was equivalent to a modern state-owned enterprise, and the small private medical centers were equivalent to private enterprises. The joint development of the two economies was a healthy development. Otherwise, it would be easy to form a monopoly. In addition, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school. After all, this medical school not only carried Sun Simiao's name, but also hung the signboard of Yanhuang College. Today's Yanhuang College was no longer a nameless college like last year. It was already famous. Those young people who thought they couldn't get into the Yanhuang College's School of Engineering and had the ambition to be a doctor all turned their attention to the medical college entrance exam. Many people ran to the nearest Datong Daily office to sign up before noon after reading the newspaper. As time went by, the news would spread wider and wider. There would be more and more people who knew about it and were willing to sign up for the entrance exam. This directly caused a certain amount of pressure on the Imperial Medical Department in Chang'an City, because the Imperial Medical Department was not only responsible for treating the diseases of the nobles in the palace, but also for training medical students. Now that Yanhuang College had established a medical school, the number of students who applied for the Imperial Medical Department this year was bound to decrease. Not only that, many of the current students in the Imperial Medical Department wanted to directly leave the department midway and take this year's entrance exam of Yanhuang College's medical school. This was because Sun Simiao and the previous two respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department, Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang. However, although the medical college's enrollment announcement had a certain impact on the Imperial Medical Department, the impact was very limited. After all, the Imperial Medical Department had a unique and incomparable advantage. That was, the students who entered here had a chance to become an imperial doctor in the future and had a chance to become an official. A medical officer was also an official. Based on this point alone, the Yanhuang College's medical school couldn't compare with it. As for the Tang Joint Medical Center, although the examination and recruitment of doctors would start 3 days later, Sun Simiao didn't want the medical center to be so empty, so he opened the medical center in advance. As for the doctors in the medical center, they were temporarily the three of them, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. Hu Jing and the two students from the Imperial Medical Department that Dr. Qin brought with him when he joined Yanhuang College were assistants. According to the original plan, the medical center's lobby on the first floor should have an inquiry desk and a registration desk. The medical center should also be divided into 7 departments: internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, gynecology, acupuncture, ENT, and orthopedic. However, because of the lack of manpower, Sun Simiao and the others took the simplest way of waiting in line to treat the patients who came to the joint medical center. The 3 of them were all people with excellent medical skills, so naturally they could treat any disease in any department. In fact, strictly speaking, Chinese medicine didn't need to be divided into departments, because Chinese medicine was a holistic system, unlike Western medicine, which was divided into many small parts. However, the reason why it was divided into departments was that the doctors who came from the common people certainly didn't have excellent medical skills like Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin, who could easily solve all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Everyone actually had their own strengths, and the division of departments was undoubtedly to bring everyone's strengths to the extreme. Old lady, you have a deficiency of yin and internal heat, which can be seen from the internal disturbance. Your heart is in a mess, and your spirit can't be controlled. It seems to be bloated, but it's not bloated. You feel stuffy. Have you been having trouble eating and sleeping recently? At this time, Sun Simiao had just finished feeling the pulse of an old woman and said, Yes. Dr. Sun, you are really amazing. I not only have no appetite recently, but I'm also often upset. I can't sleep all night. The old woman hurriedly said. An old man next to the old woman looked at Sun Simiao eagerly and asked, Dr. Sun, do you think my old lady's illness can be cured? Sun Simiao smiled slightly. He picked up the writing brush and calmly replied as he wrote, This old lady has a deficiency of yin and yang. It's just a minor illness, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you a prescription to calm your nerves and nourish your qi. After 3 days, the illness will be cured. This is the prescription. Keep it well. There aren't any medicinal herbs in the clinic for the next few days, so take the prescription and go to other pharmacies to get the herbs. While speaking, Sun Simiao had already finished writing the prescription and handed it to the old couple. The old man quickly thanked him profusely. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. How much is the consultation fee? Sun Simiao stretched out a finger and said, The consultation fee is 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins? The old man was a little surprised when he heard this. When he brought his wife to the magnificent joint medical center, he saw how grand and luxurious the medical center was. He thought that the consultation fee and medicinal fees in this medical center would be much more expensive than other places. But who knew that this was not the case? The consultation fee of the joint medical center was basically the same as the consultation fee of the small medical centers outside. It was even cheaper than some. How could he not be surprised? Good. This is 100 copper coins. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. The old man quickly took out 100 copper coins, and then left with the old woman, thanking her profusely. In fact, the old man was not the only one who was surprised by the friendly consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center. The people who came to see the illness today were definitely here for the three famous doctors, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. But at the same time, they were also a little nervous because they didn't know how much the Joint Medical Center charged. Now that they knew that the consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center was almost the same as outside, or even much less than the consultation fee of those black-hearted medical centers, the people were all overjoyed and ran to spread the news. This reputation soon spread out. Chapter 1429. In the future, Lantian County won't be the only joint medical center in the Tang Empire. We will strive to have a joint medical center in every one of the 300 provinces and counties in the Tang Empire. This is a difficult project, and it will require a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. However, our top priority now is to set up the medical center in Lantian County and make a name for ourselves. Only then will we be able to open joint medical centers in other places more smoothly. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Lantian County had been running well in the past 2 days. On this day, Li Zishuan gathered the main personnel in the medical center and held a small work deployment meeting. Because the medical center would be recruiting doctors tomorrow, the medical center would slowly get on the right track, and some things had to be arranged in advance. Tomorrow, there will be many doctors coming to apply for the job. Dao's son and the 2 doctors must check carefully. Those who have bad medical ethics and bad intentions, no matter how good their medical skills are, cannot be hired by our joint medical center. On the contrary, although some people's medical skills are lacking, if they have noble medical ethics and are diligent and eager to learn, we can also relax the conditions to recruit them and train them well. There is no limit to the number of doctors who can pass your eyes. We will recruit as many doctors as we can. First, the scale of the medical center is too small, and I will recruit more craftsmen to expand it later. Second, when the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is established in other provinces and counties, we will definitely need to transfer some elites over. Third, Yanhuang College's medical school also needs a group of teachers. When the time comes, we will need to transfer a group of experienced doctors to teach there. It can be considered as a part-time job for both sides. Li Zishuan's words sounded rich and overbearing, but that was the truth. The joint clinic was in need of doctors, and so was the Yanhuang Academy's medical school. This time they could use Sun Simiao's prestige and great reputation in the apricot forest to attract a large number of doctors to join. Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded and said, "Little Xian, we understand what you mean. Tomorrow, we will recruit a group of excellent doctors for you." Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang also smiled and agreed. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble you all tomorrow." Now, all kinds of herbs and tools have been prepared in our medical center. After we recruit all the doctors tomorrow, we can officially open for business and treat the illnesses of the common people. Sun Simiao couldn't help but smile. The emergence of the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School ignited a fire in his heart, a fire that spread the medical knowledge. He felt that what Li Zishuan said to him before was very reasonable. No matter how good his medical skills were, he couldn't save all the patients in the world. However, if he passed his medical skills to the doctors in the world, the result would be very different. It was precisely because of this that Sun Simiao, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, agreed to serve as the director of the Joint Medical Center and the dean of Yanhuang College's School of Medicine. One had to know that when Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve as the head of the Imperial Medical Center, Sun Simiao did not agree. Now that Li Zishuan asked Sun Simiao to serve in 2 important positions at the same time, Sun Simiao agreed. Who knew if old Li would be angry when he found out? "Little Xian, if I remember correctly, you should have a set of self-made blood transfusion needles, right? I don't know if you can leave some in the medical center. In case you encounter a patient who is bleeding heavily, it can play a key role." Just as Li Zishuan was about to announce the end of the meeting, Sun Simiao suddenly remembered that Li Zishuan had transfused blood to Qin Qiong last year. So he quickly said. Li Zishuan's heart moved, and suddenly some ideas came to his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Of course. In addition to the blood transfusion needles, I will also get a batch of disposable rubber gloves, medical disinfectant alcohol, masks, and so on. In the future, all the doctors involved in all the surgical operations in the medical center must wear gloves and masks, and their hands and instruments must be disinfected with alcohol. In addition, I have a set of wound suturing methods here. When I have time, I will teach it to the surgeons in the medical center. Ever since he had rubber, Li Zixuan could not only make rubber needles, but also rubber gloves. This was very useful in surgical operations. Thinking back to the time when he had transfused blood to Qin Qiong, he had made the needles from disinfected duck intestines. It was simply too low class. As for the wound suturing techniques, he did not intend to keep it a secret. Teaching it to the doctors in the hospital so that they could save more people would be a great merit. Wound suturing? There's such a treatment method? It's amazing. Yamacho, you have to keep your word. In the future, you must come and teach this method to the doctors in our medical center. Hearing this, Dr. Qin was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, he decisively announced the end of the meeting. It happened to be noon, and there were no patients lining up in front of the medical center. They had probably all gone home for lunch. Li Zixuan invited Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jing, and the 2 former students of the Imperial Medical Department to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. Marquee. Not good. There are many women surrounding the Datong Daily office in Chang'an City. After lunch, Peng Feiji rushed to Li Zixuan and reported to him as soon as he came out of the Zuaxian restaurant. Chicken Bro had just gone through a big wedding, but he was still very dedicated. He reported back to Yunshan the day after the wedding. Now he had become Li Zixuan's personal bodyguard, running errands and delivering messages for Li Zixuan everywhere. Li Zixuan heard this and could not help but frown. He asked in confusion, Datong Daily office is surrounded by women? Why is that? Peng Feiji wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, Marquis, the reason for this is that a few women wanted to sign up for the Yanhuang College Medical School's entrance exam. But since ancient times, there has been no precedent of women entering the school. The people in the office rejected them, but the women did not let it go. They said that in the Datong Daily's admission notice, there was no restriction that only men could sign up. Their ruckus attracted even more women to join them. They said, why can't women enter the school? Why can't women study medicine? There are even female medical officers in the palace. After hearing Peng Feiji's words, Li Zixuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. How could this be blamed on the admission notice he had written? Wasn't the admission notice in ancient times that only men were admitted? Did it need to be specifically stated? Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang all frowned. This was not an easy matter to deal with. Then let the Datong Daily office in Chang'an City close early today. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we avoid them? Li Zixuan said helplessly. Li Zixuan could not force the women who wanted to go to the medical school to study, because he had never hit women. However, it was also impossible for him to let them go as they wished. Allowing women to enter the school was a crime against the world. When the time came, those Confucian defenders would definitely gang up on him. This was a red line. Once crossed, there was a high possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation. Li Zixuan did not want to take this risk. He did not want to be entangled in trouble and bicker with people every day. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to escape. It was not that he was biased against women, but the times did not allow it. Yes, Marquis. Peng Feiji heard this and hesitated for a moment. Then he cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, said worriedly, Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. The Datong Daily office is still open for business. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. From what I see, why don't you tell the world about this in tomorrow's newspaper? Then those women will stop bothering you. Professor Qin nodded and said, Yes, Xiao Xian. Hiding like this is not a solution. Why don't we do as Priest Sun said? At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind was occupied with other matters. Hearing that, he only replied indifferently, I got it. Actually, he was thinking in his heart. Even if tomorrow's newspaper said that women were not allowed to enter the school, would these women really give up? Sir, you're finally back. When he returned to the home mansion, Xiao Yue hurriedly greeted him as soon as he stepped through the door. The workshop was undergoing technical upgrades. Recently, Li Zixuan and Han Yuxi had returned to the county to live. He did not expect Li Yu to find him here, and it seemed like she had something urgent to tell him. Li Zishuan quickly stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Yu. He asked, "What's wrong? Xiao Yue? You're looking for me today?" "Of course." Xiao Yue nodded and said, "Sir, there are many commoner women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school, but they were rejected by your subordinates. You have to make a decision for those women, right?" "Make a decision? Make a decision for what?" Li Zishuan was puzzled. Then he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said, "Xiao Yue, I can't make a decision for them. On the admission notice, although it didn't say that women were not allowed to apply, shouldn't it be tacitly agreed? Since ancient times, where has there been a precedent of women entering the school? I can't help you with this, otherwise, Yanhuang College will be in big trouble." "Humph. Sir, I misjudged you." Xiao Yue pouted and suddenly said angrily, "I always thought that you were a different person. I didn't expect you to look down on women like those Confucian scholars. What's wrong with women? There are some things that women are not worse than men. Sir, what right do you have to look down on women? Besides, although there has been no precedent of women entering the school since ancient times, there are many precedents of women studying medicine. The Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year to act as female medical officers in the palace. Why can't Yanhuang College's medical school recruit women? Sir, when have you become so pedantic?" After knowing Li Yu for so long, Li Zishuan had never seen Li Yu so angry. It was as if she was angry and unwilling to accept the fact that her idol had some flaws. After Xiao Yue finished speaking, she snorted and turned her head to walk out of the door angrily. "Hey, Xiao Yue, wait." Previously, Li Yu's voice was relatively loud, so the people in the room had already walked out. Seeing Xiao Yue leave angrily, Han Yushi hurriedly shouted. Xiao Yue stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were a little red. She turned her head to look at Han Yushi and said, "Sister Yushi, in Sir's eyes, you are the only woman he looks up to. He looks down on all the women in the world. It's useless no matter what I say. He doesn't know that many of the women who apply are pure and kind. They want to learn medicine at Yanhuang College, so that they can save the dying and heal the injured and benefit the people in the future. Today, because of his light sentence, women are not allowed to enter the school. He rejected all the women in the world who are interested in medicine. I think that one day Sir will definitely regret his decision today." After saying that, she raised her arm, wiped her eyes and prepared to leave. This girl was also a sentimental person. As she spoke, she actually ended up crying. In the front yard, Li Zishuan, Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Yi Guazhong, and the others couldn't help but be silent when they heard that, especially Li Zishuan. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind in a very short period of time. Seeing that Xiao Yue was about to leave the house, Li Zishuan suddenly said, "Stop." It was just 3 short words, but they were like a spell that froze Li Yu's foot in the air. Then he pulled it back. Li Zishuan continued, "This matter is indeed my lack of consideration, but I definitely don't mean to look down on women. On the contrary, I think that women's medical skills are not worse than men's. For example, Sun Daozhang's disciple Hu Jing is now a little accomplished in her medical skills. She is also called the Little Fairy Doctor. But even so, if we rashly let women enter Yanhuang College, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. If this matter is not handled properly, it will put Yanhuang College in a whirlpool of storms. The already weak academic skills will be difficult to advance in the future. Therefore, the matter of letting women enter the school must be carefully considered. Xiao Yue, can you give me a few days? I might be able to come up with a perfect plan." Xiao Yue turned around and looked at Li Zishuan with her slightly moist eyes. After a while, she smiled through her tears and said, "Yes, yes. I believe that Sir will be able to do what others can't." Xiao Yue thanks Sir on behalf of those women. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right. All the good and bad things have been said by you alone. You really like to give me problems. Quickly wipe your tears. You're already a big girl. If others see you like this, they'll say that you've been wronged by your teacher." Xiao Yue wiped her eyes and said, I'm not crying. Sir, I still have things to do in the editorial department. I'll go back first. I hope Sir can come up with a good idea to give those women who really want to study medicine a chance." After saying that, she hurriedly left. Xiao Xian, are you really going to admit women into the school? After Xiao Yu left, Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan nodded and sighed deeply. He said, Grandfather, what Xiao Yu said just now is not without reason, but there will be a lot of trouble in this operation. I have to smooth things out one by one before I can officially admit women into the school. Ooh. Chapter 1430. Grandfather, just now little Yuer said that the Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year. Is that true? Lantian County, the main hall of the Marquis' mansion. Li Zixuan looked at Yi Guozhong and asked. He knew that there were female medical officers in ancient times, but he didn't know that the Imperial Medical Department recruited female students. Yi Guozhong heard this and nodded. Little Xian, the Imperial Medical Department does recruit female students every year, and this isn't without precedent. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, there were female medical officers in the palace. Because of her superb medical skills, she was conferred the title of the first female national healer in the history of the Western Han Dynasty. Since the emperor ascended the throne, the system of the Imperial Medical Department gradually improved and began to recruit female students to serve as female medical officers in the palace in the future. After all, there were many concubines and princesses in the harem. If they fell ill, it wouldn't be appropriate for an ordinary imperial physician to treat them. The female students of the Imperial Medical Department came from two sources. One was to select unmarried servants between the ages of 20 and 30, to let them enter the Imperial Medical Department to learn medical skills. The second was to recruit women with medical skills from the common people to take an examination. If they passed the examination, they would directly enter the Imperial Medical Department. In the future, they would have the qualifications to enter the palace after their medical skills had reached a small level. Most of the female doctors that were gathered from the common people came from medical families. Their ancestors had been practicing medicine for generations. After the accumulation of time, they also had a lot of experience. After going through the training of the Imperial Physician Bureau, their medical skills were often better than those of the illiterate servants of the officials. Those women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school should belong to this kind of people. Li Zixuan heard this and frowned. He muttered in his heart for a moment and sighed. Hearing grandfather say this, if our Yanhuang College rejects these women who want to study, it would be a great loss. As far as he was concerned, he was actually happy to see a woman enter the medical school to study medicine. This was because the profession of a doctor couldn't lack women. Firstly, there were both men and women among the patients. Although doctors didn't differentiate between men and women, it would still be inconvenient for a male doctor to treat a private illness. Secondly, female doctors were usually more meticulous, which was a good supplement for male doctors. Didn't modern hospitals not only have female doctors, but also female nurses? Little Xian, you can say that, but you can't do that. In the eyes of many great scholars in the world, your engineering studies are deviant and rebellious. But because you are blessed by the emperor, they can't accuse you. But if you allow women to enter the school, you will give them a reason to attack you. Yanhuang College, which is already in a precarious situation, will become the target of public criticism. At that time, even His Majesty won't be able to protect you. When Yi Guozhong saw Li Zixuan's expression, he couldn't help but ask anxiously. Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. However, since the Imperial Physician Department can recruit female students, then this matter may not be without room for mediation. Tomorrow, I will go to see His Majesty and sound out His Majesty. Husband, did that matter make things difficult for you? At night, after dinner, the husband and wife returned to the bedroom. Han Yushi hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Zixuan, who was sitting in front of the desk and reading documents, and asked softly. Hearing this, Li Zixuan turned around and asked, Wife, are you talking about the matter of letting women enter the medical school? Yes. Han Yushi nodded, then got up and walked to Li Zixuan. She said with an ashamed face, Husband, I'm sorry. When little Yuer came to the residence during the day, I heard what she said and felt that those women were very pitiful. In the end, I asked her to wait for you to come back and ask for your help. I didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble for you. Li Zixuan patted Han Yushi's hand and said with a smile, It's okay, wife. Although this matter is a bit troublesome, it's not completely impossible. In fact, in your heart, you should have the same thoughts as little you right? Han Yushi's expression was slightly sluggish. Seeing Li Zixuan staring at her with a burning gaze, she said helplessly, "Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. I just feel that those women among the common people came to study with the heart of benefiting the common people, but they were rejected. It's really a bit pitiful. Besides, I don't think that women can't learn good medicine and can't be good doctors. Isn't our village's Huzhen an example?" Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, all right. Wife, I already said during the day that I don't have any intention of looking down on women. It's just that letting those women enter Yanhuang College will inevitably cause criticism. Tomorrow, your husband will go to the palace to ask His Majesty and see what his opinion is. Alright, it's getting late. Let's rest. The development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. Ever since Li Zixuan released the Tang Dynasty Dictionary and introduced Pinyin last year, more and more people became literate, including women. Once a person became literate, they would become sensible and their thoughts would be liberated to a certain extent. In addition, the Tang Dynasty was an era of openness. At this time, the social status of women in the entire history of China was rarely matched. Therefore, early the next morning, the offices of Datong Daily in Chang'an City, Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Xianying County, Yunyang County, and more than 20 other counties were besieged by women who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school. Many people were shouting, "Why can the Imperial Medical Department accept female students but Yanhuang College can't?" There were even women who shouted, "We want to see the Marquis of Yong, and ask him to give us an explanation." After receiving the news from various places, Li Zixuan had no choice but to order the besieged offices of Datong Daily to close down immediately. As for today's Datong Daily, it was all handed over to the newsboys to sell. Lantian County, Yong'an Square, Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center. Today, doctors from all over the country had gathered here to accept Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang's assessment and interview. Now in the bamboo sieve in front of you, there are a total of 9 types of medicinal herbs. Please write down the names of the herbs on the paper. In a room on the second floor of the medical center, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang were the main examiners. In front of them sat 7 or 8 doctors who came to apply for the position. The youngest of these people were only 25 or 26 years old, and the older ones even had white beards. From this, it seemed that the position of a doctor in the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center was very attractive to civilian doctors. When they heard Sun Simiao's first question, a few of them quickly identified the herbs and wrote at a fast speed. All right. Time's up. They actually collected the answers they wrote. After about 15 minutes, Sun Simiao said to who was beside him, "Yes, Master." Hu responded and then went down to collect the answers written by those people. Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang took it and then reviewed it in the hall. After a while, the 3 of them exchanged opinions. After confirming that the review results were correct, Sun Simiao announced, "Wu Cheng, the bamboo sieve in front of you contains alpine ginseng, June frost, rock peppergrass, coiling dragon 7, Euchomia ulmoides, angelica, roasted astragalus, Erycema, and Willingzi. And the answers you just submitted, only 8 of them were correct and 1 was wrong. Except for Wu Qingyi, the rest of you have all answered correctly." After his voice fell, everyone below was overjoyed, except for the youngest doctor. This person stood up with an ashamed face and cupped his hands, saying, "I'm really ashamed. I actually mistook alpine ginseng for Tai-bai ginseng. I really shouldn't have. I've embarrassed myself in front of Dr. Sunday. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb Dr. Sun." After saying that, this guy actually prepared to leave the examination hall. Sun Simiao hurriedly said, "Hey, little brother Wu, today's assessment is not only about identifying medicinal herbs. You're still young, so it's normal that you can't distinguish between alpine ginseng and Tai-bai ginseng. But as long as you can answer the following questions well, you still have a good chance of passing the assessment." In this room, Wu Qingyi was the only person under the age of 30. Seeing young people, Sun Simiao's heart was filled with admiration. Wu Qingyi was stunned. He originally thought that he had no chance, But after hearing Sun Simiao's words, his heart suddenly became lively again. He quickly cupped his hands and thanked Sun Simiao with a happy face. "Thank you, Dr. Sun." Sun Simiao nodded and said, "And then the assessment will continue. Duan Shirqiu, you will answer first." A patient often shows symptoms of sweating profusely. The sweat is like beads and slightly sticky. He is afraid of the cold. His hands and feet are cold. His breathing is weak. His face is pale, and even his lips are blue and purple. His pulse is weak or empty. What kind of illness is this? How should I treat it? Duan Shirqiu was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and said, "If I'm not wrong, this person should be suffering from the yang deficiency disease. If you want to cure him, you can use 2 tails of dragon bone, 1 tail of cinnamon, 1 tail of licorice, 1 tail of poria, 1 tail of ginseng, 2 tails of maymenda, 2 tails of oysters, 1 tail of Sichuan lacquer, half a portion of ginger, 3 large dates. Fry them until they are 6/10. Very good answer. Next Jutsaichi, you answer." In the examination room, a group of doctors were racking their brains to pass the assessment. Outside the examination room, the rest of the doctors were waiting anxiously. The people in the back were especially worried because they were afraid that when it was their turn, the admission quota would be full. Then, no matter how good they were, it would be meaningless. After Li Zixuan had breakfast in the morning, he came to the joint medical hall. Although he planned to meet Li Er today, the palace was in the morning court. He did not want to suffer, so he planned to wait until the morning court was over. As soon as he arrived at the medical hall, he saw this lively scene. "Please invite the 8 doctors in the back in." After asking for the location of the examination room, Li Zixuan went directly to the examination room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Sun Simiao's voice full of energy. But after seeing the doctors who came in to apply, Li Zixuan's eyes instantly widened because he saw a woman in the team of doctors. So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the examination room. He heard Sun Simiao's surprised voice inside. "Miss, we are hiring doctors here. Those who have nothing to do with it, please leave." After his voice fell, a woman's voice sounded in the room. "Why do you say that, Master Sun? I came here to participate in the doctor examination of the joint medical hall. How did I become an unrelated person?" Li Zixuan had already walked in at this time, but Sun Simiao did not notice him at all. Instead, he frowned and said, "The Tang Joint Medical Hall only recruits male doctors. Miss, please leave." Dr. Sun, as a person outside the medical field, how can you be as pedantic as those pedantic scholars? The Tang Joint Medical Hall is hiring doctors as long as their medical skills are qualified. Why does it matter if the applicant is a man or a woman? What's more, wasn't the little fairy doctor also a woman? If she can be your disciple, why can't I, Gu Qingyue, come to the Tang Joint Medical Hall to help the world and heal the wounded? The woman said to Sun Simiao with a proud face. People in the world respected and feared Sun Simiao, but this woman spoke to Sun Simiao rudely. "You little girl, how can you be so disrespectful to Dr. Sun?" "That's right. Dr. Sun's medical skills are superb. He has saved millions of people and is the role model of the medical world. How can he allow a little girl like you to criticize him?" Gu Qingyue's words aroused the dissatisfaction of the doctors in the room, and they all began to criticize her. Who knew that Gu Qingyue was not afraid at all? She said coldly, "This is a selection of doctors. Since when did it depend on qualifications to be ranked? Dr. Sun has saved many patients, but what does that have to do with me? I just want a fair chance to compete. If Dr. Sun stumps me with medical skills, I have nothing to say. But if I am deprived of the opportunity to enter the Tang Joint Medical Hall because I am a woman, then I will not accept it. I will go to the Marquis of Yong and to ask for an explanation." Her words were powerful and full of vigor. Those doctors who had criticized her before were intimidated by this woman's cold and arrogant aura, and actually shut their mouths. Although Hu Jingwei, who was beside Sun Simiao, subconsciously wanted to speak up for her master, she always felt that every word Gu Qingyue said was very reasonable. So much so that she could not say a single word of rebuttal for a long time. "Haha, I heard that someone wants to ask for an explanation from this marquis. Is this true?" Li Zixuan, who had been hiding at the back of the examination room, had no choice but to come out now. He touched his nose and said awkwardly, "During the enrollment process of Yanhuang College's medical school, there were women who came to apply, but he never expected that in the examination room of the Tang Joint Medical Hall, there would be a female doctor who came to apply for a position." He could not help but think to himself, the Tang dynasty's culture is really open. The Tang dynasty's feminism is really stronger than any other dynasty. "Xiaoxian, you're here." "Yamacho. Young master, you're here." "Marquis? Nice to meet you, Marquis." Hearing that, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jingwei, and the other doctors in the room all stood up and greeted him. The woman named Gu Qingyue did not move. She used her beautiful eyes to seriously size up Li Zixuan. The surprise in her eyes disappeared in a flash. She probably did not expect Li Zixuan to look so young. After a moment of sizing him up, she bowed and said, "I am Gu Qingyue. Nice to meet you, Marquis." Chapter 1431. In ancient times, women had obtained a high status through their labor in harvesting. At that time, they had even become the kings of their own tribes. Later on, the change in labor force made men the representatives of sovereignty. Since the establishment of the feudal empire, women were not allowed to be officials or doctors. They seemed to have become a tool for reproduction. However, there was one dynasty that was an exception, and that was the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, women had a unique status. This seemed to be an era where men and women were equal. This was reflected in the laws of the Tang dynasty. The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that women of the Tang dynasty had the right to inherit and could become the head of a household. A woman's virtue was to have no talent. If this sentence was used on women of the Ming and Qing dynasties, it would be perfect. However, women of the Tang dynasty were not like this. In the Tang dynasty, women could ride horses and shoot arrows. They could also attend all kinds of grand banquets. They were not like the ladies of the Ming and Qing dynasties, who had to hide in their boudoirs all day long. It was because of this open culture and the tolerance of women from top to bottom, coupled with Li Zixuan's introduction of dictionaries and pinyin, the literacy rate of the people of the Tang dynasty soared. Women's thoughts were also further liberated. This led to the pursuit of the Datong daily office in recent days. This led to Gu Qingyue speaking frankly and openly contradicting Sun Simiao in the examination room of the Tang dynasty's joint medical center. After the Tang dynasty, the feudal system became more complete, and the centralization of power was further strengthened. This also led to the loss of women's rights. In the later dynasties, the Chang and Zhou Confucianism gradually became mainstream. The 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles became a fatal turning point for women. From then on, the status of women was gradually weakened. Until the Qing dynasty, women had almost no status in society. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the Tang dynasty was an era where feminism was prevalent. Especially after Wu Zetian ascended the throne, feminism in the Tang dynasty reached its peak. "Miss, did you want to ask this marquis for an explanation?" Gu Qingyue's appearance could not be considered very stunning, but it was definitely not ugly either. Especially that pair of particularly tall and straight peaks which gave her a lot of points. Li Zixuan did not dare to look down. He only dared to stare at Gu Qingyue's cheeks and said. Gu Qingyue stood up straight and said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Marquis Qingyue only wants a fair chance to compete with these male doctors. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is recruiting doctors, not son-in-law. Why do you care so much about gender?" Li Zixuan nodded and asked with a smile. "Miss Gu, you seem to be very confident in your medical skills?" A trace of pride appeared on Gu Qingyue's face. She said confidently, "Our Gu family has been practicing medicine for generations and has saved countless lives. I have followed my father to treat patients since I was young. I read the Canon of Internal Medicine at the age of 6, the Yellow Emperor's 81 Difficult Classics at the age of 7, the Shennong's Materia Medica at the age of 9, the Treatise on Typhoid and Miscellaneous Diseases at the age of 10, the Pulse Classics and Acupuncture and Moxibustion Classics at the age of 12. At the age of 13, I was able to treat patients alone. How can I not be confident in my medical skills?" Li Zixuan's eyebrows twitched, secretly thinking that this girl seemed to be an expert. Sun Simiao was a little surprised. He asked, "Gu family? Which Gu clan is the Gu clan that Miss mentioned? Gu Qingyue raised her head and said, The Gu family is the Gu family. My ancestor was the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. People call him Little Deity. Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty? Li Zishuan was confused. He did not know much about the history of the Western Jin dynasty, let alone the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. But Sun Simiao was different. When he heard this, he could not help but exclaim, Miss Gu is the descendant of immortal Gu. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. My apologies. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang were also shocked. They cupped their hands and said, So you are the descendant of immortal Gu. My apologies. Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded. He thought to himself, who the hell is this Xianwen Gu? He was able to make Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin treat him differently. Hehe. Can I take the test now? Gu Qingyue asked with a smile. This? Little Xian you see? Sun Simiao's voice faltered as he looked at Li Zishuan with a troubled expression. Ahem. Li Zishuan quickly put away the confusion on his face. He coughed and said, Since Miss Gu is from a famous family and is so confident in your medical skills, you can take the test. At the same time, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center will no longer restrict the recruitment of male and female doctors. As long as your medical skills and medical ethics are good, you can be selected. Although he did not know who Gu Qingyue's ancestor, Immortal Gu, was, he could not show his ignorance on his face. He still wanted to save face. As for the gender restriction of the Joint Medical Center's doctors, it was a decision he made after careful consideration. Because the academy recruiting female students might be opposed by the public, but the medical center recruiting female doctors, there was no reason for people to object. After all, there was no rule that said that women could not practice medicine in this era. Marquis is wise and powerful. Qingyue is impressed. Hearing that Li Zishuan had completely removed the gender restriction of the recruitment of doctors, Gu Qingyue smiled sweetly and bowed to Li Zishuan. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zishuan's attitude was firm, so he could not persuade him anymore. Moreover, he also felt that recruiting female doctors would not affect the overall situation. So he nodded and said, That's good. Gu Gunyang, please take a seat. Next, please follow them to take the test. Actually, come out for a moment. After settling the matter of Gu Qingyue's qualification, Li Zishuan walked to Hu Actually's side and whispered something. Then he walked out of the room from the side. Hu Actually looked at Sun Simiao. Seeing Sun Simiao nodding at her, she then walked out of the door. Young master, do you need me for something? Outside the room, Hu Actually asked in a low voice. Li Zishuan nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but still bent down slightly and looked at Hu Actually. He whispered, Actually, who is Gu Qingyue's ancestor? Hu Actually was stunned and said doubtfully, Young master, didn't Sister Gu say? Her family's ancestor is Gu Xianwang, the Marquis of the Western Jin dynasty. Oh, young master wants to ask who Gu Xianwang is, right? This Gu Xianwang is Gu Hong. His courtesy name is Jichuan, and he calls himself Bio Puzi. He is a famous doctor in the Western Jin dynasty. His wife, Aunt Bao, is also very skilled in medicine. She is very famous among the people. There is even a temple for Aunt Bao in the coastal area of Guangdong. Gu Hong? She is actually a descendant of Gu Hong. Li Zishuan's face changed, and his heart was extremely shocked. Yesterday, Yi Guozhong told him that the women who knew medicine among the people were mostly from medical families. He did not expect that today, in the Tang United Medical Center, he would meet Gu Qingyue, a woman who came from a super medical family. He was really lucky. At the same time, this also confirmed Li Zishuan's idea of recruiting women into Yanhuang College's medical school. Today, he must find Li Er and ask for an explanation. Chapter 1432. Gu Hong, also known as Jichuan, was the grandnephew of Gu Xian of the Three Kingdoms, and was known as the Little Immortal. He was once conferred the title of Marquis of Guanyi and later lived in seclusion in Mount Luofu to refine pills. At the same time, he was also a famous doctor in China during the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was the pioneer of preventive medicine and wrote Behind the Elbow, which recorded the diagnosis and treatment of infectious diseases such as smallpox and chigger. Gu Hong's wife, Bao Gu, was the daughter of the governor of Nanhai, Bao Jing. She was also a famous doctor. She had followed her husband for a long time to refine pills and practice medicine in Mount Luofu, treating the people and benefiting the people. Therefore, the people of Lingnan respectfully called her Bao Gu. Bao Gu practiced medicine and gathered herbs, and her footprints were all over Guangzhou, Nanhai, Huyang, Baoyuo, and other places. Her medical skills were excellent and meticulous. She was good at acupuncture and was famous for treating tumors and warts. After Bao Gu's death, the people of Lingnan commemorated her contribution to the medical industry and built a shrine to Bao Gu in the Sanyuan Palace at the foot of Yuexiu Mountain in Guangzhou. Therefore, the Gu family that Gu Qingyue belonged to could be called a super medical family. However, Li Zixuan found it a little strange. With the Gu family's background, even after several hundred years, they shouldn't have let Gu Qingyue, a young miss who had never done any household chores, apply for a job at the joint medical center, right? Could there be a story in between? Shaking his head, Li Zixuan left the medical center and went home. He still had to go to the palace to see Li Er, so he had to go home and change his clothes. Greetings, Marquis. Just as he stepped into the gate, a person came from the front yard and bowed to Li Zixuan. Yo, Brother Zhang, why are you here? Li Zixuan was slightly surprised. The person who came was none other than the blacksmith of the workshop, Zhang Hongsheng. Marquis, this Zhang is here today to return the sword. Thank you, Marquis, for trusting this Zhang and being willing to lend the wind-chasing sword to my father. Now that 3 days have passed, this Zhang will return the wind-chasing sword intact. Zhang Hongsheng raised the sword above his head and bowed to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and took the wind-chasing sword. After a cursory inspection, he said, "It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. I wonder if your father is satisfied with my wind-chasing sword?" Satisfied. Zhang Hongsheng nodded his head and said, "After my father saw the wind-chasing sword, he was shocked by it and even wanted to reforge the 9 raven swords. However, my father knew that he was too old and could not afford to reforge the sword, so he could only give up. My father admires Marquis' honorable master, spiritual master Taoist Lingxiu. I only regret not being able to meet him personally back then." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha, your father's swordsmithing technique is something that few people in the world can match. This Marquis admires your father very much and will definitely pay a visit to him in the future." It was inevitable that the workshop would run into some technical problems in the future. It was not a bad thing to establish a good relationship with a famous blacksmith like Zhang Jujio. Zhang Hongsheng quickly cupped his hands and said, "This Zhang looks forward to Marquis' arrival. Now that the sword has been returned, this Zhang will return to the workshop to forge weapons and armor for Marquis. Oh, by the way, on the way here, this Zhang heard from Steward Fu that the hydraulic stamping machine in the workshop has been completed. It should be ready for use now. Marquis, the plate armor you designed should be ready soon." Hearing this, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He said with a face full of joy, "Oh? The hydraulic press machine has been completed? Then do you know how Ink Girl's electric motor is?" This, Zhang Hongsheng said awkwardly. "Marquis, this Zhang is not very familiar with Ink Girl, so I don't know." Mo Lingwei might be chatting and laughing with Li Zixuan, Yan Xiaoning and the rest, but in front of outsiders she was cold and unapproachable. It was said that this girl wanted to maintain the dignity of a Yanhuang College professor, so Zhang Hongsheng was innocently implicated. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and waved his hand. "All right then, go do your work. As for the electric motor, I will personally go to the workshop and ask Ink Girl." "Yes, Marquis." After hanging the chasing wind sword on the sword rack at home, Li Zixuan changed into a set of court clothes with the help of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. Then he rode on Big White and left with Peng Feiji and a few other guards. Currently, the roads in Lantian County were being upgraded. The original bluestone roads were being changed into cement roads. In order to avoid traffic jams due to the road construction, County Magistrate He chose to construct the roads in sections. This way, the construction speed could be guaranteed, and it would not affect the people's travel as much as possible. After leaving the county, he rode his horse all the way to Chang'an City. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, so the weather was not too hot. Therefore, the journey was very refreshing. Little Xian, you're done with the morning court. What are you doing here?" Coincidentally, when he arrived at the entrance of the imperial city, he bumped into the civil and military officials who had just finished their morning court. Chang Yaojin's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw Li Zishuan, who had just dismounted from his horse. He quickly walked in front of Li Zishuan and laughed. Uncle Chang, Uncle Qin, did you guys just finish your morning court? Li Zishuan smiled and greeted them. Yes. Little Xian, you came to the palace today because you have something to ask His Majesty, right? Qin Xiong nodded and asked with a smile. Yes. It's about Yanhuang College's medical school. There are some things that I need His Majesty's opinion on. Li Zishuan replied. Then hurry up and go. Don't delay the important matters. Qin Xiong was much more serious than Chang Yaojin. When he heard that Li Zishuan had important matters to discuss with Li Er, he quickly moved aside and said, Yes. Uncle Yan? Li Zishuan nodded and was about to leave when he saw Yen Lide walking towards him. He suddenly remembered that he had tested Mo Huai a few days ago, so he quickly took the initiative to greet him. Yes. Little Xian. Are you going to the palace to see His Majesty? Li Zishuan was the leader of the younger generation in the Tang Empire, and Yen Lide had a very good impression of him. Hearing this, he revealed a kind smile and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, There are some things that I need to see His Majesty about, but I also want to congratulate Uncle Yen today. Congratulate? This is for no reason. What's there to congratulate me for? Yen Lide was a little confused when he heard this and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Yen, you're too involved to see clearly. What I mean is that I should be able to attend Xiaoning's wedding soon. Wedding? Heh. Old Yen, is that kid of yours getting married? Not kind. You're too unkind, old man. You didn't even inform me of such a happy event. Are you afraid that I'll drink your family dry? Not far away. Chang Yaojin heard this and immediately stopped moving forward. Then he turned around and walked over quickly, pointing at Yen Lide and teasing him. Yen Lide was still in a daze at this moment. When he heard old Chang talking non-stop, he immediately said impatiently, All right. Chang Jijia, stop messing around. I don't even know what's going on. Little Xian, are you saying that Xiaoning is getting married? As his father, how can I not know anything about this? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Uncle Yen is busy with official business all day long, so it's normal for you to neglect these small matters. However, it's rare for Xiaoning to find a good marriage. Uncle Yen, you have to seize the opportunity for Xiaoning. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. I'm going in to see His Majesty. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Zishuan didn't care about Yen Lide's dumbfounded expression. He cupped his hands and walked toward the palace gate. Brother Little Xian? You're in the palace? As soon as he entered the palace and walked across the arch bridge in front of Taiji Palace, he heard a pleasant female voice shouting beside him. Li Zishuan paused and looked to the right. He saw Changle, who was wearing a pink dress, walking towards him. Changle? Oh, greetings, Your Highness. Seeing the fairy-like Changle, Li Zishuan was immediately in a good mood and wanted to greet her. However, remembering that this was the imperial palace and that there were many eyes, he promptly stopped and saluted. Changle knitted her brows somewhat reproachfully, saying, Brother Little Xian, we haven't seen each other for so long. Why are you treating Changle like a stranger? Li Zishuan had always treated Changle as his own younger sister. As an elder brother, who would be willing to salute his younger sister every day? Hearing this, he whispered, This is the imperial palace. This subject naturally has to be cautious and respectful. Oh. Hearing this, Changle instantly understood. Only then did she feel a little better. She made an oh sound and said, Then Brother Xiaoxian, did you enter the palace this time to see my imperial father? Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's right. Changle happily said, That's perfect. I also have matters to discuss with my imperial father. Brother Little Xian, let's go together. Li Zishuan thought it over and did not refuse, nodding his head. Your Imperial Majesty, Princess Changle requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Palace Hall, Li Er had not been seated for long after the morning court session when an eunuch entered and bowed. Oh, Changle? Quickly let her in. Li Er had just finished the morning court session and was originally somewhat tired. Hearing that his most beloved daughter had arrived, he immediately became spirited and hurriedly replied. Who knew that the eunuch would say, "Your Imperial Majesty, the Marquis of Yong," and is also outside the hall, requesting an audience. Why did that fellow think of meeting us today? Let him in. Hearing this, Li Er's eyebrows trembled slightly as he spoke. Speaking of which, ever since Li Zixuan had entered the palace to ask for brass after the construction of the hydroelectric dam in Lantian County, Li Er had not seen Li Zixuan for quite some time. Without Li Zixuan causing trouble in Chang, and Li Er felt that it was lacking a lot of fun. Chang'e pays respects to Imperial Father. This subject Li Zixuan pays respects to your Imperial Majesty. Not long after, Chang'e and Li Zixuan walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. Dispense with the formalities. Chang'e, quickly come to Imperial Father. Li Er replied with a faint before hurriedly beckoning to Chang'e. This completely different treatment also proved how important Chang'e was in Li Er's heart. Chang'e responded with a smile and then walked cheerfully to Li Er's side. Li Er lightly patted Chang'e's shoulder before looking at Li Zixuan and asking, Marquis of Yong, you came to the palace to meet us. Do you have something to report? Li Zixuan secretly curled his lips as he thought to himself, Your Imperial Majesty has finally thought of me. He stepped forward and clasped his hands together before saying, Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has already made a breakthrough in the weapons and armor that you asked me to upgrade for the Black Armored Army. In a few days, Your Imperial Majesty will be able to see the incomparably sharp vanadium steel horse lance, and the world's #1 defensive vanadium steel plate armor. This was the art of speaking. First, talk about the good news to make Li Er happy. Then, talk about the matter of girls entering the school. This was the only way to get a better result. Hearing this, Li Er was indeed delighted. He stood up and said, Vanadium steel horse lance? Vanadium steel plate armor? That means that your workshop can already produce vanadium steel? Previously, Li Zixuan had told him that vanadium steel had superior performance compared to ordinary steel. This was why he asked Li Zixuan to create a batch of vanadium steel weapons and armor for the Black Armored Army, the Tang Empire's most elite cavalry. Now that he heard that the weapons and armor were about to be completed, Old Li was naturally excited. Li Zixuan clasped his hands together and said, Your Imperial Majesty, the workshop has not only mastered the method of smelting vanadium steel, but also a new type of forging technology. It is because of this technology that we can create the world's #1 plate armor. This plate armor is difficult for ordinary swords and arrows to penetrate. It can greatly reduce the death rate of our Tang Empire's cavalry. Li Er couldn't help but ask curiously, From what I heard, you seem to be very confident in this plate armor. You actually dare to say that its defense is #1 in the world? Your Imperial Majesty, I am not boasting. Not only is the defense of this plate armor far superior to the Mingguang armor, it is also lighter than the Mingguang armor. In about 3 to 5 days this plate armor will be completed. At that time Your Imperial Majesty will know when you see it. Li Zixuan said confidently. Who gave him such confidence? Of course it was the workshop's advanced production technology. Li Er nodded and said, Good. Then let's wait for the plate armor to be completed. If it is really as you said, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Li Zixuan said his thanks. Then he pondered for a moment and bowed. Your Imperial Majesty, I have another matter to report to Your Imperial Majesty. What is it? Let me hear it. Li Er was still immersed in the plate armor that Li Zixuan said had the world's #1 defense. Hearing this, he nodded and said. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Your Imperial Majesty, I have planned to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College a long time ago to spread medicine and benefit the people. A few days ago, I spread the enrollment notice of the medical school to the people of all provinces and counties through Datong Daily. Unexpectedly, many women went to Datong Daily to sign up. After they were rejected, they unwillingly surrounded the office of Datong Daily, claiming that they wanted an explanation. Hearing this, Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, said in a deep voice, I have heard about this matter. You can just send some people to send these women away. Why do you need to discuss it with me? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Your Imperial Majesty, that is not what I meant. I want to ask Your Imperial Majesty, since the Imperial Medical Department can recruit female students every year, can the Yanhuang College's medical school also recruit female students? Hearing this, Li Er and Changle's faces were filled with surprise. The Ganlu Palace suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 1433. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Yanhuang College is a sacred place for learning. How can you let a girl enter? After a moment of silence, Li Er's angry roar sounded in the Ganlu Palace. Li Zishuan shrunk his neck and probed. Your Majesty, why can the Imperial Medical Department recruit female students, but Yanhuang College's medical school? Shut up. How can it be the same? When Li Er heard Li Zishuan talk about the Imperial Medical Department again, he mercilessly interrupted. The female students of the Imperial Medical Department will eventually go to the palace to serve as female medical officers. What's the use of your Yanhuang College's medical school to train so many female students? What's more, the Imperial Medical Department is a place that specializes in teaching medicine. There's no gender distinction in front of doctors. You just need to separate their rooms. But what about Yanhuang College? In addition to these medical students, Yanhuang College also has hundreds of engineering students. You've recruited these female students. What kind of scandal is that? When the time comes, even if I don't punish you, the spittle of all the scholars in the world will drown you. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart sank. So this was the problem. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the female students of the Imperial Medical Department will serve as female medical officers in the palace, and the female students of Yanhuang College's medical school will serve in the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center in the future. This is because not only does the palace need female doctors, but the people also need female doctors. Your Majesty has always been diligent and loved the people. How can you ignore the pleas of the people? As for the female students entering Yanhuang College's medical school, it's easy to deal with. When I return, I'll immediately have people build a tall wall between the engineering school and the medical school. I'll also send people to patrol and prohibit the students of the engineering school from entering the medical school to find female students. This matter will be personally supervised by Teacher Wenji. He has a respected reputation in the scholarly circle. There shouldn't be any gossip, right? In this way, although the medical school is under the name of Yanhuang College, it's completely independent. The education model is no different from the Imperial Medical Department. Can't the leisurely mouths of the people in the world be completely blocked? Li Er, who was sitting high above, couldn't help but frown. Chong Lu, who was beside him, took the opportunity to say, Father, Brother Xiaoxian was right. Not only did the palace need female medical officers, the commoners also needed them. Otherwise, if this girl suffers from some hidden illness that is inconvenient to speak of, how difficult would that be? It was said that the harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. If it were any other concubines or princesses in the harem who said this, they would probably be reprimanded by Li Er. However, it was Changle who said this. The result was completely different. Li Zishuan's furrowed brows actually relaxed slightly. He patted Changle's little head very dotingly, then looked at Li Zishuan and said, Your method is barely passable, but why do you have to go through so much trouble to recruit women into Yanhuang College's medical school? This was also what Li Er didn't understand. As the saying goes, one doesn't get up early without benefits. In his opinion, although Li Zishuan wasn't the kind of person who only cared about benefits, he was definitely not the kind of person who did things without asking for anything in return. Li Zishuan said with an innocent face, Your Majesty, I'm not letting women into the medical school for my own personal benefit. I'm only letting the Tang Empire's medical school have a better development. Li Er asked curiously, What does letting the Tang Empire's medical school have to do with recruiting women into the school? Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors. Most of the women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school are from medical families. Their ancestors have been practicing medicine for generations. Under the influence of what they see and hear, their cultivation in medicine is better than that of ordinary people. What they lack is a systematic medical education. Once they are able to receive formal training, their medical skills will definitely be better than the current doctors in the various medical halls. If they are willing to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school, it means that they have a benevolent heart to save the world and help the people. Your Majesty, do you want me to reject these women with medical talent just because they are women? Moreover, women are generally more careful than men. The most important thing for a qualified doctor is to be careful. Female doctors are a good supplement for male doctors. That's why I said that if the Tang Empire's medical school wants to have a long-term development, it absolutely can't do without female doctors. Li Zishuan's words made Li Er fall into deep thought. Chang'e, who was at the side, became more and more interested as she listened. Her beautiful face gradually glowed with a brilliant smile. She thought to herself, Brother Shaoxian is indeed different from other men. He values women so much and doesn't discriminate against them. He really has the spirit that only immortals have. Speaking of which, although she was a princess of the Tang Empire, she was still a woman. Since she was a woman, she couldn't avoid marrying and becoming a man's wife and vassal. Today, Li Zishuan spoke up for female doctors, which made her eyes light up. Your Majesty, I also think that Marquis Yong'an's words are reasonable. Li Er was about to speak when Empress Zhongsun happened to walk in from outside the hall with a bowl of iced sour plum soup. She smiled and said, There are many women from medical families among the people who have medical skills. If they are rejected outside the door of Yanhuang College's medical school just because they are women, wouldn't it be too much of a pity to cut off the possibility of their medical skills to improve further? Besides, the number of female students recruited by the Imperial Medical Department every year is limited. The palace doesn't need so many female medical officers, so it's better to let Yanhuang College's medical school cultivate a group of female doctors to benefit the people. Standing in the middle of the hall, Li Zishuan couldn't help but look gratefully at Empress Zhongsun. This gentle, virtuous, and wise woman would come out at every critical moment to advise Li Er to make the most correct decision. She was the biggest contributor to Li Er's creation of the Jingguan Golden Age. The silent Li Er finally looked at Li Zishuan and said, That's good. We will grant your request for the time being. But this move is bound to cause criticism among the court officials. In our opinion, this matter should wait until your new plate armor is made before we announce it in front of all the court officials. At that time you will have made a great contribution, and the voices of opposition will be much smaller. In addition, if there are people among the people who oppose this matter, you will have to deal with it yourself. If the voices of opposition are too loud, then don't blame us for refuting your proposal. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but curse Li Er in his heart for being so cunning. However, it was already not easy for Li Er to be willing to stand by his side. It was basically impossible for him to get Li Er to help him eliminate all opposition. This official obeys. Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan knew when to stop and immediately stepped forward to thank the emperor. The next day, Tang Dynasty's Joint Medical Center officially announced the recruitment of female doctors. This news only caused a small ripple among the people because today was a special day. Celestial Bane, which had been serialized in Datong Daily for 2 months, officially ended today. Strangely enough, this Xianxia novel's biggest audience was not men, but women. The delicate emotional entanglements in the novel caused many women to cry. Especially at the end, when Bai Yao sacrificed herself to block the Celestial Bane sword for Zhang Xiaofan. Not only did the female readers cry, but many male readers couldn't help but secretly wipe their eyes. Sop sop sop. In the end, Bai Yao still couldn't be resurrected. Bai Yao is so pitiful. Leather Knight is so hateful. Why did he give everyone hope, and then let everyone feel despair? Bai Yao could have been resurrected. Why didn't he give us a perfect ending? No. Quick, take a look at the last paragraph Paixia wrote. Today, Celestial Bane has officially come to an end. During the serialization of Celestial Bane, we received a lot of support from readers. Chivalrous Hero is very grateful. Of course, we also received criticism and abuse from readers. Chivalrous Hero understands all of you because Chivalrous Hero also likes Bai Yao. But Swordsman really can't give you a perfect ending. Bai Yao's tragedy from the day she appeared was already destined. She was a demonic witch, and Zhang Xiaofan was from a righteous sect. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would never be together. During the Great Battle of Emerald Cloud Mountain, Zhang Xiaofan was interrogated by his sect. Priest Song Song colluded with the demonic sect and betrayed Emerald Cloud sect. The defeated demonic sect turned back and wanted to kill Emerald Cloud sect. Daoxian Zhenren activated the Celestial Bane Sword formation for the second time. In the end, because he was worried that Zhang Xiaofan would be used by the demonic sect and bring disaster to the world, he slashed the Celestial Bane Sword at Zhang Xiaofan. In such a desperate situation, if Bai Yao didn't activate the spell of infatuation and block the sword with her body, Zhang Xiaofan would only die. There was no other ending. The wounded Zhang Xiaofan joined Ghost King sect under the name of Ghostly. For 10 years he searched for a way to resurrect Bai Yao. But the dead cannot be resurrected. Can Bai Yao really be resurrected? Maybe. After all, when Fox Divergent Mountain collapsed, Bai Yao's body disappeared, leaving only a piece of green clothing and the Hahuan bell. It was very imaginative. But if Bai Yao didn't use her body to block the sword and sleep forever, how can you remember her forever? I want you to always remember the Bai Yao who, for true love, was willing to fall into the underworld for 3 lifetimes and 7 lifetimes. Swordsmen were devastated by the end of Celestial Bane. After serious consideration, Swordsman decided to stop writing and thank the readers who accompanied the swordsman along the way. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Leather Knight's words at the end of the chapter were an explanation for Bai Yao's ending. It was also a declaration that he would stop writing from now on. After reading it, the male and female readers were stunned at first. Then they cried out in disbelief. What? Stop writing? What does this mean? Leather Knight won't write novels anymore? Sob. Why? Although we're sad that Bai Yao didn't resurrect, Leather Knight, please don't abandon us readers. Sob. We won't scold you anymore. Leather Knight, don't stop writing. That's right. We won't block Datong Daily's editorial department anymore. We won't scold you anymore. Please don't stop writing. Sob. Bai Yao didn't resurrect. Leather Knight also stopped writing. Leather Knight, why are you so cruel to us? In Chang'an City and the counties around Chang'an City, the readers who saw the latest issue of Bragging World couldn't help but cry. A sorrowful atmosphere began to spread wildly in every city. Cries could be heard everywhere. Damn it. Leather Knight is going to stop writing? Is it because we made a scene in the workshop last time and angered him? Sigh. Don't you think I'm despicable? In Chang'an City Sun Mansion. It was Saturday today. Sun Zifen sat in the backyard happily and read the latest issue of Bragging World. He was very satisfied with the plot update a few days ago because Zhang Xiaofan was trying hard to find a way to resurrect Bai Yao. This gave him hope. But who knew that today's 5 chapters would turn his hope into despair? And from despair into extreme despair. Because Bai Yao didn't seem to be resurrected in the end, and Leather Knight had completely stopped writing novels. Smack! Sun Zifen couldn't help but give himself a hard slap. He scolded himself. Sun Zifen, oh Sun Zifen, why did you make a scene in the workshop's editorial department and make Leather Knight unhappy? Great, now there won't be any books to read in the future, right? It's over. It's over. My Zhang Xiaofan. My Bai Yao. My Leather Knight. Come back all of you. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help but cry. The servants guarding outside the door couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what kind of blow their young master had suffered. No. I want a reward. This is what I owe Leather Knight. I want to reward him with all my pocket money. Men. Quick. Quick. Reward Celestial Bane 100 Tang Yuan. In the room, Sun Zifen suddenly said as if he had gone crazy. There were quite a number of people who had the same thoughts as him. Back when they caused a ruckus in the editorial office, there were thousands of them. Those who participated in the ruckus were actually very fond of Celestial Bane. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more the blame. Now, when they saw the last sentence of Celestial Bane's grand finale, they subconsciously felt that it was because they caused a ruckus in the workshop back then that caused Pai Ziyech to retire from writing. Therefore, they all wanted to reward him as compensation. As for those who didn't participate in the chaos, they wanted to reward him as much as they could, hoping to retain Leather Knight. Therefore, a very spectacular scene appeared. Chang'an Lantian County, Xinfeng County, Yunyang County, Jingyang County, Sanyuan County, Xianying County, and more than 20 other counties were all surrounded by Datong Daily's offices. This encirclement was different from the encirclement of women who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school 2 days ago. This time the scale was unprecedentedly grand. At least a few hundred people lined up in front of each Datong Daily's office. Everyone was waving Tang Yuan in their hands, shouting that they wanted to reward Celestial Bane, Leather Knight, and begging Leather Knight not to stop writing. The staff of Datong Daily's office panicked in the face of such a scene. Then they began to frantically receive rewards and distribute fan medals to those readers. Each of them wished they could grow 8 arms because they were too busy to cope with the situation. Today was a day that belonged to Celestial Bane, and more importantly to Pai Xiajue. Fortunately, Tang Yuan was gradually becoming popular among the people. Otherwise, with so much money, the Datong Daily's office would be full again. Chapter 1434. Young Master, something bad has happened. South of Chang'an City, Lin family's backyard. Maid Xiao Shi ran into the study with the latest issue of Tang Dynasty Daily. Bragging World and informed Lin Hao, who was sitting in front of the desk reviewing his homework. What's wrong? What happened? Don't bother me with such trivial matters. Ever since the start of the new year, Lin Hao had been in seclusion to prepare for the exams. Although he knew that Leather Knight had published a new book at the end of March, he could only bear the pain and give it up in order to get into Yanhuang College this year. For the time being, he put Celestial Bane aside. He planned to read it to his heart's content after the exams. Under his orders, his maidservants would buy a copy of Bragging World every day. They would also cut out the parts about Celestial Bane and bind them into a book. They would keep it for him to read after the exam. Young Master, Celestial Bane is ending today. Leather Knight said that he's going to quit writing completely and will never write a novel again. Datong Daily's office in Chang'an City has gathered a lot of readers. They're all madly tipping and begging Leather Knight not to quit writing. Xiao Shi was panting as she held the latest issue of Big Talk. Martial Arts World. What? Celestial Bane is ending? Leather Knight is going to quit writing? Lin Hao stood up in shock when he heard that. He originally planned to raise Celestial Bane for a while, but he never expected that he would raise the author until the end of his career. It would be hard for anyone to surpass his skill in raising books in the future, right? Young Master, look. Xiao Shi nodded in response and handed the copy of Bragging World to Lin Hao. Lin Hao took it and read the last paragraph carefully. He couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. What a pity. I won't be able to read his novels anymore. Xiao Shi, go get 1,000 Tang Yuan and tip the Leather Knight. Currently, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's bicycles were selling well all over the country. Lin Wenyuan relied on his status as a member of the Chamber of Commerce to earn a lot of money. In addition, Lin Hao had recently been in closed-door training to prepare for the exams, so he rarely used the money. Therefore, this brat had also saved up a lot of money. 1,000 Tang Yuan was still something he could afford. Yes. Young Master. Brother Qingke, is Brother Xiaoxian really not planning to write novels in the future? In the Imperial Palace, the little fatty had just paid his respects to Empress Zhang's son when he was robbed by Chang'e. Chang'e pulled Li Tai to the garden and asked anxiously. Li Tai heaved a sigh and said helplessly, I just found out about this too. Although I felt bad, I understood Yamacho's feelings. He had so many things to do every day. How could he have the time to write a novel? We should have been mentally prepared for this outcome. When Chang'e heard this, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. After a long while she nodded and said, Yes, Brother Qingke, you're right. Brother Xiaoxian can't always write novels for us. Now, not only is he in charge of Yanhuang College, he's also in charge of the huge fief of Lantian County. It's time for him to stop writing. But from now on, it'll be hard to see a novel as exciting as Celestial Bane. Yamacho, are you really planning to stop writing? In the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, Li Zishuan came here today to check on the progress of the technical upgrade and coincidentally met Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou brought Li Zishuan to a corner and asked worriedly, Sai, I'm not writing anymore. I'm getting busier and busier. Where would I find the time to write novels? Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled bitterly. Ma Zhou said unwillingly, But Marquis, are you really willing to part with your readers? Do you know that this morning countless readers of Celestial Bane in and around Chang'an City went to the Datong Daily office to tip you? They want to apologize for making a scene in the workshop and ask you to stay. Are you really willing to part with them? Although he had long decided to stop writing after finishing Celestial Bane, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little sad when he heard Ma Zhou mention it. It was a kind of reluctance. All good things must come to an end. I have more and more work to do and I can't keep writing. It's better to get the pain over with than to prolong the pain. While they're still not too deep, it's better for me to withdraw as soon as possible. Besides, each new generation excels the previous one. Now Hua Hongyi's dream of Qin is gaining momentum and has a chance to take Celestial Bane's first place. I'm leaving when things are done, hiding my achievements and fame. I'm leaving now to make way for the younger generation and to avoid embarrassment if I'm surpassed by others in the future. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan shook his head and said. Ma Zhou looked deeply at Li Zixuan and said, leaving when things are done, hiding your achievements and fame. Marquis, you have great literary talent. Although what you said makes sense, Marquis, I don't believe a word of it. Celestial Bane's position, whether it's in the past or in the future, is unshakable. Dream of Qin is getting more and more exciting after it's updated, but it's still lacking compared to Celestial Bane. After Li Zixuan told Hua Hongyi about the TV series in his previous life, Hua Hongyi stopped updating for a week and reworked the outline. The updated Dream of Qin was undoubtedly more exciting in terms of plot. Hua Ziyu, a student of engineering, Princess Yushu of Tuan Kingdom, Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu Lu Bang, the great Qin general Meng Yi, the great eunuch Zhao Gao, the eldest young master Fu Su, the second young master Hu Hai, and the supreme emperor Qin Shi Huang. These characters collided and created dazzling sparks under Hua Hongyi's pen, especially the part where the main character, Hua Ziyu, used engineering to stir up trouble in the Qin dynasty. The readers couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction and couldn't stop. Because of this, Dream of Qin's results were getting better and better, and even showed signs of surpassing Celestial Bane. Nowadays, there were more and more novels imitating Dream of the Great Qin. For example, Dream of the Three Kingdoms and Dream of the Han Dynasty could be found everywhere. Basically, they imitated the main character of Dream of the Great Qin and Dream of the Han Dynasty. It could be said that Dream of the Great Qin had created the genre of time travel. Seeing that Dream of Qin was getting more and more popular, Li Zixuan was finally relieved and decided to stop writing altogether. After hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Zixuan said helplessly, "Haha, Brother Ma really thinks highly of me, but since things have come to this, I won't write any more novels no matter what. In the future, Brother Ma, you have to find more new talents with potential." Seeing that Li Zixuan had made up his mind, Ma Zhou could only sigh helplessly, shake his head, and leave with his hands behind his back. Li Zixuan stood quietly in place and watched Ma Zhou's back as he left. After a while, he turned around and walked towards Mo Lingwei's laboratory. "Little Ningzi, come over and help me coil the coil on the magnet." Oh, coming. Hey, can your hand stop shaking? Be serious." I'm not shaking. It's shaking on its own, I can't control it." "If you can't control your hands, who can?" "It's not." Just as he walked to the door of the laboratory, he heard the quarrel between the two enemies. Li Zixuan smiled helplessly and pushed the door open to enter. Cough cough. Ink Girl shouting, "Are you guys assembling the electric motor?" At this time, because they were assembling the electric motor together, Yin Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei's heads were less than a centimeter apart from each other. It looked very ambiguous. Li Zixuan couldn't help but cough softly and pretend that he didn't see anything as he said. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei quickly bounced away from Yin Xiaoning as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks quickly flushed red. She clasped her hands together and said hurriedly, "Sean, Yamacho, you're here. Oh, that electric motor, I'm almost done. I can give it to you tomorrow at the latest." So fast. Li Zixuan looked at the electric motor's casing and various parts scattered all over the floor. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ink Girl's attainments in electric machinery are really getting better and better. Although the electric motor's principle is simple, it's not simple at all to actually build it. Ink Girl can build it in just 5 days, it's really admirable." Hearing Li Zishuan's praise, Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, she remembered that she was a professor at Yanhuang College and should be reserved, so she quickly restrained the smile on her face and said, Yamacho, you've already drawn the electric motor's blueprint. I just need to follow the blueprint. Most of the credit goes to you, I don't dare to take the credit. Hey, our Professor Mo is actually so modest. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Yan Xiaoning, who was at the side, was dissatisfied. Yamacho, I also contributed to this electric motor. Why did you all ignore me? Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, Okay. You all contributed. When the electric motor is done, I'll give each of you something good. Yan Xiaoning was instantly happy. Just as he was about to ask Li Zishuan what he was going to give them, Song Xiaoxi's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Young Master Yan, a servant from the Yan residence has sent a message. He said that Minister Yan wants you to go home today. Yan Xiaoning was stunned. He went over to open the door of the laboratory and looked at Song Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, my father wants me to go home? Did he say what's the matter? Song Xiaoxi saw that Li Zishuan was also in the room. He first bowed to Li Zishuan and then replied, Young Master Yan, I'm not sure about this, but the servant in your residence seems to be in a hurry. Do you want to go out and take a look? When Yan Xiaoning heard this, he subconsciously thought that the Yan family really had an emergency. He quickly turned his head and said, Yamacho, where? Then I'll go home first. Mo Lingwei waved her hand and said, Okay, go ahead. Li Zishuan also nodded. He secretly guessed that the words he said to Yan lied yesterday had taken effect. The Yan family was going to propose marriage to the Mo family. After he finished speaking, Yan Xiaoning quickly walked out of the laboratory. Oh, that's right. Yamacho, there seems to be a problem on Mr. Wang's side. Do you want to go and take a look? After Yan Xiaoning left, Mo Lingwei was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked curiously, Mr. Wang? What's the problem on his side? Mo Lingwei replied, Yamacho, didn't you ask Mr. Wang to build an electrolytic copper refining workshop? However, Mr. Wang realized that the electricity produced by our hydropower station is alternating current, and electrolytic copper refining requires direct current. In order for the electrolytic workshop to operate normally, we can only use the lead-acid batteries that Yamacho made previously. However, the lead-acid batteries still need to be recharged after they run out of electricity, and they also need direct current to recharge. So Yamacho, this is the problem. We have to make a sustainable source of direct current. I see. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but be enlightened. Previously, he only cared about making the batteries and neglected the problem of recharging them. When the batteries discharge, they convert chemical energy into electrical energy, and when they recharge, they convert electrical energy back into chemical energy. The electrical energy here is direct current, not alternating current. In his previous life, the lead-acid battery charger was used to convert alternating current into direct current and stabilize the voltage. But now he didn't have a ready-made charger with him. Yes, Yamacho, this problem must be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, our electrolytic workshop won't be able to operate. At this time, Wang Ji's voice came from outside the door. Wang Ji heard that Li Zishuan had come to the workshop, and he quickly went to look for Li Zishuan for help. When he reached the door, he heard Mo Lingwei telling Li Zishuan about the problem he was facing, and he couldn't help but push the door open. Oh, Mr. Wang, you're here too. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and greeted Wang Ji. I heard that Yamacho was here, so I came to look for you. Yamacho, do you have a way to solve the direct current problem? Wang Ji nodded, and then with a face of urgency, he cut to the chase. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zishuan. In her memory, there didn't seem to be anything that Li Zishuan couldn't solve. Li Zishuan frowned, thought for a moment and said, There are two ways to solve this problem. The first is to build a direct current generator to convert the power of the river directly into direct current, and then connect it to the electrolytic workshop. A direct current generator? Yamacho, how can there be a direct current generator? Can this thing be built? Mo Lingwei couldn't help but be surprised when she heard it. Of course it can be built. Li Zishuan smiled. took a pen and paper from the table next to him, and explained as he wrote and drew. The reason why the alternator emits alternating current is mainly because when its rotor winding rotates to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current in the winding will change in the opposite direction once every 180 degrees of space angle. That is, it will change twice in one turn. This changing current is drawn out through the slip ring and the carbon brush. Because the law of change is a sinusoidal curve, it emits sinusoidal alternating current. And when we cut off the middle of the generator's slip rings and insulate them from each other, when the rotor windings rotate to cut the magnetic field lines, the direction of the current output from the windings will change under the action of the slip rings every 180 degrees of space angle. This way the output will always be a positive pole, and the other end will always be a negative pole. This way the output will be direct current. After he finished speaking, the internal core structure diagram of the direct current generator was revealed on the white paper. Mo Lingwei looked at it for a while, then nodded and said, "I understand. Yamacho, your design is really brilliant. Hey, by the way, Yamacho, you just said that there are two ways. What's the other way?" Chapter 1435. Updated for playing the zither and playing the phoenix. There's another way, which is to convert alternating current to direct current. In the workshop in Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zixuan put down the pen and paper in his hand and said. Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji were shocked when they heard this. Mo Lingwei asked, "Yamacho, how can alternating current be converted to direct current?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Whether it's alternating current or direct current, they're both electricity, so of course they can be converted to each other. Using a rectifier circuit, alternating current can be converted to direct current. Using an inverter circuit, direct current can be converted to alternating current. However, the rectifier circuit requires a new electronic component, the rectifier diode. This diode has a unidirectional conductivity, so it can only pass current in one direction. With it, we can build a rectifier circuit." Mo Lingwei was immediately interested when she heard this. She quickly asked, "Yamacho, how do we make a rectifier diode? Can you teach me?" The knowledgeable female professor of Yanhuang College in the eyes of others was now like an ignorant student, crazily absorbing knowledge from Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "The rectifier diode can be divided into electronic diodes and crystal diodes according to the materials used to make it. With our current conditions, we can try to make some electronic diodes. Ink Girl, Mr. Wang, I'll teach you the method of making electronic diodes today. You have to promise me that you won't leak it out. Otherwise, not only will the workshop suffer losses, Tang Dynasty will also suffer losses." At the end, Li Zixuan solemnly reminded Mo Lingwei and Wang Ji. Electronic diodes, also known as vacuum diodes, were widely used in voltage regulation and rectifier circuits because of their unidirectional conductivity. Throughout the history of integrated circuit development, the invention of the electronic diode could be said to be the starting point of the human electronics industry. Therefore, Li Zixuan had to take this matter seriously. In his previous life, after the invention of the electronic diode, the American inventor De Forest cleverly added a grid between the diode filament and the plate, creating the world's first electronic transistor. Since then, these electronic components sealed in small glass bottles have been widely used in various electronic products. For example, televisions, radios, loudspeakers, and other electronic products were all inseparable from diodes and triodes. However, the defects of electronic diodes and electronic transistors were also obvious. They consumed a lot of power, generated a lot of heat, were large in size, and had a short lifespan. Therefore, people had been looking for new electronic devices to replace them. It wasn't until the birth of the transistor and the advent of solid-state electronics technology that the electron tube was completely replaced. In the 21st century, the diodes and transistors used in various countries around the world were actually transistors. Of course, there was another name for them, which was called semiconductor tubes, because they were all made of semiconductor materials such as silicon or germanium. With the current industrial foundation of the Tang Dynasty, first of all, purifying silicon or germanium was a problem. Secondly, the key structure of the semiconductor diode, the p-n junction, was also a considerable problem. The p-n junction was made by using different doping processes. Through diffusion, p-type and n-type semiconductors were fabricated on the same semiconductor substrate. The space charge area formed at the junction of the two semiconductors was called the p-n junction. The p-n junction had unidirectional conductivity. N-type semiconductors were silicon crystals or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of phosphorus as an impurity, while p-type semiconductors were silicon crystals or germanium crystals, doped with a small amount of boron as an impurity. Li Zixuan didn't have any boron on hand, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of making a crystal diode. Yamacho, rest assured. What Yamacho said here today, I will not say a word to outsiders, even if I'm drunk. Wang Ji was the first to cup his hands and say this, but the latter half of the sentence made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, although this old fellow was a drunkard, he wouldn't speak carelessly when he was drunk. This was quite reassuring. Yamacho, I won't say a word about what you said either. I guarantee it with my life. Hearing Li Zixuan and Wang Ji's solemn words, Mo Lingwei also became serious and said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's good. Next, I'll tell you how to make the electronic diode." As he spoke, Li Zixuan picked up a pen and paper again, sketching as he explained. First, we'll seal two metal plates in the vacuum glass tube. Of course, we can also use the method we used to make the electric lamp. We just need to exhaust the oxygen in the glass tube. There's no need for a complete vacuum. After that, we'll add an alternating current to the anode plate, and a constant current will appear on the other plate. Mo Lingwei was somewhat puzzled and said, "Yamacho, what's the principle behind this?" Li Zixuan thought for a moment and explained. You see, when the potential of the anode is higher than the cathode, the electrons emitted by the cathode will move toward the anode under the influence of the electric field, forming a current of electrons. When the voltage of the cathode is higher than the anode, the electric field force on the electrons will pull them back to the cathode, and no current will be generated. That's why the electronic diode has a unidirectional conductivity and can be used for circuit rectification. In fact, this effect was called the Edison effect in his previous life. In 1883, Edison, in order to find the best filament material for electric light bulbs, placed a section of copper wire near the carbon filament in the vacuum bulb, hoping to prevent the carbon filament from evaporating. Although it failed, he inadvertently found that the copper wire, which was not connected to the circuit, produced a weak current due to receiving the hot electrons emitted by the carbon filament. Although Edison didn't study this phenomenon carefully, he applied for a patent for the Edison effect. In 1896, when Fleming was researching how to improve the detector in a radiotelegraph receiver, he conceived of using the Edison effect for wave detection. He sealed two metal plates in a vacuum glass tube and applied a high-frequency alternating voltage to the anode plate. The Edison effect appeared, and when the alternating current passed through the device, it was converted into direct current. Fleming called this tube with two electrodes a vacuum diode. It had both rectifying and detecting functions. This was the first electronic device in human history. Li Zixuan wanted to make this kind of vacuum diode right now. Although he knew the principle behind it, he wasn't completely sure if he could make it in the end. Yamacho, I roughly understand. Overall, the structure of the electronic diode isn't complicated. Although it will take a lot of effort to make it, it's not impossible. Please let me try a few times. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zixuan's explanation and thought for a long time before finally nodding. Wang Ji also cupped his hands and said, I roughly understand as well. I will definitely do my best to assist Ink Girl in making the electronic diode. Mo Lingwei's progress was directly related to whether his electrolysis workshop could continue operating normally. Of course, he was more concerned than anyone else. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. But in my opinion, the DC generator and the electronic diode can be made at the same time. The one that is made first will be put into use first, and the electrolysis workshop can start work earlier. To be on the safe side, Li Zixuan decided that he had to go all out and grab both hands. I think he's driving, but I don't have evidence. Yes, Yamacho. The two of them cupped their hands and replied. Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction and thought to himself, with the diode, the triode won't be far away. When the time comes, many electrical appliances can be made. Tang Dynasty will soon enter the electronic age. Chapter 1436. Yamacho, I have another question. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei frowned and asked, Since we need direct current so much, why didn't we just use a direct current generator to generate electricity? Hearing Mo Lingwei's question, Li Zixuan couldn't help but praise this girl's intelligence. He thought for a moment and said, "Ink girl, have you ever thought about this question? If the electricity from the hydropower station is direct current, how much voltage will be attenuated after it passes through a 1-mile-long wire? You have to know that for a wire of the same thickness, the longer the length, the higher the resistance, and the greater the divided voltage. Let's say the output voltage of the hydropower station is 200 volts. If it is transmitted to a place 1 mile away, the voltage will be only 150 volts. The further it is, the lower the voltage will be. And the electric lamps produced by our workshop all have the same calibrated voltage. If we use direct current to transmit electricity, the places far away from the hydropower station won't be able to get enough voltage to light the lamps. If we use alternating current to transmit electricity, this problem won't exist because we have transformers. We can use transformers to boost the voltage at places far away from the hydropower station and raise the voltage to the value we need. But direct current isn't as easy to convert voltage as alternating current. Besides, Ink Girl, you should know that the internal structure of an alternating current generator is simpler than a direct current generator, and its lifespan is also longer than a direct current generator. So after considering many factors, I chose alternating current transmission. In fact, even in modern times, the battle for direct current didn't end with alternating current winning. In the 21st century's power system, high-voltage transmission coexisted with alternating current and direct current, complementing each other. In fact, with the development of electronic technology, direct current transmission might even return to its dominant position. This was because direct current transmission only needed to consider the losses caused by the resistance of the line, while alternating current transmission would cause losses due to impedance, inductive reactance, and capacitive reactance. But with the current technological conditions of Tang Dynasty, alternating current transmission was the most feasible and economical method. Mo Lingwei suddenly understood. She nodded and said with admiration, "I didn't expect there to be so much knowledge in this. Yamacho was really far-sighted when they built the hydropower station." Li Zixuan smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Ji and asked, "Mr. Wang, I believe that the problem of the DC power supply will be solved in a few days, but I don't know if you have the materials and equipment ready?" Wang Ji nodded and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. This old man is fully prepared and only lacks one crucial element. The electrolytic cell, crude copper, and bile vitriol are all ready." Li Zixuan said in surprise, "Oh? His progress was so fast? Then, Mr. Wang, do you have enough gall alum prepared?" After all, the amount of copper that the workshop would be refining in the future was not small. Li Zixuan had to ask in advance. Wang Ji smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yamacho. Gall alum isn't anything rare. There's a mine in Lantian County that produces gall alum, and it's more than enough to supply our workshop." Li Zixuan was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. "What? There's a gall alum mine in Lantian County? Why didn't I know about it?" Wang Ji asked curiously. "There's always been a gall alum mine, but it's only used in medicine and isn't worth much. It's normal that you don't know about it, Marquis. Gall alum was a crystal of copper sulfate. It could also be used in medicine. It could stimulate the gastric mucosa and stimulate the vomiting center to induce vomiting. It was used in phlegm congestion, throat paralysis, epilepsy, eating poison, mouth ulcers, tooth ulcers, pterygium, and so on." Li Zixuan quickly interrupted. "Who said that it's not worth much? Not only can it be used to refine crude copper, it can also be used as an electrolyte to electrolyze copper. With this gall alum mine, we can solve our copper shortage problem to a large extent." Refining copper with gall alum? How can copper be extracted from gall alum? Oh right, this can indeed be done. Gu Xianweng mentioned in Biophysics inner chapter, yellow and white, that using gall alum solution to soak iron pieces to obtain copper. In chemistry, this is called a substitution reaction. Why didn't I think of this? Wang Ji was puzzled at first, then he patted his head and said in annoyance, "There were two ways to refine copper: the fire method and the wet method. The fire method was to make contact with burning charcoal and decompose the peacock stone into copper oxide. then reduce it back to metallic copper. The equation was CuCO3. CuOH. 2 plus C equals 2Cu plus 2CO2 plus H2O. This was also the main way to produce copper before the Song dynasty in China. The wet method was also known as the gall copper method. The production process mainly consisted of two aspects. The first was to immerse the iron in gall alum, CuSO4, 5H2O solution, commonly known as bile water, so that the copper ions in the gall alum would be replaced by metal and deposited into elemental copper. The second was to collect the copper powder that was about to be replaced and then smelt and cast. China's people first used natural copper compounds to refine copper by wet method. During the Western Han Dynasty, sulfuric acid was used to react with copper oxide, and then iron was used to replace the copper. Lu En's Huainan Wanbi technique said that when green iron was obtained, it would turn into copper. Green referred to soluble copper salts. That is, when copper salts meet iron, copper will be formed. Jin Gehong's Biopuzi Inner Chapter, Yellow and White, also recorded that green was used to paint iron, and the iron was red like copper. During the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was further recognized that not only copper sulfate, but other soluble copper salts could also undergo substitution reactions with iron. However, these methods were only discovered by the alchemists during the process of refining pills, and were not actually used in production. It wasn't until the late Tang dynasty and the 5 dynasties that the wet method of refining copper began to be used in production. In the Song dynasty, it developed into one of the important methods of producing copper. In the early Tang dynasty, there were very few people who knew about the wet method of refining copper, not to mention using it in production. Seeing that Wang Ji had reacted, Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's right. The process of smelting copper with gall alumina was a chemical substitution reaction. In a while, I'll send someone to find the mine that Mr. Wang mentioned, and quickly find out the reserves of copper sulfate. After that, we can dig a water tank around the mine, forge the iron into thin pieces and place them in the tank. Then we'll use the bile water to soak the iron pieces, and the copper in the bile sulfate will adhere to the surface of the iron pieces. Although forging the iron pieces into thin pieces is more troublesome, our workshop now has a hydraulic press, so this can't be considered troublesome. In addition, forging the iron pieces into thin pieces can increase the surface area of the iron, greatly reducing the substitution time and increasing the copper production rate. I hope that the copper produced from this mine can completely supply the electricity consumption of Lantian County." A while ago, he was still worrying about where to get some copper. He didn't expect that there would be a mine of copper sulfate in his fief. The people of this era obviously didn't realize the true use of the mine. Otherwise, this mine would have been expropriated and mined by the imperial court, and wouldn't have waited until now. Hearing this, Wang Ji couldn't help but sigh with longing. If the reserves of copper sulfate in this mine is really amazing, we can cover the entire Lantian County with electricity. This kind of scene, I'm looking forward to it even in my dreams. After leaving Mo Lingwei's laboratory, Li Zixuan immediately sent Lu Feng and Lu Yun to bring people to investigate the mine of copper sulfate. After that, he went to the Ba River to check on the progress of Zhang Hongsheng's armor manufacturing. Zhang Hongsheng promised Li Zixuan that he would be able to make the first set of plate armor by the day after tomorrow at the latest. After the first set was made, the production speed would get faster and faster. "Young master, yesterday, I got people to use the hydraulic press to forge a batch of iron pieces of the same size and thickness. With these iron pieces we can make the chain you mentioned before. I have already arranged for the craftsmen to assemble the chain, and it should be completed by tomorrow." With the chain, young master, are you planning to start building the second generation of chain-driven bicycles? Faubert was also at the hydropower station. Seeing Li Zixuan come over to inspect the work, he quickly walked over and said. Li Zixuan heard this and was delighted. He secretly thought that those outdated and clumsy front-wheel-driven bicycles could finally be eliminated. He smiled and said, "Build. Quickly build. The faster the better." "Oh right, Faubert, this chain-driven bicycle, even if I don't give you the blueprint, you should be able to imagine its structure, right?" Faubert nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This second generation of bicycles is only different from the first generation. Everything else is basically the same. This won't be a problem for me." Li Zixuan said excitedly. That's good. I'll wait for Faubert's good news. The previous bicycles have brought us a lot of profits. Now that we have the technology to produce chains, we can create a more agile and light second-generation bicycle. I believe that more people will like it and be willing to spend money on it. In the near future, the bicycles produced by our Chichu Pavilion workshop will be spread all over the Tang dynasty. Last year, because he didn't have a dam or a hydraulic press, he couldn't make chains. He could only make those ancient bicycles with pedals installed on the front wheel. These bicycles were very taxing to ride and could easily trip over. Li Zixuan only felt that it was a novelty at first. After riding it for a few days, he stopped riding it. He was a modern person. Any bicycle that he had ridden before was a million times better than those ancient bicycles. But Cheng Yaojin, the native of the Tang dynasty, didn't know that there were better bicycles in this world. They only knew that the bicycles produced by the Chichu Pavilion workshop were faster, more agile, and more convenient than horse carriages. That was why they rode them every day. Now that he had chains, everything was different. Not only could Li Zixuan produce bicycles with chains to drive the rear wheels, he also wanted to make mountain bicycles with disc brakes to change the speed. He even wanted to make electricity. These improved bicycles could not only replace horse carriages but also horses. The next day, the first thing Li Zixuan did after breakfast was to go to the medical center. When Dr. Wang saw Li Zixuan, he quickly reported, "Yamacho, this time, our Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center has recruited a total of 58 highly skilled and ethical doctors. Among them, there are 8 female doctors and 50 male doctors. Among them, there are some who are good at bone setting and treating injuries. There are also some who are good at treating children's diseases. There are also some who are good at acupuncture and massage. In any case, there are already qualified doctors in the previous departments." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's good. The medical center must operate normally as soon as possible and fully open to the people of Lantian County. All the prices of the herbs and the consultation fees must be open and transparent. We can't cheat the people. In addition, the number of female doctors is still too small compared to the number of male doctors. I told you before that doctors don't differentiate between men and women. In the eyes of a doctor, there should be no concept of gender. Don't look down on other people's medical skills just because they are women. Gu Qingwei yesterday is a good example. We have to recruit more female doctors in the future." Li Zixuan heard that in yesterday's interview and examination, Gu Qingwei had smiled proudly, with 2 full marks. Who knew how many people's eyes had popped out of their sockets? Li Zixuan felt that Gu Qingwei could be used as an example to all the women in the world who were interested in medicine. He wanted to tell the world that women could also learn and practice medicine, and that their medical skills were not inferior to men. Dr. Wang cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, after yesterday's interview and examination, no one dares to look down on female doctors. The reason why there are only 8 female doctors is because there are too few female doctors who came to apply. However, today's Datong Daily published a notice that our joint medical center can recruit female doctors. I believe that soon, there will be female doctors with excellent medical skills coming to our medical center." Li Zixuan heard this and nodded. "That's good. If the medical center has any difficulties in the future, Dr. Wang, you can tell county magistrate he or me. If we can help, the county government and I will definitely do our best to help." "Yes, Yamacho." In the afternoon, Li Zixuan rode to the workshop again. He had received news that Mo Lingwei's electric motor and the second-generation chain bicycle that Faubert was in charge of had been completed. "Yamacho, this is the electric motor. As long as it is connected to the battery, the rotor inside will be able to spin rapidly." Mo Lingwei pointed at the lump of metal on the floor and said in the workshop of Chizu Pavilion. Li Zixuan frowned. He had to admit that the electric motor's appearance was a little ugly. The outer shell was cast directly. The surface was not polished, quenched, or painted. It was as ugly as it could be. He just did not know if this ugly thing could be used properly. "Connect it to the battery and let me see," Li Zixuan said softly. "Okay." Mo Lingwei replied and quickly asked Song Xiaoxi, who was next to her, to bring a lead-acid battery over from Wang Ji's place. Since Yan Xiaoning went home in a hurry yesterday, he had not come yet. Mo Lingwei had no one to order around, so she could only order Song Xiaoxi around. After the lead-acid battery was brought over, Mo Lingwei placed the electric motor upside down and asked Song Xiaoxi to hold it steady. Then she connected the power source. When the power source was connected to the battery's positive and negative electrodes, the electric motor started to spin rapidly. Success! Success! We have changed the way power is used in this era, Li Zixuan said as he looked at the electric motor that was spinning wildly. Oh! Chapter 1437. In his previous life there were 3 revolutions in the history of mankind. The first revolution was when the steam engine replaced the inefficient human and animal power. The second revolution was when the internal combustion engine replaced the internal combustion engine. The third revolution was electricity. Li Zixuan had originally wanted to follow this rhythm and start a power revolution in the Tang dynasty. But last year, when he created the telegraph, he created electricity along with it. Since then, he couldn't help but want to create more things related to electricity. Thus, electric lamps, lead-acid batteries, electric motors, and other modern electrical equipment were all invented by him. As for the steam engine and the internal combustion engine, Li Zixuan believed that he did not need to create them. In the future, the students of Yanhuang College would be able to create them. As a Yamacho, he could not possibly create everything and leave the students with nothing to create, right? Yo! Ink Girl's electric motor was built so quickly? Just as everyone was staring at the rapidly spinning electric motor, Uncle Fu walked in from outside and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was just finished. Manager Fu, you're here. Please have a seat. Mo Lingwei raised her head and greeted him. Faubert, you're here. Li Zixuan also greeted him with a smile. Faubert waved at Mo Lingwei and said, I'm not sitting. I'm not sitting. This old man is here to look for young master. Hearing this, Li Zixuan raised his head. Faubert also looked over and said, Young master, the second-generation bicycle with chains has been built. Do you want to take a look? Li Zixuan exclaimed, Even the bicycle has been built? Sure. Let's go take a look together. Xiaoxi, bring someone to carry the electric motor and lead batteries over. Yes, young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded, then called for a servant to move the electric motor and battery. Yamacho, why do you want to bring the batteries and electric motor to the bicycle? Mo Lingwei asked in confusion. Li Zixuan smiled and said mysteriously, Ink Girl, you'll know when the time comes. Following Faubert, Li Zixuan and the others, they arrived at the yard where the bicycles were assembled and produced. They saw a 2-wheeled bicycle that was about half the height of a person standing in the open space. Looking at the bicycle, Li Zixuan felt a sense of familiarity, because the style of the bicycle was almost exactly the same as a modern bicycle. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the modern era. Young master, is this structure correct? Faubert asked uncertainly. Li Zixuan hadn't given him any blueprints for the rear-wheel drive bicycle. Faubert had designed it based on the original bicycle, so he wasn't sure if the design was right. Li Zixuan came back to his senses and nodded. Correct. This is exactly the same as the bicycle in my mind. Faubert's heart finally settled down. He smiled and said, That's good. Young master, do you want to try it out yourself? Of course I'll try it out. Li Zixuan nodded and walked towards the bicycle. He gripped the handlebars and felt the sensitivity of the handlebars. Li Zixuan stepped on the other side of the bicycle with one leg and sat down on the seat of the bicycle. Then, with a light push of his right foot, the bicycle stood up steadily and started moving forward. Easy. Li Zixuan, who was riding the new bicycle, only felt relaxed. This chain-driven bicycle was undoubtedly 100 times easier to ride than the previous front-wheel drive bicycle. Wow! Looking at Yamacho, it seems like this bicycle is easier to ride. Mo Lingwei couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Faubert nodded and smiled. That's for sure. The bicycle that young master is riding now relies on a chain, gears, and bearings to drive together. Furthermore, the number of gears connected to the pedals is much more than the number of gears connected to the rear wheel. When you step on the pedals, the rear wheel will have to turn a few times. It's not like the bicycle that you used to ride in a single round. Therefore, it's much easier to ride. Uncle Fu could be considered an old expert in the field of machinery. He was able to clearly explain the advantages of the new bicycle in just a few words. It was clear and concise. Mo Lingwei wasn't stupid. After listening, she quickly understood. She looked at Faubert and said with admiration, "These improvements are really ingenious. Manager Fu, you're really amazing." Faubert smiled and waved his hand. I wouldn't dare to take the credit for this. The idea was all from young master. I just followed young master's suggestions and designed the blueprint. Mo Lingwei smiled. Manager Fu, you don't have to be humble. The mountain leader has already told me that you designed all the blueprints by yourself. Looking at Yamacho riding this new bicycle, I want to ride it too. Manager Fu, do you have any more new bicycles? Faubert shook his head and said, "Only one of them has been made so far. If Miss Mo wants, the workshop can make another batch in 2 days." Faubert watched Yin Xiaoning grow up, and Mo Lingwei was Yin Xiaoning's crush. Faubert took good care of Mo Lingwei in the workshop. Mo Lingwei smiled playfully and said, "I don't have to wait until then. I want to ride it now." Then she put her hands around her mouth and shouted at Li Zixuan, who was racing in the open space. "Yamacho, come down quickly. Let me ride this bicycle too." Li Zixuan heard the shout and could only ride the bicycle back. He handed it to Mo Lingwei and said, "Ink Girl, if you want to ride it, then ride it quickly. But you have to be quick because we're going to modify this bicycle in a while." Modify the bicycle? Yamacho, didn't you just say that this bicycle is already perfect? Then why do you need to modify it? Mo Lingwei was confused and asked curiously. Faubert also looked at Li Zixuan hesitantly. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Ink Girl, didn't you find it strange that I asked Xiaoxi and the others to bring the electric motor and battery? It's to modify the bicycle." Mo Lingwei thought quickly and her eyes suddenly lit up. She asked tentatively, "Yamacho, you're not thinking of using the electric motor to move the bicycle, are you?" After saying this, even she didn't believe it. But all the signs in front of her showed that Li Zixuan wanted to use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Faubert's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought that the new bicycle with chains was already very advanced. But Li Zixuan wanted to take it a step further and use the electric motor to modify the bicycle. Then, wouldn't it mean that the bicycle in the future wouldn't need people to step on it and could be moved by the electric motor? Faubert didn't even dare to think about this in the past. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Ink Girl is indeed smart. You guessed right. I did plan to use the electric motor and lead batteries to modify the bicycle. After the modification, the bicycle can't be called a bicycle anymore. It should be called an electric bicycle because it doesn't need people and can move quickly with electricity." Electric bicycle? That's good. Yamacho, let's start the modification now. As soon as Mo Lingwei heard it, she immediately became interested and shouted loudly. Li Zixuan smiled and asked, "Ink Girl, aren't you going to test riding the bicycle?" Mo Lingwei shook her head without thinking and said, "I don't want to try. I'm not going to try anymore. When the electric bicycle is done, it won't be too late for me to try it. Who would want to ride a bicycle if there was an electric bicycle?" Li Zixuan found it funny and said, "Okay, let's focus on modifying the bicycle today." Around 1859, the Frenchman Plant invented the lead-acid battery. In 1881, the Frenchman Gustave Truffaut had already used the DC motor and lead-acid battery in the transportation industry. He created the world's first electric tricycle, which was much earlier than the internal combustion car. It was also powered by the lead-acid battery. It was similar to the electric tricycles used by modern China. Today, Li Zixuan had brought the history of the electric bicycle forward by more than 1,000 years. Once the electric bicycle was released, it would change many people's understanding of electricity. After all, in the past, people only knew that electricity was the same as thunder on a rainy day. The people of Lantian County knew that electricity could light up light bulbs, but almost no one knew that electricity could provide power for humans. After humans learned how to use animal power and water power, they would eventually learn how to use electricity. "Yamacho, I've finally found you." At noon, Li Zixuan did not go back. He chose to eat in the workshop's cafeteria. He met Ma Zhou by chance. Ma Zhou quickly came over with his plate and sat opposite Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was puzzled and said, "Oh, brother Ma, why are you looking for me?" "In the morning, I was modifying the bicycle in the bicycle workshop. That's why you didn't find me. In today's workshop, there were thousands of craftsmen and countless workshops of various sizes. In the morning, Li Zixuan, Mo Lingwei, Faubert, Song Xiaoxi, and the others were all in the courtyard where the bicycles were manufactured. It was normal that Ma Zhou could not find him. No wonder. Yamacho was in the bicycle workshop. Ma Zhou suddenly exclaimed. He quickly went back to the topic and said, Yamacho, the statistics from the editorial department are out. Yesterday, there were a total of 15,872 people who tipped Celestial Bane. Everyone tipped from 5 copper coins to 1,000 strings of coins. We received a total of 29,462 strings of coins. This number is terrifying. It's a miracle. I don't think there will ever be another novel in Bragging World that can create such a miracle. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, in fact, in many people's hearts, the characters in Celestial Bane can't be measured by money. They're just using this method to bid farewell to the characters in the book. But isn't it also bidding farewell to you, Yamacho? Ma Zhou sighed and said, Yamacho, those readers can't forget you. Are you really willing to stop writing from now on? Li Zixuan shook his head and said, Brother Ma, it's useless to say more now that things have come to this. Come. Let's eat. Seeing that, Ma Zhou decisively stopped talking about it. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Yamacho, speaking of which, your Celestial Bane saved many of our offices this time. Li Zixuan asked curiously, where did that come from? Ma Zhou quickly explained, 2 days ago, there were women who applied for medical school surrounding Datong Daily's office. But when the news of the end of Celestial Bane came out yesterday, those readers replaced those women and came to surround the office. However, they came to reward Celestial Bane, not to cause trouble. After what they did, our Datong Daily's office wasn't surrounded by those women today. Yamacho, don't you think this counts as saving our office? Li Zixuan suddenly understood and nodded. I see. But even if they continue to surround Datong Daily's office, I have a solution. Brother Ma, you don't have to worry. Ma Zhou was puzzled. Marquis has a solution? What is it? Li Zixuan smiled and said, I plan to announce to the world that I'm recruiting women into the medical school. Tomorrow morning, I'll officially announce this in front of all the civil and military officials. Ma Zhou was shocked. He stared and said, Yamacho, this can't be. You'll be impeached by many officials if you do this. It might even affect the Academy's reputation. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, It's okay. I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Brother Ma, don't worry. Ma Zhou was helpless, but he knew that once Li Zixuan decided on something, even 9 bulls couldn't pull him back. He didn't try to persuade him anymore. In the afternoon, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Yuchi Baolin came to the workshop. Yamacho, I heard that our academy is recruiting female students. Is it true? When Li Zixuan heard that the idiot had come to the workshop, he walked from the bicycle workshop to the front yard of the workshop. Who would have thought that Cheng Chumo would ask such a question? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, Where did you get this information from? The academy doesn't recruit female students. Even if it does, what does it have to do with you? You don't study hard and you don't help train the team. You only care about things that have nothing to do with you. Cheng Chumo heard this and said, I'm innocent. Yamacho, who said that we haven't been training the team recently? Basically, we go to the field every day and lead the outstanding players to train. Last month, Brother Shanbei returned to Japan because of the death of Empress Tugu. At that time, Li Zixuan was determined to establish the Tang Football Association. Later, he was busy with work and couldn't leave. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin volunteered to be the coaches of the national team. TSK, don't be so full of yourself. When I'm done with work, I'll go and see the results of their training in person. Li Zixuan couldn't help but mock. Chapter 1438. Hey, Yamacho, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In any case, Baolin and I have been diligent and conscientious lately. We have a clear conscience. In the workshop, Cheng Chumo chuckled after hearing Li Zixuan's words. Beside him, Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but nod in agreement. Brother Chonyo is right. Yamacho, we really haven't been slacking off recently. The players that Yamacho transferred to the national team will be organized by us whenever we have time for physical training and tactical training. The teamwork between the players is getting better and better. Li Zixuan nodded and said, if that's the case, that's great. You guys can train them according to the tactical training manual and physical training program that I gave you. If I have time, I will personally train them. If you guys do well, there will definitely be a place for you in the Tang national team. Chang Chumo chuckled and said, Heh, Yamacho, I like what you said. Sun Zifan then said, Yamacho, a few days ago, the medical school was recruiting students. Many women who know medicine wanted to sign up. They surrounded the Datong Daily office and wanted to use this opportunity to ask Yamacho to allow them to enter the college. Yamacho, what do you plan to do? Will you agree to their request? After saying that, the chubby boy looked at Li Zixuan with a burning gaze. Clearly, he was eager to know the answer. Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also looked at Li Zixuan in unison. TSK, men like women. This was an unchanging law of nature. Yanhuang College was impeccable in terms of facilities and teaching staff. The only downside was that the college was like a temple for monks. There were only men and no women. Therefore, as soon as they heard that a woman wanted to apply for the Yanhuang Academy, Chang Chumo, Sun Zifan, and the other old foxes who were in the age of puberty and hormone secretion, immediately came to Li Zixuan to ask for his opinion. Li Zixuan had also been a student in his previous life. How could he not see through Sun Zifan's true intentions? He glanced at them and said indifferently, Could it be that you bastards are thinking about women? As soon as he said this, Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin immediately flushed red. Yamacho, what are you saying? How could I, Sun Zifan, be that kind of person? No matter how bad Sun Zifan was, he was still the son of a great scholar. How could he be called a pervert? Yuchi Baolin stammered. Yamacho, I'm not. This honest man almost blurted out the modern era's 3 consecutive denials. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Chang Chumo, on the other hand, was not a stingy person. He was thick-skinned and crossed his arms. He did not explain, but he did not deny either. Li Zixuan pointed at the 3 people in front of him and sneered. Haha, you guys. Let me put it this way. I do intend to recruit some talented women who know medicine to further their studies in the medical school. However, to avoid criticism, I plan to separate the medical school and the engineering school with a high wall. I'll imitate the way the Imperial Physician Department teaches students and train these medical students. What? Separate them with a high wall? F***ck. Yamacho, aren't you being too cruel? Do you have to be so heartless? Chang Chumo couldn't sit still after hearing Li Zixuan's words. He glared at him and said angrily. Li Zixuan glanced at him and said lightly, Didn't you say that you're righteous people just now? What? Now you're showing your true colors? Sun Zifan, who was about to speak, was stunned when he heard this and immediately shut his mouth. Chang Chumo pursed his lips and said, That's what they said. I didn't say anything. Yamacho, don't you think that our engineering school is a little out of balance? It's not easy for some female students to come in. Why are you surrounding them with a wall? Hearing Chang Chumo spouting nonsense, Sun Zifan quickly chimed in. That's right. Yamacho. There's a saying that goes, a fair and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman. Although we don't have any thoughts about the female students who just entered the school, the balance between male and female yang can stimulate our motivation to study. Yamacho, you should be more happy to see this situation. Li Zixuan was speechless and couldn't help but scold. Get lost. If the 2 of you can focus on your studies, Qingke and Xiaoke won't have anything to do with first place in the school. Yamacho, you're calling me? Speak of the devil. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Li Tai's voice came from outside the room. The fatty came today mainly to talk to Li Zixuan about quitting writing. He wanted to see if there was any room for negotiation. After all, he was an experienced novel enthusiast. Naturally, he didn't want Li Zixuan to quit writing. He asked the servant about Li Zixuan's location. As soon as he arrived at the door, he heard the conversation between Li Zixuan and Chang Chumo. Qingke, you're here too? Have a seat. Li Zixuan nodded at Li Tai and greeted him. Hey, Yamacho, you've made things so boring. The team still has training today. We'll take our leave first. Chang Chumo stood up, patted his butt and said goodbye. Yamacho will take our leave too. Sun Zifan and Yuchi Baolin also stood up and said, go ahead. Li Zishuan nodded. The three of them said goodbye to Li Tai and left. Yamacho, what did Chumo and the others talk about just now? Li Tai asked after the three of them left. It's about the enrollment of medical students. Hearing Li Tai's question, Li Zishuan briefly told Li Tai what they had just talked about. Li Tai said disinterestedly, "Oh, so that's what it was about. Yamacho, your idea is good, but you have to be careful of the court official's impeachment. Otherwise, this good thing will become a bad thing." As a member of the royal family, Li Tai was not interested in ordinary beauty. Moreover, compared to Chang Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, he was still young. Therefore, he did not care much about the enrollment of women into the medical school. In his heart, women might not be as important as novels in truth. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I've already made a decision on this matter. Don't worry, Qing." Li Tai replied with an After a moment of silence, he said, "Yamacho, I'm sure you've heard about the grand occasion of Celestial Bane being rewarded by tens of thousands of people yesterday. Qing Ke knows that you're busy with work every day, but if you have the time in the future, would you be able to continue writing novels?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately understood the purpose of Li Tai's visit today. He pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "Perhaps, but who knows what will happen in the future? Novels are nothing in my eyes. Qing Ke, our goal is to spread the word of engineering to the world and benefit millions of people. I hope you can understand this." Li Tai was deep in thought. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Qing Ke will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, Song Xiaoxi said from outside the door, "Young master, Steward Fu has finished modifying the bicycle. They asked me to inform you." Li Zishuan was shocked when he heard that. He quickly replied, "Okay. Tell Faubert that I'll be right there." "Yes, young master," Song Xiaoxi replied and turned to leave. Inside the room, Li Tai was puzzled. "Yamacho, why are Steward Fu modifying the bicycle?" Li Zishuan stood up and smiled. "The workshop has recently created a lead-acid battery and an electric motor. We plan to use these two things in the new second-generation bicycle. We will use the battery's electricity to power the bicycle. This way, the bicycle will be able to run faster than a horse without any effort." "Qing Ke, you came at the right time. Why don't we go and have a look together?" "You can do that? Let's go." "I'll go with Yamacho." Li Tai's eyes shone brightly as he hurriedly replied with great interest. So, the master and disciple left the room and walked towards the bicycle workshop's courtyard. "Yamacho, you're finally here. The bicycle has been modified. Do you want to give it a try?" Half an hour later, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to the bicycle workshop's courtyard. Mo Lingwei saw Li Zishuan and quickly greeted him excitedly. Li Zishuan looked at the girl suspiciously and asked, "Ain't girl didn't try it first?" Mo Lingwei's eyes flashed and she shook her head. "This electric bicycle is Yamacho's idea. Yamacho should try it first." In fact, she was thinking, who knows if there will be any problems with the first electric bicycle? What if I fall from it and get disfigured? "Yamacho, you're good at martial arts. It's best for you to be the first one to try it out." Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei with a faint smile. Although he could roughly guess what Mo Lingwei was thinking, he didn't expose her. Instead, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." After that, he walked towards the world's first electric bicycle. This electric bicycle's modification plan was personally designed by him. Naturally, he knew which part was the switch, which part was the accelerator, and which part was the brake. Li Zishuan sat on the bicycle's seat and pressed the switch. He turned the right handlebar and began to accelerate. With a whoosh, the bicycle's speed suddenly increased. Li Zishuan and the bicycle rushed forward. Everyone's eyes widened. Mo Lingwei exclaimed excitedly, "It's running! It's really running! Manager Fu, our modified electric bicycle is running. This means that our method is correct." Yes. It's running. To be able to see this kind of car that doesn't need manpower or animal power to run in my lifetime, I truly have no regrets." Uncle Fu was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Something like an electric bicycle was beyond the scope of the ancients' knowledge. Now that it was in their hands, Uncle Fu felt like he was dreaming. Li Tai, who was standing to the side, was also dumbfounded. At this moment his heart was in turmoil as he shouted, "Amazing! It's too amazing! I can't believe there's a car that can run so fast without the help of humans or animals." Just a moment ago, Mountain Elder told me that our goal is to spread engineering to the world and bring benefits to millions of people. Now it seems that Mountain Elder is moving towards this goal step by step. With this electric bicycle, it will be very convenient for the people to travel. Look! Quick look! The Marquis was riding a divine chariot. A divine bicycle that can run like the wind without pedaling. Li Zishuan rode his electric bicycle and wandered around the courtyard. The whining sound of the electric motor attracted the attention of the craftsmen who were working. When everyone came out to take a look, they were all shocked. "Oh my God! It's really a divine bicycle. Marquis isn't pedaling and this bicycle can run so fast. Isn't this a divine bicycle? It's too amazing. How did Marquis make this bicycle? Why does it look different from the bicycles made by our workshop?" It's indeed different. In the past, when we made bicycles, the pedals were installed on the front wheels. But on this bike, the pedals are in the middle of the two wheels. It's incredible. Just as everyone was discussing and exclaiming, there was one person who couldn't wait any longer. That was Mo Lingwei, because she had already watched Li Zishuan go around the courtyard a few times. "Yamacho, can you come down and let me have a try?" Mo Lingwei quickly shouted when Li Zishuan was in front of her. When Li Zishuan heard this, he had already jumped out of Mo Lingwei's position. He said loudly, "Okay, I'll give it to you later." When the bicycle was about to reach Mo Lingwei, Li Zishuan quickly slowed down. The bicycle stopped steadily in front of Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan was a little worried. "Ink Girl, although this bicycle is fine, you haven't ridden it before. It might be a little difficult for you to control it. You have to ride it slowly later." Mo Lingwei didn't care. "Yamacho, don't worry. I also contributed to the design of this bicycle. How can I not know its performance? It'll be fine." After that, she took the bicycle from Li Zishuan and prepared to ride it. Li Zishuan was speechless. He secretly prayed that this female driver wouldn't crash. Mo Lingwei's start was quite smooth. She drove the bicycle shakily. It could be seen that she couldn't control the power of the electric motor very well. Sometimes when she accelerated too fast, she quickly slowed down. Sometimes when it was too slow, she suddenly accelerated. Therefore, the speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. If it was someone with a weak heart, they would probably be scared to death. "Whoa! Wei, what kind of bicycle are you riding? How can it move by itself?" Just when Mo Lingwei was about to completely control the electric bicycle, a person that Mo Lingwei had been missing for the past 2 days came into the courtyard, Yan Xiaoning. This guy saw Mo Lingwei riding a cool bicycle. He couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing Yan Xiaoning, Mo Lingwei smiled sweetly. "Ah, little Ning, you're finally back. Ah, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I can't control this bicycle anymore." It turned out that this girl only cared about talking and made a small mistake when she was turning the corner. Just as she wanted to brake, she pinched the wrong spot. The electric bicycle screamed wildly and rushed toward Yan Xiaoning at an even faster speed. "Oh,